Result Chapter 51. New Beginnings selling the old house for $150,000 was considered expensive by local market standards. Meredith's family home was only about 430 square feet, and ordinary apartments here rarely exceeded $1,000 per square foot. The high price was entirely due to its location and Marcus's top scorer, bonus, naturally including his study notes. Meredith accompanied Marcus to sign the contract with the buyer. Both families agreed Marcus would move out soon to vacate the property. Meredith and Marcus spent 2 days packing the few belongings they wanted to keep, essentially just the one family photo. Marcus's old clothes were too worn out to keep. The furniture was sold along with the house. Bedding was old too, and National University's freshman handbook stated bedding wasn't needed. So Meredith had him bring nothing. Carrying the proceeds from the house sale, Marcus with just a backpack, the two of them with one bag between them, returned to Seaport City. Before leaving, the siblings paid respects at their parents' graves, bidding farewell. Marcus's biological father died young. His parents, having fallen in love freely in their youth, had decided long ago to be buried together. Thus, Marcus's parents shared a grave, while Meredith's parents were buried separately. Meredith gazed at her father's lonely grave. She still resented his neglect over the years, even if he had tried to bring her back later. As a father, she forgave him. As a wife, she felt her mother wouldn't want any connection with him. In childhood, when her grandmother hit her, she often cursed her, saying she was just like her dead mother, annoying. Her own daughter driven out of the house bought with her life if it were her, she wouldn't forgive him even in death. Stay lonely then, Meredith squatted down. After more than 10 years, her mother was long gone. Reincarnated, perhaps, or dissipated. Either way, they wouldn't meet again. They left on the long-distance bus. As it pulled further away, Marcus leaned against Meredith, never looking back. From now on, his home was his sister. Sean Davis, having some free time recently, drove to the station to pick up Meredith and Marcus. "Big bro D, thanks for today," Meredith thanked him as they got in the car. Sean shook his head. "Don't mention it. Just don't complain about the apartment I found for you later." Meredith didn't have many friends in Seaport City. During the summer break, most went home. Lauren Riley was traveling. Only Sean was still around, so Meredith asked him a few days ago to help her find a rental. The apartment wasn't far from the University District, also in an older complex, with reasonable rent. Not large 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, but the master bedroom had an en-suite bathroom. The owner rented it fully furnished with appliances. It looked clean and cozy. Meredith liked it. For the next 4 years at least, this would be their home. Sean dropped them off and didn't linger, taking the local specialty Meredith brought him and leaving. Meredith and Marcus worked together, spending the afternoon cleaning the apartment. In the evening, Meredith took Marcus to familiarize himself with the neighborhood around the university, grabbing some street food along the way. The new apartment was empty. Their first meal had to be eaten out. The next day, Sean called, saying he had business downtown and asked if Meredith wanted a ride. Meredith took Marcus along. Sean dropped them off on a commercial street and left. Marcus received some prize money for being the top scorer from the school and higher authorities. He gave all this money, along with the house sale proceeds, to Meredith. Meredith deposited the $150,000 into a fixed-term account. The annual interest would supplement their living expenses, adding a few $1,000s yearly. Meredith wanted to get Marcus a haircut. Marcus said the university would give them standard haircuts. He only needed a few ordinary clothes. The university would provide uniforms. The only expensive purchase was a laptop. Sean came over to help choose it. Meredith and Marcus's knowledge of computers was limited to the university computer lab. They knew nothing about configurations or parts. At noon, Meredith treated Sean to lunch. The siblings sat together, fiddling with their new phones. When buying Marcus's, he insisted Meredith get a new one too, otherwise he wouldn't take his. Sean sighed inwardly. He also had a younger brother at home, far better off financially than these two, yet their sibling bond wasn't as strong. When Meredith bought the gold bracelet earlier, she was short on cash. Sean lent her some for the emergency. Upon returning, she sold her phone for $200 and repaid Sean. She then used a 6.40 very old basic phone, barely capable of calls and texts. Now, the The new phone finally had apps like messaging. Opening the app, Meredith saw messages from Ethan. 99 unread messages indicated Ethan had sent many texts these past few days. Meredith didn't read them, clicked delete conversation, and blocked him. Since they broke up, make it a clean break, no more entanglement. Sis, let's take a picture. Meredith turned, the siblings' second photo together. Marcus set it as his profile picture. Meredith felt it inappropriate. You don't have a girlfriend yet, won't people misunderstand seeing this? Marcus dismissed it. Girlfriends weren't as important as his sister. Deal with it later. Meredith, Sean called her from across the table. There's a job opportunity in a couple of days, pays well. Interested? Sean explained. A new hotel is opening, renovating. They want some paintings for the walls. The owner knows me well, specifically asked me this morning to take a look. Meredith nodded. Of course, she was interested. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow. We'll go see the hotel first. Okay, Meredith nodded. With this income, she should have a more comfortable year. Relying on others wasn't her style, steady work was better. Sean had nothing else to do in the afternoon, so he accompanied the siblings shopping, then drove them back in the evening. The streetlights in the complex weren't too dim yet. Sean and Marcus carried all the bags, Meredith followed behind, carrying 3 drinks. Just as they reached the unit entrance, Sean and Marcus stopped. Under the dim yellow streetlight, a figure stood smoking. Amidst the swirling smoke, Meredith thought it looked like Ethan. Marcus recognized him first, calling out uncertainly, "Big bro, E?" "Meredith." Ethan's eyes were fixed only on Meredith trailing behind, his voice hoarse, deep. Sean, understanding the situation, told Marcus to go upstairs with him first to put things away. Marcus obediently followed him back. His sister seemed to be having issues with Big Bro E. She hadn't said anything, but he didn't dare ask. The two went upstairs. Marcus, worried, wanted to peek out the window but was stopped by Sean. "This is your sister's private matter, Marcus. Don't get involved," but he was still worried. His sister didn't say, but he knew she and Big Bro E definitely had problems. He didn't know if the conflict could be resolved. He didn't want his sister to be sad over Big Bro E. Marcus worried. Sean worried too. But the current situation was clearly Meredith unilaterally breaking up. If Ethan kept pestering her, Meredith couldn't consider anyone else. Moreover, Ethan's background was formidable, commanding respect. His father, Arthur Young, was notoriously a smiling tiger, pleasant on the surface, ruthless underneath, known for devouring people whole without spitting out the bones. Chapter 52. Reclaiming. Once the two had gone upstairs, only Meredith and Ethan remained. "Meredith, why is he here?" Ethan asked, referring to Sean. Why was Sean Davis here? He wanted to ask about their relationship, unconsciously stepping closer to Meredith. Meredith stepped back, a small step yet a vast distance. "Meredith." Ethan felt pained. All his apologies were choked back by Sean's presence. He could hardly even question Meredith. Ethan coughed lightly, exhaling smoke, before managing to say, "I was on a business trip these past few days. I came back, went to your place to find you, only learned you two had moved. I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. Calls wouldn't go through. You're not strong, I was worried about you." "I'm just a penniless student. What's there to worry about?" Meredith laughed. Falling ill in public wasn't new to her. Besides the time Sean found her, she usually just found a corner to rest. If she fainted, she waited until she woke up and left, saving hospital fees. "Sold my phone earlier, couldn't receive messages," Meredith said, not wanting him to think she was deliberately making things difficult, ignoring him. She genuinely wanted a clean break, not throwing a tantrum. "Sold it. Doesn't matter, I'll buy you a new one." Ethan tread carefully, not daring to ask why she sold it, fearing an answer that would shame him. "No need, Marcus already bought me a new one today," Meredith smiled distantly, not wanting further discussion. "Old goes, new comes. Young Master Young, it's getting late. You should head back and rest. Go away. Let's both forget the past, the new will eventually arrive." He must have just returned from his trip. His suit was slightly wrinkled. Close up, he smelled strongly of smoke. His eyes were bloodshot, stubble growing wildly. Ethan shook his head, lunging forward to grab Meredith, pulling her into a tight embrace. "I'm not going back, you're here. I don't want to go anywhere else, Meredith. It was all my fault before. Let's start over, okay?" These days in France had been agony. He still lived the luxurious life his status dictated, business partners hosting him, surrounded by beautiful women. Yet his mind was filled with Meredith, thinking how angry she'd be if she knew. He was hooked on Meredith, utterly surrendered. "Meredith, I know I was wrong. I won't make you angry anymore. Let's not break up, okay? Give me one more chance." Burying his face in her neck, Ethan finally felt secure. He knew how to treat her now. He had made too many mistakes. Meredith let him hold her, unmoved. He always said such things, yet whenever trouble arose, he excluded her from his world, resolving things his way, regardless of whether it hurt her. Cold treatment. Meredith recalled the term again. "Meredith, our lives got better. I can't lose you." He still had so much undone, hadn't told her, forever atop the landmark tower. Meredith, through the gap over his shoulder, looked at the dark entrance of the building ahead, her heart calm, undisturbed. "Ethan's let me go. I'm really not good enough for you," Meredith sighed. Nothing was more agonizing than admitting her own inferiority. She couldn't put money above all else. Ethan refused to let go, countering, "No, you are no one in the world is more suitable than you." Meredith stopped replying, standing still, letting him hold her. Ironically, this was the tightest he had ever held her. When he finally loosened his grip slightly, Meredith broke free. "I should have slapped you, back at your parents' anniversary party. When I discovered your identity, I really wanted to slap you." But falling down the back stairs brought her back to reality. Slapping him, what if he retaliated? Besides admitting defeat, she was powerless. Meredith's eyes held no emotion as she looked at Ethan. "Wendy Stone and the others were right. Someone with my background being with you, the gap between us is insurmountable. This isn't a fairy tale. You feared I coveted your status, I understand. Poor girls shouldn't dream of marrying into wealth. Such a life is exhausting." Meredith knew this firsthand. "No, Meredith, don't say that. I beg you, covet my money, anything I can satisfy you." Ethan shook his head. He now wanted her to covet his status. It offered him a glimmer of hope. "Go back. Now, whenever I see you, I just think about my foolishness all these years." Meredith turned, disappearing into the building's darkness. "What about Sean Davis then?" Ethan demanded, pursuing her. "Sean Davis?" Meredith recalled Sean's enthusiasm today. Her face hidden in shadow, only her cold voice emerged. "He at least believes I'm a complete, independent person, capable of solving my own problems." Ethan wanted to argue. He did believe she could handle trouble. But past actions offered no evidence to support this claim. Finding no reason to stop her, he watched helplessly as Meredith entered. Helplessness spread through him. He looked up at the lit windows above. Marcus and Sean went in just now, the only dark third-floor unit lit up. Meredith lived on the third floor. He returned from France, went to Meredith's old place, new owners. He used his father's connections for the first time just to find her here, only to see Sean Davis bringing them back together. Jealousy gnawed at Ethan. Not long ago, Marcus always hovered around him. Now he was friendly with Sean. He wanted to tell Meredith he could handle renting apartments much better. He had a place near National University. Marcus could stay there freely. He could even transfer ownership to Marcus, hire a maid to care for him, even arrange Marcus's future career path at National University. But Meredith would rather sell her phone than use a penny from his card. Ethan remembered the video he saw on Meredith's phone that day. His sister, also because of a kipow, changed her opinion of Rosalie Leighton, even acting cute and thanking her. He stood by watching, didn't intervene. This scene, how similar. Meredith once felt the same sadness. Right. Ethan affirmed this to himself. Sean Davis didn't stay long. After Meredith returned, he excused himself. "Tomorrow I'll pick you up for the hotel job. Marcus, you come too, help your sister out. Moving paints and such manual labor better suited for boys." Marcus nodded, understanding some agreement was reached. Meredith surveyed the apartment. The things they bought were neatly arranged by the two men. The place was clean. Even the new bedding in her room, sheets, and duvet cover were already set up. Meredith felt utterly exhausted. She showered and went straight to bed. Marcus also returned to his room, gazing contentedly at the family photo on his bedside table. Downstairs, Sean Davis passed Ethan. Unlike Ethan's disheveled state, Sean looked pleased, radiating success. As they passed, Sean nodded politely. "Stay away from her. She's my girlfriend," Ethan's hoarse voice warned Sean. "But not anymore. When she needed help, she came to me first. Sean stopped, polite yet elegant. Men reach a certain age, the greatest gain is knowing how to make a young girl feel valued. This, young Master Young, is something power cannot compensate for. You still have much to learn. Especially with a girl like Meredith, who didn't excessively pursue fame or fortune, yet desperately wanted to prove her capabilities. Just this point negated any advantage Ethan's superior background held in Meredith's eyes. When she was penniless, she was still with you, so I never approached her. Now, interacting, meeting it's only after she clearly told me you two broke up. Young Master Young, you and I are on equal footing now. In fact, Ethan couldn't compare to him. Excuse me. Glancing up at the still-lit window, Sean departed. Such matters couldn't be rushed. Mustn't give others ammunition to gossip about Meredith. Chapter 53. Gratitude. The new hotel was downtown, a massive project. Rooms featured diverse styles. The hotel's decorative paintings were handled by Finn Archer's group of classmates, while Meredith was tasked with embellishing the mural on the spiraling wall of the large rooftop parking structure. These walls paint some visually refreshing landscapes, strong decorative elements needed. 10 murals in total, 300 each. You're students, so I won't charge a deposit. Buy your own materials first, bring back receipts, finance will reimburse you. With Sean Davis vouching for her, the project manager finalized the deal with Meredith. Meredith found the quote acceptable and prepared to start. The huge murals required scaffolding. Marcus became Meredith's assistant. Meredith painted during the day, drafted designs at night. Marcus handled logistics. Finn Archer added Meredith to a group chat named Money Grab Squad, mostly comprising those who helped her previously. Marcus, perceptive, also helped out at the hotel when Meredith was busy, delivering lunches and afternoon tea to Finn's group. This earned high praise from Finn, the group leader. Subsequently, Marcus became the group's dedicated supplier. Of course, the reward was whoever finished their part first came to help Meredith paint. All were art university students, their skills unquestionable. This job progressed smoothly for Meredith. Noon was hot. Meredith sat with Finn on the scaffolding, behind them a completed mural depicting a forest sunrise. Finn took a sip of iced drink, smacked his lips, sighing, "Later, if you become a famous painter, remember to mention my name in your interviews. Let brother achieve historical fame too." Meredith chuckled. "Where's the ease? Struggling to survive, let alone historical fame." "Meredith, I heard you have a very rich boyfriend, right?" Finn asked. That kipau wasn't cheap. Meredith's future in-laws must be substantial. Meredith shook her head. "Broke up. Are you sure you want to let go?" Finn pressed, quickly clarifying upon seeing Meredith's potential misunderstanding. "I mean, this could save you decades of struggle. You know, painting is incredibly expensive." Of course, she knew. Every year, countless classmates struggled in the small art world, often going hungry. Artists without dignity produce paintings like mud clinging to a wall, Meredith concluded, pointing at nearby bricks. Might as well start hauling bricks early. As long as you don't starve, your art will eventually find recognition. Worst case, become famous posthumously like Van Gogh, but once dead, fame mattered little. Well said, Finn agreed. Haul others' bricks, let them lie flat in the mud pit, they chatted idly. Soon, Marcus arrived with lunch. After eating, Finn jumped down from the scaffolding. "Marcus, come help set up scaffolding. 3 murals left, need to work overtime these few days." "Got it." Marcus grabbed the tool bag and followed Finn to the upper level. Ethan had people constantly monitoring Meredith's movements. Learning she was painting murals for a hotel, he immediately arranged dinner with the hotel manager. People in business know how to read situations. After one meal, the manager understood who to favor. He immediately assigned the luxury suite interior painting project to Meredith as well. Thus, after receiving the $3,000 for the murals, Meredith had new work. She was delighted, specifically thanking Sean Davis, inviting him for dinner. Sean arrived bearing a large box of seafood. Meredith cooked personally. Marcus served the largest crab to Sean. Sean accepted it but deflected credit. Meredith, this time it's likely thanks to young Master Young's influence. The hotel's presidential suite originally planned to hang works by famous artists. Leaving space for your paintings now heard it came from higher-ups. Mentioning Ethan made Meredith uncomfortable. She wanted to say she didn't need it, but Sean directly refuted her thought. The world is realistic. You and your brother aren't having an easy time. Regardless of who gives the opportunity, seize it tightly. Meredith, don't act on impulse. That hotel's presidential suite is extraordinary, hosting only the wealthiest, most influential figures. Bring your best work for these paintings. Hanging alongside masterpieces is both a challenge and an opportunity. If lucky, catching the eye of some wealthy patron could lead to soaring success, establishing a foothold in the art world. Sean, fearing her impulsiveness, advised, "We put in the effort, achieved the result. It's not exactly young master young giving you special treatment. Consider it mutually beneficial." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, big bro D." Meredith accepted the advice. She had been narrow-minded. As for young Master Young, since he didn't explicitly say anything, pretend ignorance for now. Thank him later when the opportunity arises. The Young family's business is worth billions, like a giant tree with sprawling branches, intricate upper-level connections. If you want to climb higher later, unless absolutely necessary, don't burn bridges. Sean cracked open a crab claw, revealing tempting meat inside. Placing the crab on the small plate before Meredith, he continued, "You two just dated and broke up, not mortal enemies. Now he feels he owes you, secretly compensating you financially. Consider it compensation you deserve. Don't let emotions cloud judgment. Young girls often prioritize love and hate above all else." Sean felt obligated to guide Meredith in this aspect. People need to eat. Only with full stomachs can they afford the energy for love. Otherwise, everything is empty. Meredith nodded. She knew what to do. Initially, not slapping Ethan was precisely to avoid escalating things now. The pampered young master, his status undeniable, expecting him to feel unworthy of her was fantasy. Besides, their relationship, excluding Ethan deceiving her about his identity and the bracelet incident, actually involved Ethan yielding more often. Not long ago, the young master even knelt before her. Marcus listened, confused but didn't interrupt, focusing on battling the crab. He understood the gist. Ethan was not someone to provoke. Sean finished eating and didn't stay long. Meredith lay in bed, unable to sleep. Previously, breaking up didn't feel significant. Now, with income, she finally had time to reflect on it. Having tasted the full spectrum of human relationships, love and hate had long faded within her. That's why romantic movies depicting life and death love seemed dull. Ethan wouldn't let go. Continuing like this benefited neither. She didn't want revenge on anyone. She lacked the capability. Nor did she resort to mental victories, imagining herself unforgettable to him. Meredith got up, changed out of her pajamas into a dress for going out, and left the bedroom. Leftover soup from dinner remained in the kitchen. Meredith heated it, chopped Ethan's favorite cilantro and green onions, sprinkled them into the soup, poured it into a thermos. Tiptoed out, careful not to wake Marcus. Summer evenings, neighbors gathered downstairs to chat. Meredith carried the thermos outside. The apartment upstairs was dark. Marcus knelt by the window, watching Meredith's retreating figure, heart aching. He was useless, couldn't protect her, forcing her to appease the other party even after breaking up. At the complex entrance, Ethan leaned against his car, smoking. Since the breakup, he developed many new habits. Smoking was one. Amidst the swirling smoke, he saw Meredith approach. Ethan quickly extinguished the cigarette. Seeing Meredith truly appear before him, he hurried forward, yet feared she'd dislike the smoke smell, afraid to get too close. "Meredith," Meredith handed Ethan the thermos. "This is for you. Consider it thanks for helping me find work." Taking the thermos, Ethan opened the passenger door. "It's hot outside, let's talk inside." Meredith didn't refuse, readily agreeing. "Sure. Let's go for a drive too." The legendary supercar, a man's dream mistress. She hadn't experienced it properly yet. Meredith giving him face pleased Ethan immensely. Forget driving, he'd drive to France now if she asked. Chapter 54, the Thai seaport city knows no night, daylight yields to lamplight. Meredith sat in the passenger seat, giving directions. Ethan obeyed, driving aimlessly from east to west, south to north, turning wherever she pointed. From the convenience store where they first met, to the bar where she worked. Meredith remained silent. Ethan felt uneasy, unsure of her intentions. Ahem. "Meredith, are you hungry? What do you feel like eating? How about seafood? It's peak season, Ethan suggested. Seafood was fattest now. She used to love it, but lacking money, could only afford a few frozen, cooked river shrimp to satisfy cravings. Meredith shook her head, pointing towards a destination, that very expensive mall. They parked in the underground garage, took the elevator to the second floor. Men's clothing. Brands from around the world gathered here. Security guards surrounded the top-tier brands, controlling entry, watching for disturbances. Men's fashion, unlike women's, often appeared unremarkable, yet a single small item cost her an entire year's living expenses. Entering the mall, Ethan's tense expression gradually relaxed. Emily, when angry, went on shopping sprees. Meredith, also a girl, likely shared similar tendencies. She was probably just angry, wanting to vent here. He was foolish, forgetting this tactic, waiting for Meredith to initiate before bringing her here. Girls love these things, how could he not think of it? Never mind, let her vent. He just swiped the card, no complaints. The unpleasantness from the past few days would blow over. Ethan felt reassured, his gaze towards Meredith softening with indulgence. Meredith led Ethan past several brands, stopping at one particular store. Giving her name and phone number, the staff retreated, returning shortly with a tie, deep Prussian blue base, embroidered with intersecting stripes. Meredith held the tie up for Ethan's opinion. Look nice, for me? Ethan was pleasantly surprised. Coincidentally wearing a suit today, having not changed at home, he removed his own tie, craned his neck playfully. Help me put it on. Meredith didn't refuse, tying it for him. Ethan preened before the mirror, admiring himself, then turned, planting a quick kiss on the startled Meredith's face. Looks great, I love it. The sales associate nearby chimed in, agreeing it looked good. The associate who served Meredith before remembered her. Today she dressed slightly better, but still looked ordinary. This man, however, was different. Judging by her professional eye, his suit cost at least 5 figures. Truly manipulated by a man, the sales associate lamented inwardly. Meredith frowned, tracing the pattern on the tie with her finger. She could never wear a tie herself, yet tied them perfectly. How ironic. The intersecting stripes here form an M and an X, my initials combined, Meredith explained. When you got promoted to manager before the new year, I thought, working at such a big company, you couldn't lose face, so I designed this tie for you. Custom-made cost much more than ready-made. Meredith felt a pang of regret. MX Meredith Shaw. Saved up for nearly half a year to afford it. First time ever entering a mall was to order this tie for you. That day was her birthday, also the day she saw Ethan with Emily. Actually, she didn't have enough money. The remaining few thousand were why she planned to work the night shift at the convenience store. Ethan was overjoyed, cherishing the tie even more. He waved the associate over to pay. Deposit $1,000, final payment $1,800. Total cost $2,800. My silly girl, spending so much on something like this instead of yourself. Don't do this again. Calculating the timeline, when this tie was made, they were both still in their poor phase. For her to willingly spend so much on a gift for him, yet he foolishly doubted her intentions. Forget boyfriends and girlfriends, even ordinary couples rarely use savings for gifts. Only his silly girl, using her hard-earned part-time wages, would buy him a tie. Meredith felt Ethan was right. She truly was foolish, spending so much money commissioning this tie. What master craftsman, pure handmade? The workmanship wasn't even as good as her money-grabbing classmates at university. This is your birthday gift for this year, Meredith stated. Ethan looked puzzled. Birthday? Then why give it to me today? His birthday was still a month away. Maybe he should buy her a flat later as a reward, a villa if she preferred. Meredith smiled enigmatically, leading Ethan down the escalator. The ground floor housed women's brands. She led him to that familiar counter, answering his earlier question, because the day I grit my teeth and ordered your tie, I saw you downstairs swiping your card for $10,000 for your sister. Hearing this, Ethan felt a chill run down his spine, disbelieving she knew about his deception back then. That day, I came from university, took the bus for $2, walked 40 minutes under the scorching sun, haggled with the market vendor, saved $5 on a chicken, 30 cents on cilantro. Happy now? Your tie was saved up like that. The tie around his neck suddenly tightened, like a noose on the gallows, slowly constricting, suffocating Ethan. "Meredith, I'm sorry." Meredith shook her head. Holding a lipstick tester, she took Ethan's hand, unbuttoned his cuff, lightly swiped it across his forearm. Bright red. The sales associate once explained this color was the popular Empress color. Meredith always disliked such marketing terms. When you're the only one for someone, there's no concept of an empress. Only when he has multiple women does proving one's status become necessary. This term, superficially flattering female status, actually highlighted the tragedy of women in a patriarchal society. "Ethan, not everything can be fixed with 'I'm sorry.' Consider this tie repayment for your help with the hotel job and the $5,000 you gave me after my parents passed. The rest, consider it my nanny wages for the past 3 years." Her humiliated dignity, years of effort, exchanged for his repeated "I'm sorry," felt like scratching an itch through boots, unable to quell her anger, utterly meaningless. "If you think 5,000 isn't appropriate, I can pay you back when I have more money." She had no money now. The time with him felt like a fleeting dream. Gold passed through her hands, yet none remained. From now on, separate paths. Only then could she peacefully walk her own road. "Don't look for me again. If you still want to see which ATM booth I slept next to while you were flirting with Rosalie Leighton, then keep following me." Meredith put down the lipstick. The bright red streak on Ethan's arm resembled a wound, winding downwards. Not fatal, but hurtful. Ethan ignored all this, chasing after her. Grabbing Meredith's arm, he pulled her towards the car, locking the doors. "Whatever punishment you want is fine. I accept your accusations about my past wrongs, but you won't give me a chance to make amends. Break up." "I don't agree." Ethan's eyes were bloodshot. The lipstick stain seeped through his sleeve, looking terrifying. "Meredith, you can't be so cruel. I made mistakes. I accept punishment. I will change. I won't break up." Couples fight, argue, break up. He gave her time to cool down. Why did she only remember his bad deeds? Why not think about his good deeds over the years? "I'm still young besides you. I haven't experienced other relationships. I make mistakes. Get confused sometimes. I know I need to apologize and change when wrong, but you can't leave me no chance at all." Why was she so ruthless now, when she used to be so tolerant? Ethan pleaded desperately. "Meredith, you said you only loved me. Give me one chance to fix my mistakes, okay?" He admitted her gentleness over the years made him complacent. He didn't believe she would be so decisive. Whatever, Meredith didn't want to argue. In her life, she never repeatedly emphasized one point to others. People can live without love. "Ethan, without you, I just lose love, not my life." She wouldn't love anyone again. Her capacity for love had withered. His refusal to accept was his problem. She had said all she needed to. "And you just lose the stupidest candidate. Don't act like your life is over." Meredith buckled her seatbelt. "Take me back, okay? Let me save $2 on bus fare." She was doing it intentionally, using $2 to disgust him. Chapter 55. Mother-in-law. Her indifference filled Ethan with humiliation, leaving him nowhere to hide. "Are you really breaking up? Think carefully. I might be the highest status person you'll ever encounter in your life." Ethan asked coldly, hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, as if it were Meredith's neck, ready to snap it if she confirmed the breakup. "Just say yes to reconciliation. You won't have to work anymore, no more bowing and scraping. You can travel the world, find the painters you admire. I can open a gallery for you. I can even hire servants to wait on you." This life, the ultimate destination for heroines in idle dramas. Meredith, being intelligent, should know what being with him meant. A lifetime of wealth and luxury, a status countless women dreamed of. If she stayed with him, all this was readily available. "Do you know how I feel, sitting now where Rosalie Leighton sat? When your sister's unwanted gift with purchased perfume led to my mockery, how sad do you think I was?" Meredith mocked. No matter how expensive the seat, it couldn't erase the humiliation in her heart. "If you can't imagine it, I invite you to use Sean Davis's worn slippers, eat a meal with his used chopsticks." The car surely weighed more than chopsticks, but perhaps it could make him empathize. That was enough. Enough. Ethan couldn't listen anymore, opened the car door. "Get out." Meredith remained calm, unangered, opened her door, got out, her figure gradually disappearing at the parking lot exit. Walking out of the parking lot, Meredith looked back once at the dark exit, then turned towards the bus stop. Her entire life, perhaps she couldn't afford a gallery, nor enjoy servants' care. But she wouldn't always take the bus, nor tolerate an unfaithful man again, inside the parking lot. Ethan sat panting, ripped off the tie, tossing it angrily onto the back seat. Beside it lay the thermos Meredith just brought, filled with her soup, its rich aroma lingering. But Sean Davis drank from this first. Today, he saw Sean emerge from the apartment. Sean just hadn't seen him. Or perhaps saw him and pretended not to. So she knew about Rosalie Leighton long ago. No wonder she hadn't stepped into the kitchen since that day. Looks like she prepared for the breakup long ago, just never showed it. Meredith, you thought you could manipulate me with this? You miscalculated this time, late August. Marcus started university. Meredith accompanied him. Marcus was also assigned a 4-person dorm. Roommate Quentin Astor's parents came to send him off. Warren Olson and Alan Andrews' grandfathers also came along. Both grandfathers were veterans, proudly wearing military medals, here to see their grandsons off to school. Learning Marcus only had his sister, they were very friendly towards him. One dorm, 4 boys, all uniformly dressed in training gear. The 2 grandfathers were moved to tears, telling stories of the hardships of war back then, urging them now, with better lives, to study hard and serve the country. They meticulously taught them the military salute. The grandfathers declared. From now on, the 4 of them were comrades in arms. The families ate lunch together. Meredith ended up being praised throughout the meal. A single girl raising her younger brother in Marcus's telling, Meredith was practically deified. Quentin Astor's mother was so moved she asked for Meredith's number, insisting on introducing her to a good potential boyfriend. After lunch, Marcus and his roommates had to assemble. Quentin's family drove, offering Meredith a ride back to the art university. Meredith couldn't idle these few days either. Every new semester, the university held an exhibition of outstanding student work in the art building, a year's worth of achievements displayed. Meredith had work exhibited. She needed to be present. Meredith's painting was on the 3rd floor. Today, several special visitors arrived. Meredith's sister, Emily Young, saw Meredith come up and greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello there. Uncle, Auntie, hello." Meredith, composed, greeted them politely. The entire Young family, including Rosalie Leighton, was present. Ethan stood among them, staring blankly at Meredith's painting, eyes vacant, as if Meredith weren't there. The Young parents were polite yet distant. Meredith reciprocated, not overly familiar. "Meredith's sister, your painting is beautiful," Emily smiled. Seeing the lukewarm atmosphere, she quickly asked where Rosalie's painting was, pulling her parents towards that direction. The Young parents followed Rosalie. Before leaving, Rosalie politely bid Meredith farewell, a silent declaration of victory. "Your potential in-laws like me now. Ethan's sister likes clinging to me, so what if you were impressive before? You still have to exit." Meredith ignored it. These things no longer mattered to her. Only Ethan remained, standing fixated on the painting, not looking at her, not speaking. Sean Davis approached from afar, holding a small bouquet of sunflowers. Handing them to Meredith, he said, "This year's outstanding work, first in the grade. Congratulations." "Thank you," Meredith accepted with thanks. Cough cough. "Actually, I initially wanted to buy the kind with mature seeds. That way, when we're bored here, we can crack them open." Sean mimed cracking sunflower seeds, looking amusingly awkward. "But then I thought, once cracked, the petals are gone, it's not a sunflower anymore. I couldn't bring myself to commit such performance art." "That would definitely be the most embarrassing art performance of the year," Meredith teased back, smiling. "Performance art?" Sean joked. Ethan, nearby, overheard, his heart clenched. First place every year they celebrated his first place wins. Only this year, she didn't want him anymore. She liked eating raw sunflower seeds straight from the head. Sometimes, while analyzing famous paintings, she'd finish a whole sunflower head's worth of seeds. Back when sunflowers were in season, he'd bring back 2 after work, one for each of them, watching dramas together. Back then, she loved idle dramas or telling him stories behind famous paintings, the artist's scandalous lives. When angered by a story, she'd pluck the sunflower petals bald, needing much coaxing before calming down. "This painting, social critique?" Sean stopped before the painting Ethan stared at, pointing at the withered tree within. "Young Master Young, understand its meaning?" Ethan ignored him. The tree had dense branches, hung with various everyday objects, yet shed leaves covered the ground. Its roots, constricted by a gold bracelet engraved with a phoenix, were pulled from the earth, revealing tangled masses. She hung all the cheap junk he gave her on its branches. Sean didn't feel awkward. Glancing towards the young parents, he didn't know Ethan's family members, only that Ethan's mother once bought Meredith's painting for $10,000. Turning back to Meredith, "Your patron?" Meredith shook her head. She couldn't explain that Mrs. Young likely bought her painting out of a desire to help. Otherwise, the timing was too coincidental. She needed $10,000. Mrs. Young offered exactly that. Back then, Mrs. Young probably knew about her relationship with Ethan, deliberately came to assess her. Sean didn't press further. Patron relationships were volatile, falling through was common. "Boss Davis, little mistress, come have drinks, specially bought iced ones." Ethan looked sideways. A boy carrying several drinks approached, offering one each to Meredith and Sean. Sean let Meredith choose first. Meredith took her preferred flavor, little mistress. Ethan's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Meredith. She and Sean Davis developed so quickly. Meredith accepted the drink, ignoring Ethan's anger and grievance, looking at Sean with mock sorrow. Sighing dramatically, "This truly is peak bizarre performance art. What karma, little nemesis." Sean laughed, telling her to endure it, she'd get used to it. He turned politely, asking Ethan if he wanted a drink. He was showing off. Ethan clenched his teeth in hatred, yet felt helpless. Stiffly, he walked away step by step, still hearing Sean ask about Marcus. "How's Marcus today?" "Good. Roommates are friendly too. Today he and his comrades saluted me. I almost couldn't hold back." "Kiss him," came the joking voice of the boy who brought drinks. "Finn Archer, you're too wild, I submit." Ethan clenched his fists. Such intimacy should have been his. Chapter 56. Reporting, Ethan walked out of the art building. The sun outside was intense. Many young men, like the boy earlier, carried cooling drinks and snacks inside. Once, he was one of them. His mother's herbal tea was her favorite. She'd bring a large mug, never complaining about others' fancy drinks. Even he knew, after Meredith found out everything, she would sever ties completely. Yet he persisted, deceiving Meredith like a man possessed. All his actions were to prove himself right. Initially, he truly believed Meredith was greedy. But later, these years together, he knew deep down Meredith wasn't like that. His ridiculous pride refused to admit he misjudged her. His guilt over wronging her accumulated over the years, making him afraid to overturn his own conclusion. The longer it went on, the more he owed her. He was a coward. Seizing upon the slightest hint, he labeled Meredith guilty, justifying his own neglect. Yet forgot, drinking poison to quench thirst eventually leads to death. Meredith had new friends, a new life. She didn't want him anymore. She was so good, someone else would surely like her. That foolish girl was simple-minded. If someone treated her slightly well, she'd offer her entire being, just like she did with him before. Ethan felt dizzy, staggering slightly. "Classmate, are you all right?" Someone steadied him. The voice sounded familiar. Ethan turned, saw a young face, pondered for a long time but couldn't recall who it was. Ah, young Master Young. The girl, however, recognized Ethan, surprised. "We had dinner together before. I'm Melissa Sterling, remember?" "Dinner together?" Ethan vaguely recalled. Wasn't this the very tender student? Turns out she was Meredith's classmate. Adrian Pierce mentioned this girl was also a scholarship student at the Art University, different major from Meredith. When he first encountered her, she was working part-time at a restaurant. Seeing Ethan obsessed with Meredith, Adrian got ideas, approached Melissa Sterling. Who knew, on their second meeting, the girl dared accompany him to a hotel, feigning innocence while subtly inviting him. She recognized more brands than he did. He lost interest quickly, saw her a few times, then stopped contacting her. Melissa Sterling and Meredith saw just one letter difference in the name, yet worlds apart as people. Ethan scoffed inwardly. Where else could he find another Meredith? She was so foolish, diligently cultivating her own small plot, going hungry rather than fighting or grabbing. "Young Master Young, you don't look well. Probably heatstroke. Let me help you find some shade to rest." Melissa Sterling's eyes darted around. Feigning concern, she tried guiding Ethan towards the shade under the trees. "Get lost," her perfume nauseated Ethan. He flung her hand off, took out a handkerchief to wipe his own hand, his posture aloof, completely ignoring Melissa Sterling falling to the ground, crying out in pain. "Dirty thing in my eyes, you're not even worth the price of a bag. Just dirtied my hands." Finished speaking, he tossed the handkerchief onto Melissa Sterling's face, turned, and walked away. Students gathered around, whispering about the scene. Melissa Sterling clutched the handkerchief, scrambled up, and ran off. Inside the art building, Finn Archer just left. Meredith chatted with Sean Davis when her pocket phone rang the department head. "Meredith, come to my office for a moment." School hadn't officially started yet. The department head calling her now meant something important. Before Meredith could reply, Sean said, "I'll watch things here, you go ahead." Meredith nodded, heading towards the department head's office. The head waited specifically for Meredith. Seeing her enter, he first scrutinized her attire from top to bottom. Finding Meredith still dressed simply as usual, he relaxed. He knew it. How could Meredith do such a thing? Someone must be slandering her. "Head," Meredith was puzzled. "Why call her here then remain silent?" "Well, Meredith, sit down first." The head considered for a long time, poured Meredith a glass of water, finally deciding to give her a heads up. "Teacher called you here today, wanted to check on you, how life's been recently. Any difficulties needing teacher's help? I heard you recently got a boyfriend." Meredith was confused. Was he talking about her and Ethan? But that was 3 years ago. Didn't the head know? Why ask suddenly now? The head didn't wait for Meredith's answer, continuing, "Meredith, you receive financial aid. I know your life improved recently. Head is happy for you. But some things are better kept low-key." Meredith vaguely understood, nodding. Was he referring to her selling a painting for $10,000? Only Sean and her roommates knew. Meredith hadn't told anyone else. Seeing Meredith so obedient, the head didn't say much more, letting her leave. "All right, nothing else, you can go now." Young students are often hot-headed, valuing pride above life. Meredith couldn't possibly do such a thing. The head trusted her this time. Meredith walked back. She somewhat grasped the head's meaning. Someone must have said something to him, prompting him to call her over, remind her to be discreet. How did it go? Sean didn't expect her back so soon. "What required you to make a special trip?" Meredith repeated the head's words. Sean understood the underlying implications immediately. "Seems someone is jealous, reported you to the head," Sean analyzed. $10,000 for a painting, that's sky-high for a student. Ethan has been quite high-profile at the art university recently. Maybe someone saw you interacting with him, caught some snippet, and decided to report you. Be more low-key in the future, avoid giving people ammunition. Meredith nodded. She didn't care. Anyway, she already broke up with Ethan. Live life as usual. "Someone came by earlier wanting to buy that painting. Offered a decent price. You weren't here, I didn't dare agree." Sean pointed towards the spot where the Prosperity Tree painting hung. "That person is a professional buyer. I suspect it's related to young Master Young." It wasn't that he insisted on connecting everything to Ethan, but Ethan leaving one moment, someone offering to buy the painting the next, hard not to suspect. "Meredith, what do you think? Sell it to Ethan or not?" Faced with money, Meredith didn't care who the buyer was. Nodding agreement, she entrusted Sean. "Trouble you then, big bro D, if you think the price is right, sell it. Who buys it? Willing buyer, willing seller. None of my business." Sean nodded. He hadn't given a definite answer earlier. Worried Meredith, in a fit of pique, intended to cut all ties with Ethan permanently. Meredith now had no energy to dwell on this. She couldn't figure out who reported her, and for what. She was so poor, yet someone envied her. Rosalie Leeton held exhibitions everywhere. Why didn't anyone report her? Was the person reporting her genuinely jealous, or doing it intentionally? Could it really be related to Ethan? Chapter 57. Slander, the question of being reported, found its answer a week after school started. The catalyst was this year's departmental awards evaluation. Meredith again ranked first. When her scholarship and financial aid status were publicly announced, a video appeared on the school forum. The video title, "Shocking Art University Talents Sky-High Business Acumen." As if fearing lack of attention, business acumen was bolded and enlarged. Meredith initially didn't know. She was preparing documents for the teacher certification exam online registration when the department head called her to his office. Only then did she learn about the post. The head opened his computer in the office, letting Meredith see for herself. Shocking art university talents sky high business acumen. This matter should be the talented lady's private affair. Outsiders like us have no right to judge. But today, seeing this year's award list, the poster feels compelled to speak out for fairness. Wearing such expensive watches, attending such high-end dinners, this talented lady still receives financial aid and scholarships at school. How are genuinely poor students supposed to survive? Does this kind of shortcut culture need promotion? Talented lady, earning money outside is your mother's business to manage. But accepting financial aid scholarships at school doesn't your conscience hurt? Can you please let the honest, hardworking students live? Give them a chance. The poster knows pictures alone won't convince anyone, so this video is presented. Judge the truth for yourselves. Just hope the school administration isn't deceived by certain individuals again. Provides help to truly needy students. Meredith clicked the video. The camera shook violently, clearly hidden footage. Both Ethan and Meredith appeared, faces blurred. Suddenly, a female voice asked, "Meredith, that watch is beautiful. Looks like the new French model, right?" "Yes, just received it today as a new gift." The blurred Meredith raised her wrist, proudly displaying the diamond-encrusted watch. "If not for this watch, I wouldn't have come out to eat with him tonight." Although the faces were blurred, Meredith's name wasn't censored. Clearly, it was her. Meredith reacted quickly. Judging by the video angle, it must have been secretly filmed from under the table by either the girl who gave her hand cream or the girl Adrian Pierce brought. The department head opened his email beside her, showing Meredith. "Meredith, I won't hide it from you. Received some photos a few days ago. Take a look." 3 photos in total. One showed Meredith painting in the studio, wearing a t-shirt, a thick gold bracelet conspicuous on her wrist. Another showed Meredith and Ethan drinking at the bar the time she met Adrian. The last one was from that dinner party, Meredith wearing the watch. These photos weren't blurred. Meredith's face was clearly visible. Head, Meredith momentarily didn't know how to explain. It was indeed her, but those items weren't hers. "Meredith, I watched you grow from freshman to junior. It hasn't been easy. Initially, I thought it was a prank, someone maliciously photoshopping your face. But now, if you trust Head, tell me honestly what happened," the head advised earnestly, analyzing the potential consequences. Currently, only honesty could lead to lenient handling by the department. This incident has caused a very bad impact. The poster's claims are detailed, constantly hinting at school inaction. "Meredith, losing the scholarship isn't important, but if this leaves a stain on your record, future government jobs are out of the question." He knew Meredith planned to take the teacher certification exam. A major demerit on her record could disqualify her from many future exams. The path to a stable government job would be permanently blocked. Meredith nodded. Her conscience was clear. She wasn't afraid to explain. Besides, the department head had helped her significantly. She owed him honesty. "Head, the gold bracelet was a meeting gift from Ethan's, my boyfriend's mother. The bar incident, I was working part-time. My boyfriend's friends came, I went over to greet them. As for the watch, it was also given to me by my boyfriend." "But your boyfriend, didn't you say his family wasn't well off?" the head questioned. He remembered him being a top student from the business university, both from modest backgrounds. "I only recently found out his family situation is unusual. The Mrs. Young who bought my painting earlier is his mother. But we've broken up now. I returned the items to him." Meredith explained what she could, omitting details about Ethan hiding his identity. The department head understood instantly. So that was it. No wonder Mrs. Young met Meredith early on. "All right then, go back for now. The department will definitely hold a meeting about this, but don't be disheartened. As long as you're telling the truth, Head won't let the person who posted this get away with it. Slandering his star student definitely needed thorough investigation." Meredith nodded, leaving the office. That evening, Sean Davis called, concerned about Meredith. Meredith just asked him to keep his distance for now, avoid seeing her. The department was in turmoil now. Walking back earlier, she already endured numerous pointing fingers and whispers. If Sean appeared with her now, it would surely invite unnecessary speculation. She could handle this small matter. Worst case scenario, paying tuition herself. The incident, involving scholarships, caused a huge stir throughout the university, though less so within the oil painting department itself. the accusatory post remained undeleted for some reason. Many students commented below, even digging up the conflict between Rosalie Leighton and Meredith during exams. Someone claiming inside knowledge revealed Meredith was the third party stealing Rosalie's boyfriend, even posting photos of Rosalie and Ethan leaving campus together. Comparing the man's figure to the one in the dinner party video, a strong resemblance. Some bold students even questioned Rosalie directly. Rosalie just cried pitifully, offering no explanation. The narrative on this floor shifted to veiled sarcasm. Girls banded together, cursing Meredith's downfall. Even attending classes became an ordeal, constant indirect insults hurled her way. They say homewreckers reek of fox spirit. Didn't expect good grades could mask the smell. Like me, I don't need it. Clean all over, no need for studies to cover up. Meredith, oh, when you finally manage good grades, they still won't cover your stench of stupidity. How dare she show her face? Exposed like this, truly shameless. Heard her mother died early. No wonder raised by dad, no mom to teach her. Lacks any sense of shame, capable of such disgusting things. Hey, when she first arrived, how poor was she? Lucky to get food. Now finally snagged a rich one, definitely clinging tight for dear life. Probably already. Heh, you're so dirty she's a girl. Stop talking nonsense. What? Dare to do it but afraid of being talked about. Hypocrite. Several girls giggled foolishly together, trading sarcastic remarks. Meredith suddenly stood up, went to the podium, opened the multimedia browser, searched a name. The encyclopedia entry showed a young woman, her life story detailed. Year XX, saved drowning father and son, tragically died, received commendation for bravery. This is my mom. I don't remember much from when she died, but I know my mom was glorious. Meredith spoke into the podium microphone. Regarding this incident, I've already explained clearly to the school. Whatever decision the school makes, I support it. To those overflowing with righteousness, wanting to defend her, curse me however you like, I don't care. But insulting family you were raised by parents. Your mother taught you vulgar language and dirty thoughts. These words were mostly useless, likely inciting more extreme insults from some. Fine, Meredith listened, tallying it all against the person who reported her. That reporter wouldn't get off easy. This video didn't just capture her. During the department-wide discussion these past few days, Ethan wasn't spared being called a scumbag either. The young family valued reputation highly. Ethan, the wealthy young master, was very low-key. He avoided social events when out with friends, steered clear of celebrities. Adrian Pierce loved partying but never let messy affairs reach the media, preventing any leaks. This incident Ethan wouldn't let it slide easily. The young family cherished their image, abhorred being dragged into the spotlight. Having met some upper-class people with Ethan, Meredith realized the truly formidable ones were often the most low-key. The most high-profile was Adrian's reputation, but those outside the circle wouldn't know him. Ultimately, assuming she and Ethan broke up, daring to kick her while down, but few people knew the details of her relationship with Ethan. Rosalie Leighton, you overplayed your hand. Chapter 58. Clarification: Ethan had just hung up the phone in his office when Adrian Pierce stormed in, cursing. Little brat dares play dirty tricks right under Grandpa's nose. If I don't destroy her, I'll write my name backwards. Adrian gnashed his teeth, assuring Ethan, Big bro don't worry. I've already spoken to the art university. I have ways to deal with her, never mind her daring to report Meredith. Just secretly recording a private gathering was a major taboo, didn't understand their rules yet wanted to climb into wealthy circles. Let her learn a lesson first. Ethan faced the painting on the wall, silent, thoughts drifting miles away. She must have endured immense gossip. That stubborn girl, strong facade, hiding weakness, how sad must she be inside? Big bro Meredith might be heartbroken somewhere right now. Aren't you going to comfort her, earn some brownie points? What's the use staring at a broken tree? Adrian stood beside him, looking at the painting. Only then, seeing the nameplate below, did Adrian understand Ethan's obsession. So, Meredith ignoring him led to contemplating her painting as penance. His big bro truly was a model man of the new era. Adrian increasingly admired him, wishing he could take a photo, erect a monument in his honor. Unfortunately, Meredith's personality, if not 3 parts like his mother, then a supercharged version. Big Bro E could stand there until he turned into a waiting for wife stone, probably useless. Do girls become harder than rock after experiencing heartbreak? Ethan wanted to go to the art university, but recalling the phrase, little mistress, his heart tore again. Meredith belonged to someone else now. Adrian, seeing Ethan unresponsive, sat down to play on his phone. He knew many art university students. Time to instruct them to be gentle with Melissa Sterling. Hey, the art university students really know how to play. Heard a bunch of students calling Meredith Little Mistress the other day. Hey, Big Bro E, doesn't that make you the little master-in-law? Adrian grinned mischievously. He knew Ethan and Meredith broke up but couldn't resist teasing. Ethan shook his head. Master corresponds to mistress, not master-in-law. She's with Sean Davis now. Adrian didn't believe it, thinking Ethan misunderstood. No way, Big Bro E art university students love playing these role-playing games, claiming atmosphere, relationships, finding inspiration mutually. I played with a girl once, even became their eldest senior brother. When a group gets close, they play this game. Roles mostly drawn by lot, somewhat like murder mystery games now, but Art University used it for creative inspiration, not just fun. Ethan seized the key phrase. You said it's a game? Ethan asked uncertainly. Adrian sensed he revived. Yeah, played it many times. Bad luck even got me turtle grandson once, Adrian lamented. Only at the Art University. Elsewhere, it'd be considered mass hysteria, group psychosis. Ethan recalled Meredith's comment that day. What karma, little nemesis? He became increasingly certain it was just a game. She wasn't with Sean Davis. They had no relationship. The more he thought, the more restless he became. Ethan grabbed his jacket and ran out, leaving Adrian bewildered in the wind. This Big Bro E was practically his father's turtle grandson version now. The situation escalated. Initially, it questioned Meredith's eligibility for financial aid. After Meredith revealed her mother's identity in class, the issue shifted to insulting family honor. Most believed children's matters shouldn't involve parents, shouldn't curse parents. Otherwise, Meredith's excellence over the years should warrant praising her parents too. Another faction argued, like father like son, bad upbringing means bad roots. Meredith's parents were flawed. This group, aided by allies from the money grab group chat, who enlisted computer science students to trace IPs, discovered Rosalie Leighton's roommate initiated the attacks. Then, the matter became an internal, domestic affair of the oil painting department. Meredith's roommates released photos of Meredith and Ethan dating years ago, questioning Rosalie. Who was the real third party? Tumultuous arguments ensued. The email reporting Meredith to the department head was also leaked. Now, with human testimony and material evidence, Meredith was painted as a gold digger. Until the male lead of the scandal, Ethan, appeared at the Art University. His bespoke suit screamed expense, the Ferrari beside him attracting eyeballs. Someone boldly showed Ethan the accusatory pictures. Someone recorded the scene. Ethan's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He took the pictures, went straight to find Rosalie, cornering her and her roommate in the art building. According to eyewitnesses, Ethan stared directly at Rosalie, making her squirm, asking through clenched teeth, Rosalie Leighton, since when were you my girlfriend? I'm the scumbag. Meredith and I were the third parties ruining your relationship. Rosalie couldn't answer, just cried. Her roommate wanted to defend her but lacked courage. When you accepted that jewelry set from me, I told you clearly. We have no relationship, don't contact me again back then. He decided to commit fully to Meredith, gave Rosalie a jewelry set as compensation, clarified things, apologized. How did she respond then? Wished him and Meredith happiness. Later, kept appearing before him and Meredith. Out of gentlemanly courtesy, he tolerated her. Now she dared spread rumors about him, Rosalie Leighton. This isn't over. Ethan threw down the threat and left. Rosalie panicked. Her roommate didn't know how to comfort her. With this declaration, the rumors were basically clarified. Meredith, seeing the news, just scoffed coldly. A jewelry set, young master young truly was generous. A day later, another post topped the official forum. Title: Shocking Talents Business Acumen You Can't Learn. The poster claimed that after the previous accusatory post, they investigated further, uncovering the real truth photos showed Meredith working at the bar moving liquor, sleeping in an ATM booth, even old photos of her working the convenience store night shift until dawn. The accompanying text challenged, to the indignant original poster, dare compare, who truly deserves financial aid. The financial aid debate reignited, opinions still polarized. One side argued such hard work deserved scholarships. The other claimed poverty breeds desperation, making one prone to taking shortcuts. Evelyn Yates furiously cursed everyone as poor ghosts compared to her, ignorant poor ghosts who hadn't seen real quality. Thus, Meredith gloriously transformed from poor ghost to quality goods. Thanks to the reporter. Meredith remained indifferent, tutoring Scarlett Sutton regularly, ignoring Emily Young's hesitant glances. A week later, the department issued a notice. Meredith's case concluded. The report's content was unsubstantiated. However, Meredith staying out overnight violated rules. Her award eligibility was revoked. Frequenting high-consumption venues disqualified her from financial aid. Considering extenuating circumstances, no demerit recorded, no official reprimand. Another person was mentioned in the same notice, Melissa Sterling, for intentionally slandering and maliciously reporting a fellow student, damaging their reputation. All award eligibility revoked, major demerit recorded, placed on probation. Meredith wasn't surprised by this outcome. Judging by the video angle, she guessed it was the girl Adrian brought that day. Thinking herself living in some drama, spewing nonsense, daring to imply school inaction, challenging educational authority definitely warranted serious consequences. Why she reported her didn't concern Meredith. She could finally have some peace. Chapter 59. Despair. Adrian Pierce had practically set up camp in Ethan Young's office these past few days. After Ethan stormed out that day, he returned shortly after. Adrian sensed Big Bro E was brewing something major. He rushed out, came back with several pictures, threw a huge tantrum. Only then did Adrian learn the full story. Many people were involved, all jealous of Meredith and Ethan being together. That private party including Meredith, only 4 women. The other 3 all participated. No, wait, Rosalie Leeton too, kicking someone when they're down, taking advantage of the situation, bullying Meredith. Pure evil, the lot of them. Adrian first dealt with Melissa Sterling, asking Art University students to take good care of her. Now that the school decision was out, just needed to see if Ethan's anger subsided. Big Bro E. C. How should we handle this further? Adrian smiled somewhat sycophantically. Melissa Sterling started it. She was his acquaintance, so technically his fault too. Ethan scrolled through the videos and pictures online, didn't look up. Ran into Melissa Sterling at the Art University that day. This Melissa Sterling is restless. Damn it, she's pickled and it wants to mess with everyone. Big Bro E. Wait, I'll handle her, pretending to be pure and simple on the surface, rotten inside. A poor student, easy to deal with. But the other 2? Adrian asked. Big Bro E. What about the others? Big Bro E. Dating was truly disastrous. Only met 2 women and both conspired against Meredith. Wendy Stone won't escape. I'll deal with her slowly. Rosalie Leeton, family has some influence. But she offended me badly today. Damn it, I only had dinner with her a few times, yet the scumbag label is welded onto my head, can't get rid of it. And dares use this to disgust Meredith. Ethan cursed, recognizing his own foolish actions, but unwilling to let others use his name to bully Meredith. Adrian found this amusingly ironic, thinking Ethan deserved it. I say, Big Bro E, this is your own prejudice causing trouble. Why listen to Liam Stone's bad advice? Approach Rosalie Leeton. Now look, your pure, innocent reputation is ruined, known for fooling around outside. Adrian felt like dying laughing inside, but maintained a serious, concerned expression. If you told me earlier, none of this would have happened. Maybe, Big Bro E, you'd have become a man overnight. Only his Big Bro E could be so innocent, dating for so long yet maintaining a pure relationship. If it were him, finding a girl he seriously wanted to develop things with, after 3 years, kids would probably be running around already. Hearing the crude remark, Ethan frowned. Don't let Meredith hear this kind of talk again. She always disliked people speaking like this. Previously, during evening walks, encountering drunkards bragging on the street, Meredith would frown and pull Ethan away quickly, as if fearing he'd learn bad habits. He and Meredith were different. Meredith was passive, somewhat naive about these things. He was wary, afraid she'd cling. Dragging things out until now became one of his biggest regrets. Adrian nodded. He wasn't stupid. Who dared provoke Meredith's temper now? But big bro what about the other one? Adrian vaguely remembered the girl, usually quiet at gatherings, barely noticeable. Didn't expect her to pull such a major stunt silently. That one. Tell him to break up immediately if not. He can get lost too. Remembering she once gave Meredith hand cream, he thought the girl gentle and kind, hoped she could befriend Meredith. Give Meredith someone else to talk to. Now, it seemed she was deeply calculating too. Ethan felt annoyed just thinking about it. Influenced by Meredith, he always treated girls from ordinary backgrounds gently. Turns out this girl from a humble background snagged his friend, got invited to dinner, yet dared film videos to harm his girlfriend if he didn't knock her back down to earth. He wasn't a man, Adrian, seeing Ethan determined to punish those beggars. Instantly energized. He had wanted to deal with them long ago. All right, I'll keep an eye on Rosalie Leighton. Any trouble, will take down her whole family. This wasn't some soap opera. No simple cancellation of cooperation could resolve things. The Leighton family better behave. Otherwise, seize the chance, Ethan wouldn't let her off easily. In the adult world, revenge is a dish best served cold. Adrian always looked down on Big Bro E's other friends, their actions embarrassed him. He only met Meredith a few times, always saw her dignified and self-respecting. Where were the petty schemes, the smugness? Earlier, she retorted against him that was his own fault for speaking carelessly. Besides, Big Bro E clearly cherished Meredith intensely. Meredith held absolute power in that regard. Ethan poured Adrian a drink. They clinked glasses. Adrian needed to help handle these people. As for Liam Stone and Wendy Stone, people are confused when involved, clear-sighted when observing. After reconciling with Meredith, he wouldn't let them off easily. Meredith's payment for the hotel job came through quickly, alleviating worries about tuition fees. In the money grab group chat, Finn Archer and the others asked if her tuition was covered. Meredith declined several classmates' kind offers. After paying tuition, she still had savings left. Senior year, no classes. Meredith spent her days studying for the teacher certification exam. The Money Grab Squad chat changed its name to Offering Art for Money, same meaning, different phrasing. Occasionally, suitable part-time jobs appeared. Meredith took on small gigs for pocket money. Marcus started university a month ago, earned commendation during military training. He specifically brought the certificate back to show Meredith during his break. Just 1 month and the previously skinny boy had filled out, body much stronger, though considerably tanned. Wearing the uniform, he exuded a sense of security. Marcus charmed Evelyn and the others with sweet talk, calling them sister this, sister that, leaving them beaming, lamenting not having younger brothers themselves. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the previous reporting incident in front of Marcus. He remained unaware. School started, arrangements settled. Lauren Riley and Joanna Chapman both found internships. Lauren moved back home. Joanna rented an apartment outside, occasionally returning for a day but not staying overnight. Evelyn Yates, preparing for grad school entrance exams, still lived in the dorm, closer to the library. Evenings, only Meredith and Evelyn remained. Meredith lay talking to Marcus on the phone, reminding him not to push too hard during training, study breaks needed too. The call dropped twice. Meredith checked her phone, an unknown number. She hung up, continued talking to Marcus. Going out with roommates, if they drink, learn to drink a little, but don't overdo it, hurts your body. If short on money, tell sister. Your roommates seem well off. When out together, pay your share. Don't be stingy, makes people laugh. Meredith advised Marcus on daily life matters. Evelyn mocked Meredith, saying these words suited Meredith herself better. She felt Meredith was becoming Marcus's surrogate mother, nagging constantly. Sister doesn't need your worry. Sis has tutoring fees, decent income. You don't be too frugal. Meet a girl you like, be generous, then she'll be willing to develop things. If short on cash, tell sis. Absolutely don't try to tough it out. Poor Ghost, still so stubbornly naive, taking such good care of a non-blood-related brother. Evelyn silently mocked her foolishness. As Meredith spoke, another call came in same number. Meredith confirmed she didn't recognize it, hung up again. The phone rang persistently, interfering with her conversation with Marcus. She had to hang up on Marcus. Seeing the caller's persistence, thinking it might be important, Meredith finally answered. "Hello, Meredith." A voice unheard for a long time. "Ethan." "What do you want?" Meredith asked. He must be using his normal phone number to call her. She later found out Ethan kept a separate phone specifically to deceive her, ensuring his identity wasn't revealed through his phone. But someone silent for so long, why contact her now? "Huff, Meredith, I miss you. I miss you so much." Ethan's voice, sometimes rushed, sometimes faint, heavy panting audible through the receiver. Meredith instantly realized what Ethan was doing. This miss was an active verb. Chapter 60. Distress call. "Ethan, have you no shame? We already broke up. If you can't hold it in, find someone else." He actually called her, listening to her voice while comforting himself. "Meredith, don't hang up. I feel awful. I really feel awful. I'm begging you." His voice trembled, choked with tears, wronged and unbearable, hoarse and dry. "Come save me, please, please. Meredith, save me. I feel awful. I'm dying." His breathing grew heavier on the other end. Meredith closed her eyes, vividly imagining Ethan's state. Previously, when they were together, he acted like this too, showing weakness, playing pitiful, making her heart soften time and again, giving him more time, hoping he'd confess his difficulties. He knew her weakness, knew she'd relent, wouldn't hold grudges. Now they were broken up. He could find Rosalie Leeton or any other girl. If he wanted, Adrian Pierce could find him a whole troop of tender young girls to choose from. Yet he chose to disgust her. Feeling awful? Go find Rosalie Leeton. If not, find Adrian Pierce. Meredith hung up impatiently. To prevent Ethan from calling again, she immediately blocked the number, then turned off her phone. You and Ethan really broke up. Evelyn, head down reading, had been listening intently. Confirming Meredith turned off her phone, she asked, "Do you realize what you gave up? Miss this chance, there won't be another shop like this village. If he truly lets go, you won't have opportunities like this later." "Yes, really broke up." Meredith didn't hide it. "Maybe I'm just fated to be poor. Can't stomach that kind of humiliation," Meredith answered muffledly. "Also, thank you for swapping that perfume bottle with me." The perfume she returned to Ethan was Evelyn's new one. She exchanged her old one with Evelyn. Gee, who cares about that? Let me warn you, Ethan is a huge gold mine. You reject him now, don't regret it later. Since learning the twists in Ethan and Meredith's relationship, Evelyn often used gold metaphors. Meredith shook her head, pulling the covers over her head. Evelyn didn't see. Regret comes from loss or abandonment. She only felt troubled, not regretful, just hoped he could accept the breakup, stop appearing before her. Private hospital. Ethan's last memory was calling an ambulance for himself. When it arrived, he had no idea. Waking up, he was already in a hospital room, IV drip attached. His mother cried beside him, his sister comforted her, occasionally wiping her own tears. "Mom," Ethan called out. His throat felt scorched, the sound emerged hoarse, dry, barely audible. Emily heard Ethan wake first, gently shook her mother. "He's awake, brother's awake, Mom, it's okay. All right, it's okay. Waking up means it's okay." Vivian happily wiped away her tears, nodding repeatedly. Emily quickly poured a glass of water, slowly helped Ethan sit up to drink. "Son, how are you feeling now?" Vivian asked caringly. Ethan's throat was dry and painful. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Emily poured him water. "Brother, drink some water." After drinking and resting a moment, memories returned. Looks like Meredith didn't come after all. "Mom, where's Dad?" "Your dad just stepped out to talk to the doctor. He'll be back soon." "Brother, you were unconscious for 3 days. Rest well. I'll call you when Dad comes back," Emily said, helping her mother sit on the adjacent sofa. Both parents hadn't rested well these past 3 days. They wouldn't tell her what happened to her brother, only saying he had a fever for too long, causing him to lose consciousness, go into shock. Ethan closed his eyes to rest, mentally reviewing the past few days' events. His father would surely question him upon return. This couldn't just be swept under the rug. And Meredith, she was so cold towards him. "Son, tell Mom, is this related to Meredith? Did you fight with Meredith, leading you to do this?" Vivian, regaining composure, asked Ethan after he seemed settled. "Before, at the art university, I saw her with another boy, giving you the cold shoulder. Honestly, did you and Meredith break up?" Ethan remained silent, lost in thought. Vivian became more certain it involved Meredith. Or did she threaten to break up, forcing you to take those things? With Emily present, Vivian spoke cautiously, using language only Ethan would understand. Ethan, irritated by his mother's wild guesses, retorted, "Mom, how could fighting lead to taking those things? Meredith and I are fine. She's busy with her art exhibition these days, doesn't want to use our family name for shortcuts, so she's keeping distance from me lately. It's not a serious breakup." Vivian clearly didn't believe him. This was her son. She knew him well. Something felt wrong these past few days. Ethan was unusually busy, never home. Asking Emily yielded nothing. The exhibition excuse Emily specifically pulled her and her father away that day, saying give Ethan and Meredith space. But Ethan being unconscious for 3 days, Meredith not even calling once? She wasn't stupid. Her son's condition definitely involved Meredith. Emily tactfully kept quiet. Her brother strictly forbade her from mentioning Meredith. When tutoring, Meredith also didn't mention her brother. Emily genuinely didn't know their situation now. Helping was all she could do. Now that mom asked, she could only say she didn't know. Then why hasn't she called even once these past few days? Boyfriend hospitalized, such a major event, she can just sit back and ignore it, Vivian demanded. If you broke up, fine, that girl is hard to handle. We can't keep her anyway. Ethan recalled the desperate calls he made before losing consciousness, Meredith's cold accusations. After hanging up, each dial tone felt like a knife stabbing his heart, drawing blood. Hiding his inner pain, Ethan first placated his mother. "Mom, don't blame her. I did something wrong," made Meredith angry. "She's giving me the silent treatment these days, that's why she doesn't know I'm sick." Vivian disapproved even more. Even if upset, ignoring you completely for days isn't right. You've been together 3 years. What issue is more important than health? She's so willful, how can I trust her to take care of you later? Son, honestly, just break up with her. With our family's status, taking in an orphan like her was already condescending. Your father and I never criticized or made things difficult for her, yet she dares neglect you like this? Mom, Emily interrupted. Vivian went too far, even bringing up Meredith's background. Didn't she see her brother's expression worsen? Didn't Mom say their family wouldn't fight over daughters-in-law? Emily cut her off firmly. Didn't you say brother's matters are his to handle? We don't even know what brother did wrong yet, and you're already blaming older sister Meredith. Brother is an adult. Stop meddling in their relationship. But look at your brother now, how can I rest assured? My son lying here, can't I even ask about her? Vivian disagreed. Dating involves fights, arguments normal. She agreed girls could be temperamental, occasionally testing boys harmless. But ending up in the hospital wasn't normal. The other party not showing up was even less normal. Chapter 61, Heart to Heart. Mom, please stop. It's not Meredith's fault. This time, it was Ethan speaking, his eyes dull, lifeless. We didn't break up. I angered her badly this time. It's my fault. But Emily instantly received her brother's signal, intervening. Mom, maybe it really is my brother's fault. Older sister Meredith daring to argue with him like this, not yielding completely just because of his family background. Doesn't that show she sees brother as an ordinary person? Didn't you often say that's precisely what you admired about older sister Meredith? Vivian shot her a look. You're just a girl, what do you know? I don't know about these things, but I know my mom is elegant, not the kind of nasty mother-in-law who looks down on her daughter-in-law. Emily flattered shamelessly, simultaneously signaling Ethan with her eyes, you owe me big time for this. With her children speaking up like this, Vivian sighed helplessly. Her son insisted on taking the blame, determined to protect Meredith. Now her daughter sided with Meredith too. What more could she say against her? Just hoped this Meredith would be sensible, stop tormenting her son. With their family status, not disdaining her background was already a blessing. Seeing Vivian relent on her prejudice against Meredith, Ethan stopped talking, closing his eyes to rest. The room fell silent. Arthur Young entered, saw Ethan was awake, and told his wife and daughter to go home first. The doctor said once he wakes up, there's no major danger. You two have been exhausted these past few days. Go home and rest. Vivian still worried, reluctant to leave, wanting to ask the doctor again. Arthur signaled her Emily was still here. Some things couldn't be discussed in front of their daughter. Emily, understanding, smartly helped her mother leave. Once mother and daughter were gone, Arthur sat by the bedside. What exactly happened? The hospital called me, said you took that kind of drug, nearly ruined yourself. When his wife first heard this, her legs gave way. She almost collapsed in the doctor's office. They only had one son, all future hopes rested on him. His upbringing was especially strict, always well-behaved, forbidden from messing around outside. How could he take those drugs, nearly destroy himself? Ruined. The word itself was brutal. His son was always obedient, reached the right age, dated properly. Impossible he'd touch inappropriate substances. This was his lifelong hope. Couldn't let him be ruined like this. Ethan opened his eyes, bloodshot, looking terrifying. At a dinner with a developer before, they brought some young girls for company. I saw one looked like a student, so I took her away. Bringing girls away from dinners was common practice, necessary business etiquette sometimes. Ethan picked one who seemed sensible. Such things were commonplace in social circles, Arthur understood. When he encountered unavoidable situations with girls, he always reported to Vivian first, then publicly took the girl away, privately giving her money to keep quiet and sending her off. She conspired with the other party against me, drugged my drink. I didn't notice, fell for it. By the time he realized something was wrong, the girl had already helped him into the room, was unbuckling his belt. Seeing him awake, she even offered to serve him well. Skyrainbow developers. See if I don't end him, Arthur raged. Using such dirty tricks on his son probably planted hidden cameras too, planning extortion later. Dad, no need. I can handle this myself, Ethan said. He knew the girl was a student. Her student-like aura resembled Meredith's, that's why he let her sit beside him. He repeatedly showed leniency towards them because of Meredith. He forgot they weren't Meredith. Meredith wouldn't scheme. These girls sat at the table for money. Arthur pondered, sighed. Did Meredith find out? Is she fighting with you over this? Didn't come get you? Actually, this incident wasn't huge. If Meredith went to the hotel that day, once the drug wore off, Ethan would be fine. But now, Meredith was clearly angry, didn't care about Ethan at all. Bringing a girl from a dinner party behind her back was wrong. You need to explain clearly, otherwise dragging this out only hurts you. Arthur, thinking Ethan hadn't had enough fun outside, got caught by Meredith, advised his son, distinguish clearly between girls you play with and the one you marry. Don't mix them up, otherwise, with Meredith's stubborn temper, you'll have no peace at home later. Ethan nodded, didn't elaborate on Meredith's matters. I know, Dad. Did you succeed with that girl? Arthur asked again. Success depended on the stage reached. Even slight involvement required cleanup afterwards. Ethan shook his head. No, gave her some money, kicked her out. Because in that instant, he thought of Adrian Pierce's father, nearly losing his family similarly. The girl was likely untouched. If something truly happened that night, the girl would surely cause a huge scene, cling to him. Meredith would definitely find out, never forgive him. She would really leave him for someone else. This thought, lasting only a second, brought Ethan back to his senses, allowing him to dismiss the girl. The girl initially refused to leave, but Ethan called room service, forcefully ejecting her. He clung to a sliver of hope, called Meredith, begging her, thus delaying seeking medical help. Arthur understood the sequence of events, his opinion of his son changing slightly. Just entering society for 2 years, unfamiliar with its dangers, yet knowing to pull back from the brink at a critical moment, seemed this Meredith held some weight. Arthur advised Ethan earnestly. Such things are common after spending time in society. Especially later, when you take my position, countless girls will throw themselves at you. Consider this a lesson. Don't be soft-hearted just because a girl looks innocent. Regarding Meredith, you need to educate her too. Don't let small matters blow up. Arthur continued, your mother still thinks you fought with Meredith, acted out of spite, got taken advantage of by others who drugged you. Let Meredith bear this grievance for now. Don't let your mother find out. Make it up to Meredith properly later. Ethan nodded, then shook his head, thinking of Meredith made his eyes involuntarily redden. Now, just father and son, Arthur was usually busy. Ethan grew up mostly with his grandparents. Arthur missed his son's adolescence. Ethan was sensible, brought glory by getting into the business university. He and Meredith were first loves, weathered storms together for years. Meredith had her own mind, wasn't greedy for vanity. Arthur always felt reassured, hadn't interfered much. Arthur said, "Later, stay away from that stuff. You're still young, prioritize health. Couples need variety, excitement, but not through self-harming methods." "I know, Dad," Ethan replied. He couldn't say nothing ever happened with Meredith. Dating 3 years, claiming complete innocence, his father would worry more. "Ethan, Dad asked Mom and Emily to leave first today, wanted a real talk with you. Now it's just us. Dad's been married decades, experienced marital storms, more experienced than you. Tell me, what's really going on with Meredith?" Like father, like son. Seeing his son looking half dead, he knew Ethan couldn't handle Meredith. Chapter 62. Hope Ethan recalled that night, drifting between confusion and clarity, back and forth between heaven and hell. He desperately wanted Meredith. Each time passion flared, he felt Meredith behind him, turning to embrace her, only to find emptiness. "I thought of Meredith and couldn't perform." The drug controlled his body, some reaction was inevitable. Meredith controlled his heart, preventing him from making a mistake. Ethan felt aggrieved, voice choked with tears. "Dad, Meredith doesn't want me anymore. I called her, begged her to save me, she called me shameless. I begged her so much, she still wouldn't come." The nearly 63 man, raised to endure hardship without tears, now sobbed uncontrollably before his father. All his helplessness regarding Meredith erupted at this moment. Previously, discussing Meredith with his parents, he only revealed 70%. This time, Ethan laid everything bare. She blames me. Arthur listened, sighing repeatedly. "Foolish. If you saved her brother, she might hold some gratitude, but now you have no leverage, yet you were unfaithful. She wants to leave, she leaves freely, no ties." Arthur shook his head. How did he raise such an idiot? When the girl was in trouble, he never helped once, even kicked her when down, afraid Meredith didn't hate him enough. What use was being nice to her now? Meredith, that girl, dares sleep on the street. She crossed the bottom line of human decency long ago. Trying to hold on to her with emotions is the worst strategy. People have bottom lines. Meredith's was crossed long ago by life's hardships. Such people are pitiful and terrifying. Let it go, son. You can't handle Meredith. With our family's status, plenty of suitable girls, many prettier than Meredith. Don't suffer like this. Being together, his son provided no material ties. Meredith being so realistic, forcing this relationship would exhaust the boy. "No, I only want Meredith," Ethan shook his head fiercely. He only wanted Meredith. Clutching Arthur's sleeve, crying, "Dad, you don't know how good she is. She saved $2 by not taking the bus, just to buy me a tie, afraid I'd lose face outside. Every time someone flatters me, I wish she were there. But she never was. She selflessly gave, completely unaware. Dad, since childhood, Emily stayed with you. I stayed with Grandma, never asked you to bring me along. But now, I'm begging you, show me a way, I want her." He admitted using every method he could think of, all useless against Meredith. She didn't want him anymore. Arthur sighed. He and his wife started from scratch. This son, sensible since childhood, witnessed the family rise from poverty to wealth, experienced his parents' deep love. Meredith suffered poverty with him initially. They were first loves. He and his wife agreed to their relationship partly for these reasons. "She's going to be with Sean Davis. No matter how much I beg, she ignores me. Dad, I'm heartbroken." "She didn't save me, you saved me," Ethan choked out, pleading with his father. "Dad, I have no other options. Save me?" Even knowing it might be just a game, he reached the art university gate but didn't dare enter, ask her. If not for those troublemakers showing him the pictures of Rosalie Leeton, he would have retreated long ago, afraid to see Meredith. "Ah, forget it. Children are debts," Arthur lamented. His son was deeply captivated by this girl, unable to escape. "Tell Dad honestly, without all this mess, how did you envision your future with Meredith?" Thinking of the future energized Ethan. She mentioned wanting to pursue a master's back then. "I plan to get engaged right after her senior year graduation. Marry after her master's graduation. No, marry anytime." He never considered breaking up. He always believed he'd spend his life with Meredith. He was just blinded by trivial matters, foolishly hurting her. Arthur pressed, "Are you sure?" Ethan nodded firmly. He was absolutely certain. If Meredith walked in right now wanting to register their marriage, he'd immediately fetch the documents, crawl to City Hall if necessary. "Dad, I want Meredith. Help me get her back." As long as she returned, he'd try any method. Fine, you're my son. Unlike Emily, you never leveraged my status for privilege since childhood. Arthur wiped the tears from his son's eyes. Unconscious 3 days, fever only broke this morning. His usually spirited son looked withered, stubble growing wildly, all for a woman. This was both good and bad. In an instant, Arthur reverted to the decisive CEO of Yang Group, the powerful figure capable of ruining lives with a whim. Dad will tell you today, the empire Mom and I built through decades of hard work is so my son can have whatever he wants. Especially women. Ethan was confused. Dad, I'll only help you this once. Whether you can hold on to her as your wife depends on your own ability. Arthur's stern facade lasted only moments, quickly reverting to the amiable family man. Seize this chance, miss it, and you must marry the girl I choose. Never mention Meredith again, understand? When his son was younger, many matchmakers came. Now, at the right age, even more suitable girls were available. Marriage, naturally best if based on mutual affection. But if it tormented his son into hospitalization, he preferred advantageous alliances. Even if he liked Meredith, he wouldn't tolerate losing face before a woman. Seeing Ethan's IV drip finished, Arthur called the nurse in to remove the needle. After the nurse left, Arthur called home to report Ethan was fine, saying they'd return soon. Ethan, assured by his father, suddenly felt invigorated, eager to find Meredith immediately. Returning home, Vivian personally cooked soup. Emily was out tutoring, hadn't returned yet. Ethan took one sip, couldn't resist commenting, not as good as Meredith's soup. Dad, how did you endure it for 30 years? Vivian, angered, chased Ethan with the soup ladle from the kitchen. Stinky boy, just recovered and already provoking your mother if you're so capable. Marry her back to cook for you. Stop complaining here while I slave away taking care of you. Ethan, backed by his father, felt emboldened, retorting, Look at you now with that ladle, just like the evil mother-in-law in fairy tales. Even if I had a wife, wouldn't dare bring her back for you to abuse. You, Arthur, what did you tell him today? Vivian, furious, turned her wrath on Arthur. Arthur, terrified, dropped the marinated chicken feet he was gnawing on, raising both hands in surrender, desperately denying involvement. Great, no wine again tonight. Dad and Mom married 30 years, fought battles in the business world, encountered countless transactions between men and women. Dad will lay it all bare for you today. Women are just that. If you want to play around, don't be foolish and get them pregnant. If you want to marry her back as your wife, you cannot repeat the mistake of infidelity, causing chaos at home. Couples living together, behind closed doors, however spineless you are, I don't care. But fundamentally, you must hold the reins. Internally, grasp her weakness. Externally, let her have your backing. Then she'll be your wife for life, unable to run. Not just Meredith. Marry anyone as wife later, same principle. Women are troublesome, but also simple. When she asks you to confess, confess honestly. Avoid misunderstandings leading to estrangement. Now you're my son, fine. Later, after marriage, you cry to Dad. Dad can't interfere in your private marital affairs. Remembering his father's words on the way home, Ethan thought, turning Meredith into a woman like his mother wasn't that what he wanted before. Go back, be sweet to your mother. Don't let Mom resent Meredith. Make Meredith feel unwelcome by her future mother-in-law. This depends on how you handle the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship now. Ethan suddenly stopped dodging, turned, embraced Vivian tightly. Vivian, caught off guard, wondered what madness possessed her son now. Mom, you're the best. Arthur, what on earth did you do to our son? This morning he looked half-dead, ghost-like. Tonight, transformed into a rascal father, and son must have cooked up something behind her back. Confess honestly after I left. Where did you take him messing around? Recharged like this. Arthur jumped, startled, spilling wine all over the table. What a great son. Chapter 63, Wingman Meredith tutored Scarlett Sutton today. Emily Young acted strangely throughout, not doing the assigned exercises, looking at her hesitantly. Meredith's sister, Emily stammered. Meredith looked puzzled. Emily hesitated, waited until Scarlett went to pour water, then whispered to Meredith. A few days ago, my brother was hospitalized overnight, feverish, unconscious for 3 days. The doctor said he almost didn't make it. Meredith's hand holding the pen paused. She remembered Ethan's call that day. The next day, opening her phone, numerous missed calls, messages from Ethan begging her to save him, including the hotel room number. Meredith confirmed the purpose of his call that night, immediately deleted all messages, blocked his number too. Didn't expect him to actually be in trouble, but it had nothing to do with her. Meredith's sister, I overheard my dad talking to my brother. Someone spiked my brother's drink that day, almost made him the male lead in an indecent video. My brother resisted fiercely, preserved his innocence. Meredith's sister, she hadn't meant to eavesdrop. That day, after dropping her mom off, thinking about meeting Rosalie Leighton later, she went back to say hi to her brother, only to overhear him talking to their father outside the hospital room. Later, her brother even cried. Getting hospitalized for holding back serves him right. Shouldn't blame her. If he didn't go out messing around, how could he encounter such things? Ultimately, couldn't resist temptation. Got caught, now came looking for her. She wasn't a refuse collection center, didn't accept ruined men. You're just a girl, what do you know? Don't talk about your brother like that, Meredith interrupted. Such talk wasn't appropriate for a young girl. Emily pursed her lips, whispering, but brother lay in the hospital 3 days. When the ambulance found him, they said any later, my brother really wouldn't have made it. Initially, she thought her brother died. Later, seeing her parents' reaction, she realized it concerned that aspect. She admired her brother's willpower even more, hoping relaying his misery might earn some sympathy points. Meredith shook her head, unwilling to discuss further, turning back to correct Emily's exercises. Scarlett returned with water. Emily didn't dare say more. This was a secret, bad for her brother's reputation. After class that evening, Meredith planned to catch the subway. But Scarlett and Emily got stuck on the same problem. Meredith had no choice but to stay an extra 30 minutes. By the time she left, it was 10:30 p.m. Subway and buses had stopped running. Ethan's car waited outside Scarlett's house. Seeing the three emerge, he quickly extinguished his cigarette, got out to greet them. Meredith was surprised. Since their breakup, Ethan hadn't picked Emily up. The family driver usually did. Why was he here today? Ethan felt awkward, flustered. Talking with his dad those days gave him some confidence, but facing Meredith still made him feel guilty. He brought backup. Meredith didn't know yet. Meredith's sister, it's too late today. How about letting my brother drive us? Emily smiled fawningly, signaling Scarlett. Scarlett knew Ethan and Meredith broke up, initially wanted to help, but Emily said her brother deserved it, needed some torment first, so she hadn't mediated before. Now, seeing Emily enlist help, Scarlett, perceptive, quickly agreed. Exactly, Meredith's sister, it's too late. I worry about you going back alone like this. Look, female university students are always getting into trouble lately. Some disappear just a block from school, found later attacked by vagrants. So scary? Scarlett grew increasingly graphic. Emily hugged Meredith tightly, amplifying the horror. Meredith initially wasn't scared, but figured the two wouldn't let her go alone. To avoid trouble, she nodded agreement along with Emily. Emily beamed, waving at Ethan. Ethan approached, handing Scarlett a small cake box. Wow, brother, you even brought gifts, my favorite brand too, Emily exclaimed delightedly. Meredith thought her acting skills were only suitable for idle dramas, nothing more. Ethan, slightly indulgent, patted Emily's head, giving the cake box to Scarlett. This one is Scarlett's. Yours and your sister Meredith's are in the car. Scarlett accepted the box, thanking him, thinking Big Bro E was finally making his move. Emily bid Scarlett farewell. Meredith said nothing, followed them. Emily squeezed into the back seat first, poking her head out the window. Meredith's sister, you sit in front, there's stuff in the back. Ethan opened the passenger door. Meredith entered silently. As soon as she sat down, Emily handed her an open drink. Meredith's sister, I picked my favorite first. As apology, I opened it for you. This way, she couldn't refuse. What a clever little fairy she was. Thanks, Meredith accepted, didn't drink, placed it in the car. Ethan started driving, seizing the opportunity. You snatched the drink first. Your sister gets first pick of the cake. In reality, Meredith rarely ate cake during their time together. He had no idea her favorite flavor. So he bought many kinds, signaling Emily to let Meredith choose first. Emily protested, retorting, HMPH, you don't decide Meredith's sister will definitely let me choose first, right? First half aimed at Ethan, second half questioning Meredith. It doesn't matter to me. Take what you like. Meredith was indifferent. Better take it all, she didn't want it. She felt squeamish now. Seeing this car reminded her Rosalie Leighton sat here. Maybe brother and sister conspired, showed Rosalie such enthusiasm too. Ethan drove, first dropping Emily home, then taking Meredith. Just as they reached the villa entrance, Emily retrieved a thick book from the back seat, struggling to carry it down, handing it to Meredith. Meredith instinctively took it a collection of famous museum paintings. Ethan didn't get out, waited in the car. Meredith knew Emily had something private to say. Meredith's sister, about the holiday. I didn't know then, that's why I went out with my brother. If I knew he was dating you, I definitely wouldn't have taken up his time, made him accompany me. Emily apologized half-truthfully. That day, Emily knew Ethan's girlfriend was Meredith, also knew it was Meredith's birthday. Naturally spoiled, thinking brother having a girlfriend meant less attention for her, she acted petulantly, threatening to tell their parents about the relationship, making brother accompany her first before seeing Meredith. Emily swore this was all based on assuming brother spoiled Meredith equally. If she knew brother treated Meredith so poorly, she wouldn't have interfered. She didn't want to be the evil sister-in-law from novels, bullying the poor sister-in-law, especially since Meredith saved her brother. Thinking back, her brother truly deserved it. If not her own brother, she'd firmly vote for breakup. Meredith thought for a moment, realized which incident she meant. Emily said fawningly, "Sister, consider this book my apology gift. Before, Rosalie Leighton said she had rare books, could help me find them, that's why I was so nice to her." Meredith's sister, don't be angry. Meredith wasn't angry. Emily was furious. Rosalie kept delaying about the book overseas, then unexpectedly used it to imply she was dating her brother, even calling Meredith the third party. Being played like a fool angered her immensely. Good thing brother was dealing with her now. Rosalie finally delivered the book today, sheepishly apologizing. Meredith shook her head, about to refuse. Emily pleaded pitifully, "If you don't accept this book, all my previous efforts were wasted. No one else in my family likes this stuff. You're fighting with my brother, can't ignore me too. Growing up, I never even tried this hard to please my parents." Seeing Emily about to cry, Meredith couldn't refuse, accepting the book. Emily beamed, skipped happily into the villa. She gloriously completed her brother's mission today. The rest depended on her brother's ability. Chapter 64, Tactics. The book was unusually heavy. Meredith knew she couldn't carry it back alone. This neighborhood was exclusive villas. No taxis around. She had no choice but to get back into Ethan's car. Ethan opened the car's overhead light, helping Meredith place the book on the back seat. Meredith stopped him, opening the book in the passenger seat instead. The hidden illustrations were high definition, even the painting cracks clearly visible. Details were analyzed by contemporary authoritative art critics. This book was too professional, ordinary people wouldn't be interested. Meredith, don't read while driving, makes you dizzy. Ethan, pleased Meredith cherish the book, reminded her softly. Meredith ignored him, engrossed in the book, examining it carefully. Ethan drove very slowly. Reaching the Art University's west gate, he parked in a quiet spot, not disturbing her. He received Emily's call from the hospital, learning Rosalie Leighton was willing to give her the book. So he used delivering the book as an excuse to see her today. Meredith, absorbed, sat for a long time. Her back ached, shoulders sore. Stretching, she realized they had long arrived at the university gate. Putting the book down, Ethan, seeing she was about to leave, quickly said, "It's past midnight now, dorm gates are closed. Meredith, come back to our place tonight, okay? The study at home has a massage chair. Reading there is more comfortable than in the car." He deliberately delayed, didn't disturb her, pulled out a drink, holding it to Meredith's lips, coaxing, "You haven't had a sip of water since just now. Thirsty? Hungry? Eat the cake. Or want something else?" Meredith remained unmoved, refusing, "Thanks, I don't need it. I'm going back to my rented place. Take this book back, don't tell Emily." She read the book in the car specifically so Ethan could take it back afterwards. She didn't understand Emily's cry-on-demand skill, but knew she couldn't afford to provoke her, better hide. Getting out of the car, Ethan followed. "Meredith, don't be like this. What Emily gave you is yours. I'll carry the book up for you. No need." Unearned rewards bring no merit, Meredith refused. Ethan didn't pursue further. Returning home, Meredith changed clothes, preparing for bed. Just then, a knock sounded outside. Meredith opened the door. Ethan stood outside, holding the heavy book and the things he bought for her. "Meredith, I brought them for you," Ethan said, noticing Meredith changed into pajamas, his expression suddenly darkening. After that ordeal, the switch controlling his critical point flipped. His mind flooded with images of Meredith previously sleeping beside him. But often, turning over, the space beside him was empty, just him alone. His dreams were empty too, lying awake staring until dawn. He felt possessed, unable to tolerate even the slightest relaxation from Meredith. He regretted his past foolishness, leaving Meredith untouched. Now, at night, he couldn't even recall her scent for comfort. "Open the door, let me bring the book in." He deliberately delayed in the car, didn't remind her about returning to the dorm, yet forgot she rented an apartment outside. A miscalculation. "I don't want this book," Meredith refused. "No, you have to take it. If Emily finds out, she'll blame me. You know she dislikes me the most now." Ethan's voice weakened, playing pitiful masterfully. "Meredith, just do me a favor. I'm already abandoned by everyone, miserable enough." Meredith sighed. Annoyed by his pitiful act here, she was exhausted, wanted rest. Sending him away quickly was best. Otherwise, find another opportunity later to return it to Emily. Old buildings have poor soundproofing. Continuing like this, the whole building would know tomorrow about a man lingering outside her door late at night. Meredith still cared about face. She opened the outer security gate. Ethan carried the book inside, first surveying for anything looking like Sean Davis's belongings. Good, even Marcus's things weren't many. Clearly Meredith, well-behaved. "Meredith, I just got out of the hospital. Body severely depleted, not feeling well. Can I rest here one night?" Ethan doubled down on the pity act. Putting the book down, deliberately clutched his waist, crying out in pain. Seeing Meredith frown, quickly added, "It's too late today. Going back like this isn't safe. I'll sleep in Marcus's room, leave first thing tomorrow morning." Pushing his luck, inching forward. "I know, Emily told me today. You're incapacitated," Meredith stated calmly, as if discussing the lack of stars tonight. Ethan, hearing this, immediately stood straight, clarifying, "No, I'm not incapacitated, don't believe it. Use me, it can grow big, strong, powerful, both it and I are healthy." That Emily stabbing him in the back spreading such rumors, what if Meredith rejected him because of this? Her pocket money gone far away in the young residence, Emily happily fantasized. Wonder if playing the victim card for her brother in front of Meredith's sister worked. If they reconciled, what gift should she ask for? Next time brother went to France on business, could he take her? Preferably let her use the supplementary card too. No, wait, take Meredith's sister along, then the supplementary card is guaranteed. Meredith glanced at Ethan, saying coolly, "Your health doesn't concern me. But watch your mouth later. Your sister is a teenager, don't spout nonsense in front of her. Teenage girls have strange fantasies about boys. Don't let Ethan's careless talk negatively influence Emily." Like a few days ago, Emily and Scarlett recommended some kidney stealing, eye-gouging abusive romance to her. And those exaggerated descriptions of male stamina staying up all night, crying and begging for mercy. Their values were already warped by those novels. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Absolutely won't talk nonsense." Ethan quickly acted obedient, only lacking a tail wagging behind him. "Meredith, in exchange, don't associate with Sean Davis, okay?" Meredith turned back, looked at Ethan's pitiful, obedient act, frowning. "Who I associate with is my freedom. You have no right to interfere in my affairs." A lump formed in Ethan's throat, stuck. "Meredith, then tonight?" Meredith recalled the social news Scarlett mentioned. It was 1 a.m. now, would disturb neighbors. Not wanting further entanglement with Ethan, she said, "Sleep in my brother's room. Don't touch his things. Leave tomorrow morning." Ethan, granted amnesty, rushed towards Marcus's room. He knew it, his Meredith had the softest heart. This apartment was much better than her old place, at least lacked that smell. Ethan lay on Marcus's bed, staring at the family photo on the bedside table. The Meredith in the photo was very young, held on her father's lap, face still innocent. Beside her, her stepmother held a clueless young Marcus. Judging by appearance, a typical uneducated woman, spending her life fighting over a 400-square-foot apartment. Back then, she surely didn't imagine, after taking the family photo, She'd be solely responsible for raising her brother, waiting for him to grow up, giving him the house. Then encountered the jerk Ethan, forcing her to sleep on the street to repay debts. Ethan swallowed hard. He suddenly wanted to try the art university's steamed buns dipped in water. Chapter 65. Determination. The next morning at 5 a.m., before Meredith woke, Ethan was already up. Also up early were his family's maid and driver, Mr. Liu. The maid, having worked for his family for 10 years, knew Ethan needed breakfast brought for his girlfriend. She went all out, preparing several dishes, specifically choosing things girls like tasty but not fattening. Driver Liu brought over 2 large bags. Ethan plated the breakfast items, knocked gently on Meredith's door, informing her breakfast was ready. "Meredith, I prepared breakfast for you. Remember to come out and eat later." Ethan knocked lightly, afraid to disturb her sleep, whispering, "I'm leaving now, we'll come see you later." No sound from inside. Ethan didn't know if Meredith was awake and ignoring him or asleep and didn't hear. Ethan wasn't surprised, changed clothes and left. If only he could go in, kiss her, the morning would be perfect. Early morning in the old complex, early rising seniors, mostly long-term residents, gathered for morning exercises and neighborhood gossip. Normally, a stranger like Ethan wouldn't attract attention. Many university students rented nearby. But Ethan greeted everyone he met, even offered cigarettes, asking them to look after Meredith on the 3rd floor. His girlfriend was busy with her graduation project lately, often coming and going late. If she disturbed the neighbors, please bear with her. Ethan had sharp eyes. Spotting established residents, he even had the driver deliver cartons of good cigarettes. Neighbors chat, gossip spreads. The siblings on the 3rd floor, one a top student at the art university, the other at National University. No parents, brother raised by the sister. Unexpectedly, the sister found such a polite boyfriend. Ethan cemented his official partner status outside, causing Meredith, upon leaving that morning, to think she saw ghosts. Neighbors actually greeted her. Yang group. Ethan went straight to Arthur Young's office early. Arthur, seeing his son looking spirited today, knew yesterday went smoothly. Back to life today? Looked like a corpse these past few days. Ethan grinned sheepishly. "Dad, you're teasing me too." "Bah, I'm your father. Seeing you so pathetic embarrasses me," Arthur glared, tossing a folder onto the desk. "Look through this, pick one." Ethan was confused. Taking the folder, he opened it. A thick stack of girls' profiles. Name, age, family background, all detailed, several photos attached. Their only commonality, good family background, age compatible with Ethan. "Dad, why show me this?" Ethan didn't understand. Closing the folder, putting it down, he asked, "Didn't we agree to give me another chance? Meredith and I are getting along better now. Why bring these out again?" He suspected yesterday Meredith letting him stay overnight meant she started forgiving him. Why was his father suddenly doing this now, arranging blind dates? "Pick 2 you find agreeable first. I'll let their fathers know, have the girls wait for you a while," Arthur said. Who knew if he could handle Meredith? Needed a backup plan. "Why make them wait for me? I'm not choosing. I don't like any of them." Ethan disagreed, stating his resolve to Arthur. "I only want Meredith, no one else." "What nonsense are you talking? You're my son, don't be so willful," Arthur reprimanded him. "You only want her, but does she want you? What if she rejects you? Will you stay single forever?" "Impossible. Even if she rejects me, she can't escape. I'll just wear her down. I'll stay single. She won't be with anyone else either." He'd just keep pestering her until she agreed. Ethan felt something was wrong, turning back to Arthur. "Dad, you said you'd help me. Why are you thwarting me today?" He just saw a glimmer of hope. Why was his dad contradicting him? Did he change his mind? Arthur didn't reply, putting the folder away. "Dad," Ethan felt uneasy. Did he change his mind? "Look at your pathetic state, truly shameful." Arthur felt exasperated. He took out a cigarette case from the drawer. Ethan quickly got up, opened the window for ventilation, turned back to light his father's cigarette. "Dad, you're my backup. Meredith and my matter relies entirely on you. You can't retreat halfway." This cigarette wasn't lit casually. His mother strictly controlled smoking. Lighting this cigarette meant joining his father's battle trench. Ethan lit one for himself too, joining the conspiracy. "Are you really set on only Meredith? That girl seems very tough. Living together later won't be gentle. Choose a girl from a matching background now, she'll be obedient later." life will be more comfortable, Arthur asked. After time passes, you'll understand the benefit of an obedient wife. Dad, my biggest regret now is not confessing to Meredith sooner, making her lose all hope in me. Ethan exhaled smoke, lost in memories. Dad, you don't know, she used to be very gentle too. Arthur didn't believe it. He hadn't seen it. Initially, she couldn't cook either. We ate at the university cafeteria. I complained the chicken was dry, but living in the dorms, conditions were limited. Later, I made an excuse to rent an apartment outside. She specifically went to the market to buy groceries and cook for me. Once, she cut off a piece of flesh from her hand with a knife. Afraid I'd see and lose appetite, she endured it, wore a glove, only bandaging it back at the dorm. He only found out about the injury later, noticing something wrong when holding her hand, forcing the truth out. She always hid things, never told him. Her fingertip still has a flat spot now. When I first interned at the company, we had no money. Meredith handmade me a tie. My trouser cuffs Meredith measured, cut, hemmed them herself. I know very well, if not for being your son, I'd just be a poor boy. Only Meredith endured hardship with me without complaint. Everyone else is fake. Meredith wasn't good at expressing herself, never boasted or acted cute. Occasionally caught her shy glances, she'd hide, forbid him from mentioning it. Dad, from the beginning until now, through so much, last night she still worried about my safety coming back, let me stay. Ordinary girl's tantrums, nagging she did none of it. Each time, she retreated, first blaming herself for giving others the power to hurt her, rather than finding ways to make the other party pay. Gentle. Meredith's gentleness resided in her heart, not just surface appearance. What if you meet someone better later? Arthur asked. Young love always involves grand promises. Over time, conflicts arise. Then gentle, understanding flowers will flock to you. Can you resist then? Ethan shook his head. He understood his father's meaning. He feared Ethan, after being with Meredith, would regret today's decision later, wanted him to back down now. Dad, a few days ago, Adrian Pierce and I went out partying. I had no reaction. Yesterday at Meredith's place, Meredith didn't reveal anything, yet I reacted strongly. To the point it would be obvious if I moved. Adrian Pierce was notoriously playful in their circle. Ethan going out with him, Arthur naturally knew the activities involved. Boys, ultimately, only had a few interests. But now, Ethan's statement effectively blocked Arthur's retreat. Nothing was more important than his son's future fertility. Ethan knew, with this statement, his father would definitely side with him. Chapter 66. Questioning after much consideration, Arthur Young finished the last drag of his cigarette, stubbed it out in the ashtray. Our family, regardless of the daughter-in-law's background, if you become unfaithful later, your mother and I will not help you. Among wealthy families, some treat daughters-in-law poorly after marriage, like servants, while the husband philanders outside. The mother-in-law even bullies the daughter-in-law, ultimately looking down on her family background. Arthur despised this most. Falling in love, marrying someone, then despising them over time, seeking excitement elsewhere. As elders, allowing the younger generation into the family, then manipulating them, acting superior. True superiority means not letting them enter the family door in the first place. Trampling family members to highlight nobility self-perceived superiority. Ethan understood this well. His parents weren't like other families. They built their success together. After achieving wealth, the husband didn't feel his wife unworthy, seeking younger, prettier replacements. Families with such histories, his parents avoided association. Municipal official, your Uncle Duncan's promotion documents are being finalized these few days. Afterwards, he'll host a private gathering. As long as you can bring Meredith there, introduce her, she'll definitely be yours later, Arthur arranged quietly. As for your mother, mentioning his mother, Ethan felt unsure. Dad, you have to help me with Mom. If she disapproves of Meredith, neither of us will have peace later. His mother was quite unhappy about the hospitalization incident. Not resolving these issues now meant future life would be impossible. Financial control of the family rested with his mother. If she disliked Meredith, Meredith couldn't truly integrate into the young family. Don't worry about that, I'll talk to her. But whether Meredith can take things from your mother's hand depends on her own ability, Arthur warned Ethan. Don't interfere, lest your mother finds out and dislikes her even more. Your mother knows how much a daughter-in-law deserves. As long as she behaves well with you later, your mother won't make things difficult. Assured by his father, Ethan felt more confident, promising, I know, Dad, I'll teach Meredith well. Arthur scoffed inwardly. This spineless fool. Who teaches whom remains to be seen. Wonder who he takes after. Ethan, when dealing with deep connections, ensure substantial returns. No one can know about this, especially the three women at home, Vivian, Emily, and Meredith. Three women, anyone knowing meant trouble. Got it, Dad. Ethan promised, mentally planning how to bring Meredith to the gathering. Time was ample now. Better start soft. If she willingly accompanied him, everyone happy. If Meredith refused to cooperate, then resort to harder tactics. Saturday, Meredith helped teach at the art studio. Sean Davis was out discussing business with Finn Archer. The high school sophomores were well behaved, painting quietly. Meredith observed from behind, offering guidance where needed. Sean didn't return at noon. The studio welcomed two visitors, an elderly couple. The husband looked simple and honest. The wife seemed shrewder, eyes darting around the studio assessingly. Initially, Meredith thought they were parents checking out the studio for their child, giving them a comprehensive introduction. The couple observed Meredith, the substitute teacher, throughout. Only after she finished did they reveal they were Sean Davis's parents. Uncle, Auntie, have some water. Meredith suppressed her discomfort. As temporary person in charge, she hosted them, pouring water. Mr. Davis Sr. looked honest, didn't say thank you, just chuckled twice. Mrs. Davis Sr., thinner, eyes scrutinizing Meredith intensely, stated authoritatively, All right, we visit our son's studio often. Go busy yourself. Her tone, commanding, surpassed even how the Youngs instructed their maids. Meredith, the servant, felt relieved, went back to observe the students. Before leaving, she discreetly asked a more perceptive student to keep an eye on the Davis parents, notify her if needed. That student, clever, plus not being Sean's employee, needing no favors, ignored the elders unless called upon, put on headphones, focused on painting. HMPH truly from a small place. Told her to leave, she leaves. Water's finished now, doesn't even know to refill, Mrs. Davis Sr. complained, eyebrows raised, scoffing coldly. Mr. Davis Sr. disagreed, picked up a paper cup, poured water for his wife. Water dispenser is just 10 feet away. Does the water taste better if that girl pours it? Can't I pour it for you now? Mrs. Davis Sr. disagreed, reprimanding her husband. What do you know? This is establishing dominance, that poor girl from the sticks wants to be with our son. I need to show her some authority. How can you talk like that? The girl is also an art university student. How bad can she be? Now it was Mr. Davis Sr.'s turn to disagree. Nothing's settled yet. You show her attitude now, what if you're wrong later? How could I be wrong? Our son, these years, who has he cared about? Now, finding paintings for this girl, introducing jobs, let me tell you, girls from small places are full of schemes just for local residency. They'll do anything shameless, Mrs. Davis Sr. grew angrier, slamming the paper cup down, water splashing everywhere. Art University, so what? My son is also from the Art University, earns money. If I don't make her suffer now, make her retreat, should I wait until trouble arises then object? Thinking about the neighbor telling her this morning about seeing her son take a girl to the hospital recently, Mrs. Davis Sr. fumed, feared her eldest son got entangled with this girl. Let me tell you, I don't want this kind of daughter-in-law from a poor background. Our eldest son must find someone with family connections, someone who can help our family. This country bumpkin needs to be cut off early. Outside, the student tasked with watching the Davis parents was reeling. So, Boss Davis and Teacher Meredith had that kind of relationship, and Teacher Meredith faced serious mother-in-law problems. This drama was far more stimulating than music. The student strained his ears, listening intently. Can you be reasonable? That girl is raising her brother alone. She might be poor, but you don't have to speak so harshly. Even worse, a country girl from nowhere. No mother, a brother still needing education. Won't she drag our son down with her burdens later? The argument continued inside, completely undisguised, perhaps intentionally for Meredith to hear. Listening to the increasingly sharp and cruel words, the student couldn't bear it anymore. Instead of fetching Meredith, he quietly called Sean Davis. Consequently, Sean, learning his parents arrived, called Meredith, asking her to look after them. Meredith had no choice but to face the Davis parents again. Just as she entered, she saw the paper cup on the floor, water spilled across the table. Meredith resignedly picked up the cup, wiped the table, mopped the floor clean, then poured fresh cups of water for the two adults. Poor people gaining power oppress other poor people even more. The ancestors were right. Mrs. Davis SR scoffed inwardly. See, isn't this performing for them? Before her son called, why didn't she come in? Mr. Davis SR now felt his wife's words held merit. This girl was calculating, deliberately acting virtuous in front of their son. That girl, wait a moment, what's your name? Meredith, holding the mop, was about to leave when Mrs. Davis SR stopped her, questioning. Auntie, my name is Meredith Shaw. Meredith asked the student to put the mop away, then forced herself to engage with the couple, answering whatever they asked. Mr. Davis SR. What do your parents do, Meredith? They have passed away. Mrs. Davis SR. Any other family, Meredith? Just a younger brother. Mr. and Mrs. Davis SR exchanged glances. Mr. Davis SR continued, must be hard raising your brother alone, Meredith. Not hard, my brother is sensible, hasn't caused much trouble. Back and forth, by the time Sean Davis returned, the students had finished class. Meredith endured the interrogation, almost revealing her bank account balance and password. This was more excruciating than meeting potential in-laws. Chapter 67, Shameless Dad Mom, why did you come today without calling? Sean entered. Meredith sighed with relief, quickly making an excuse to leave. Mrs. Davis SR, displeased with Meredith's family background, still harbored resentment towards her son for hiding things, glared at him. Mr. Davis SR, sensing the awkwardness, quickly smiled. Your mother and I had the day off, nothing to do, so we came to see. Your Uncle Jennings and Auntie Jennings invited us for dinner tonight. You're free now too. Drive over to Veronica's company, pick her up. Your mother and I will walk over to that restaurant we usually go to, consider it a stroll. Sean nodded, turning to Meredith. How are you getting back? Before Meredith could answer, Mrs. Davis SR interjected, that girl walk with us. That girl? So, in front of his parents, she had no name, and, facing Veronica Jennings, Mrs. Davis SR's intention was clear. Making Sean drive to pick up Veronica, while Meredith walked with them, wasn't this a clear power play? Was she expected to listen to them discuss matchmaking plans on the way, or reveal her bank password? That was the only thing left undisclosed. Besides, who said she wanted to join them for dinner? Did she look like she needed a free meal? No need, Uncle Auntie. I live close by, I'll head back now. Meredith didn't want to linger, excused herself and walked out. Meredith, I'll drive you, Sean pursued her. Mr. and Mrs. Davis SR followed closely behind. Meredith, Veronica Jennings is my former neighbor. Our families lived next door for decades, quite familiar, Sean explained as he caught up. He didn't know what his parents said today, but knew his mother constantly nagged him about finding a local girl. He could imagine Meredith didn't hear pleasantries. Meredith didn't mind, about to tell Sean not to worry, when she saw the Davis parents following closely, especially Mrs. Davis SR, whose glare seemed intent on burning holes through her, warning her not to speak carelessly. Meredith returned a polite smile. Son, Veronica will be finishing work soon. It takes time to get there. Don't keep Veronica waiting long, hurry and drive, Mrs. Davis SR urged, then smiled at Meredith. This girl, you should head back quickly too. Meredith, I'll take you first, Sean insisted, determined to drive Meredith. Mr. and Mrs. Davis SR's expressions turned extremely unpleasant. Meredith, understanding the situation, felt awkward. Turning her head, she saw Ethan's car parked across the street. He had a new car, bright yellow, blindingly conspicuous. Meredith still couldn't identify the brand, but it looked very expensive. Meredith waved at Ethan, forcing herself to attract his attention. Across the street, Ethan debated how to approach Meredith when he saw her wave. He quickly trotted over, beaming. Meredith, I came to pick you up. Finished class? Ethan greeted Sean Davis, completely ignoring the Davis parents behind him. Their factory worker appearance, daring to glare at Meredith in his eyes, they didn't exist. If possible, Sean Davis wouldn't exist either. Big bro D, I'm leaving now, Meredith bid Sean farewell, similarly ignoring the Davis parents. She came here to work, not to claim relatives. Mrs. Davis SR seeing Meredith disregard them completely, couldn't contain her anger, snapping, "Rude, doesn't even greet elders, wild girl from the countryside. Mom, what did you say to Meredith?" Sean knew his mother. She must have given Meredith attitude. Meredith's personality wouldn't tolerate that. "Say what? Say you're forbidden from dating this poor girl. She has a brother, a burden he'll drag you down later," Mrs. Davis SR warned. What's wrong with Veronica Jennings? Pretty, local residency, works at a big company, parents retired state employees. You grew up together, know each other well. She can help you later. Sean felt a massive headache. This topic was worn out. His parents benefited from the state-owned enterprise system in their youth, later took early retirement buyouts, hence their fondness for state enterprises. He wanted to say Meredith, selling one painting, earned more than Veronica's annual salary. While Meredith casually earned extra income, Veronica worked overtime at the company. But his parents wouldn't listen now. Resigning himself with a sigh, he and Meredith weren't even official yet. His parents reacted so strongly. The road ahead seemed difficult. Meanwhile, Ethan drove away. Meredith only felt the oppressive aura of the Davis parents vanish after they were far away. She relaxed her back against the seat. Before Ethan could speak, Meredith's phone rang. Ethan frowned. "Hello, big bro D. It's fine, Uncle and Auntie didn't say much. Okay, drive carefully, don't get distracted by calls." "Okay, bye." Meredith finished the call. Ethan felt sour. Why didn't she tell him to drive carefully now? And talking so intimately with Sean? What was so good about that petty citizen's son? Contributed so little productivity, living off retirement after being laid off, yet acting superior. "Thank you just now," Meredith expressed thanks. "Meredith, it's the weekend. How about we pick Marcus up, go out for dinner together? That Japanese place we went to called me today, said they have very fresh fish and crabs. I'll call Emily, we can all go try?" Ethan proposed. Primarily for Meredith. Bringing others along was fine. However, Marcus's status was different now, he needed to treat him better. "No need, thank you, I'm going home," Meredith put her phone away, stating flatly. "Or you can drop me off now, I'll go back myself." Ethan completely ignored Meredith's coldness, turned the steering wheel towards Meredith's apartment complex. "Fine, eating at home is cleaner," he decided unilaterally. Meredith ignored him. Arriving at the complex, she got out, didn't care if Ethan followed, entered the building, closed the door all in one smooth motion. Ethan didn't follow her immediately. He first found an empty spot to park, then greeted the gossiping seniors at the entrance. When the seniors prepared to go home, Ethan lingered hesitantly. An elderly man, coincidentally, noticed him, realizing he was locked out by his girlfriend, reflecting. Later, Assistant Cole arrived with plenty of seafood ingredients. Ethan carried the box upstairs, placed it outside Meredith's door, knocked. Sure enough, Meredith opened the door, saw him, decisively slammed it shut. Ethan began his pitiful act. "Meredith, open the door. I brought crabs, your favorite." "Meredith, I know I was wrong. Open the door, okay?" Meredith turned a deaf ear, sat in the living room watching TV while prepping vegetables. Suddenly, she heard a passing elderly man greet Ethan, then tease, "Fighting with your girlfriend. Haven't coaxed her yet?" Ethan chuckled foolishly. "Did something wrong, made her unhappy, reflecting on my mistakes now." The elderly man encouraged him. "Persevere, men must bravely admit mistakes. My wife and I were like this too. Bickering is part of life." "I support you," Ethan replied. "I will." Meredith listened inside, teeth grinding. When did he become so familiar with the neighbors? Before Meredith could figure it out, another elderly woman came by, even knocked on the door for Ethan, advising her not to push arguments too far, lest it damage harmony. 6 seniors passed by in succession. Ethan chatted briefly with each. "Meredith, quickly open the door. I can't hold it anymore. I need the bathroom. If you're really angry, let me use it first, then kick me out." "Meredith." "Meredith, I brought seafood to apologize. If you don't like me, at least look at the seafood. Fine, I won't fight you for it. Just give me a bowl of rice." Chapter 68, Nonsense. Meredith couldn't stand it anymore. Before the next senior could pass by, she opened the door and let Ethan in. "When did you become so familiar with everyone here?" With the fighting power of those seniors, the entire complex would know by tomorrow that she locked Ethan out, making him nearly wet his pants before letting him in. Ethan grinned sheepishly. "Women never understand. Among men, there's nothing a carton of cigarettes can't solve, especially good cigarettes bridging generational gaps in male friendship. Ethan carried the box inside, boasting, "Meredith, delicious food." Completely ignoring Meredith's unwelcoming attitude, he lifted the box into the kitchen. Inside, fresh seafood still jumped and rustled. Seeing the onions and vegetables Meredith prepped on the table, Ethan frowned. Why no meat? Eating only vegetarian isn't nutritious. Good thing I brought good stuff. Ethan rolled up his sleeves, took out all the seafood, washed it in the sink, then stepped back, leaving the kitchen space for Meredith. "If you won't eat out, I can only bring the food back." "Meredith, I'm really starving." He wanted to cook for Meredith but lacked the skill. So previously, whenever he was free, he washed vegetables and dishes. Meredith only cooked. Meredith gave him a cold look. Ethan pretended not to see, pushed Meredith towards the kitchen, then went into the bathroom himself. Meredith hadn't moved when a loud clank came from inside. Ethan's weak voice followed, "Meredith, do you have spare clothes?" Meredith went to the bathroom. The faucet had burst, water spraying upwards. Ethan turned off the main valve, but his clothes were soaked through. "What on earth are you playing at?" The faucet bursting just when he arrived at her place deliberate. The pipe burst, it was an accident. Ethan took off his shirt, complaining pitifully. "Get me some clothes to change. I'll go downstairs, buy a new faucet, and fix it." Summer clothes were thin, soaked like this, they were transparent. Kicking him out now, he'd likely get arrested for indecent exposure before reaching downstairs. Meredith was speechless. She fetched Marcus's t-shirt and shorts, told him to change. Ethan didn't care if they were new or old, happily changed. The plan to forcefully contribute rations started well. "I don't need you to change the faucet. Leave now." "I'll have Marcus change it when he gets back." Meredith refused, trying to kick him out. "Meredith, let me eat dinner, then I'll leave. Otherwise, I'm too hungry to walk, have to seek help outside your door again." Ethan was shameless now. Having achieved phased victory, no way he'd leave immediately. Thinking of Ethan wearing her brother's clothes, embarrassing himself at her doorstep, drawing neighbors' attention, Meredith's temples throbbed. This person hid his true nature so well 3 years, she never discovered his shameless attribute. Go buy the faucet? Ethan received the order, grabbed the keys from the entryway cabinet, happily went out to buy a faucet. He needed to buy himself slippers first. Marcus's didn't fit well. The range hood on the 3rd floor started working. Soon, the aroma of seafood wafted out. When Ethan returned with the faucet, he deliberately lingered downstairs, admiring the 3rd floor window for a while. Meredith was cooking for him. This feeling was wonderful. If only they could move back to his place, it would be even better. He renovated a studio for her there. She'd surely love it. Marcus wasn't supposed to return today, but his roommates heard he used to play guitar, insisted he play for them. So he came back overnight to find his guitar music sheets. It was the weekend. If his sister was home, he'd stay overnight. If not, he'd grab the sheets and leave. But the person blocking the unit entrance looked familiar. Why was he wearing his clothes and slippers? Why did he look so much like his sister's ex-boyfriend? And staring at their window like a lovesick fool. Marcus approached uncertainly. His sister's ex-boyfriend was very rich. This person didn't quite fit the image. "Marcus, long time no see." Ethan, holding a plastic bag, waved at Marcus. "You're back from school. Your sister is cooking, let's hurry back." This familiar, warm greeting made Marcus instantly feel like he wasn't returning home, but visiting his brother-in-law's place. Meredith, in the kitchen, heard voices outside. Turning, she saw Ethan and Marcus enter together. Marcus, sweaty from rushing back, called "Sis," then went to his room to shower and change. Ethan washed Marcus's slippers, placed them outside the bathroom for him, changed into the pair he just bought, then went to the kitchen to ask Meredith, ran into little brother downstairs, came back together. "Enough food. Otherwise, I'll go buy more." The best thing about old complexes, groceries available even at night, raw or cooked. "No need, I'll handle it myself. Get out." She found his presence irritating, shooed him away. Ethan nodded, went out, sat on the living room sofa, opened his tablet to check stocks. Marcus emerged from his room, saw Ethan wearing his clothes, lounging comfortably on the sofa playing with his tablet. Marcus bypassed him, went to the kitchen, saw Meredith busy, preparing tonight's dishes. "Sis, let me help." Marcus didn't dare ask Meredith why Ethan was here, nor why he wasn't helping her. Could only offer his own help. Meredith directed Marcus over, put the steamed crabs onto a plate, handed it to him. "Come here, take these crabs out, shell them. Sister will make you crab roe noodles later." Marcus nodded, carried the crabs out, placed them on the table, sat down, focused on shelling crabs. Ethan put down his tablet, joined Marcus. He heard the conversation in the kitchen clearly. There'd definitely be a portion of noodles for him later. "How's training at school recently?" "Adapting okay." Ethan cracked open a crab, separating meat from roe onto a plate. "Pretty good," Marcus replied. "Heard from your sister you won many excellence awards. Perform well at school. It helps with future job assignments." He knew Marcus's performance at National University. Adrian Pierce investigated thoroughly. He just needed to phrase it differently to fool Marcus. National University was hard to enter, easy to graduate. Many elites came from National U. Good assignments meant smooth sailing careers later. Marcus nodded. He hadn't eaten crab much, clumsy at shelling. One crab ended up mangled. Last time Sean Davis visited, he could barely distinguish edible parts from inedible. Ethan didn't mock his clumsiness, taught him patiently. "Shelling crabs is a useful skill. Previously, when your sister cooked, I shelled the meat for her." Crab season wasn't expensive now. Meredith loved steaming 2 crabs, munching while watching dramas undisturbed. "My fault today, didn't expect you back, bought too few. Let your sister have more later, she worked hardest cooking today. Next time I'll buy more, make it up to you." Ethan referred to the crabs Marcus knew. Just, "You and my sister?" Marcus was curious. His sister didn't say, he didn't know. Ethan glanced towards the kitchen, spoke conspiratorially, still fighting. "Your sister's temper flared up, I'm in for it now. Don't worry and don't ask your sister, otherwise you'll suffer with me." Ethan smiled indulgently, helplessly, as if they never broke up, just Meredith throwing a tantrum, him patiently placating her. Marcus was skeptical. His sister never mentioned breaking up with Ethan. Ethan's demeanor didn't seem like lying. But his sister letting him in shouldn't be fake either. Fine, better save himself. His sister, when angry, was terrifying. Ethan carried the shelled crab meat inside. Coincidentally, Meredith finished the other dishes. She served 2 bowls of noodles. Meredith, angered by Ethan earlier, had no appetite tonight. Chapter 69, Keys the 3 ate dinner quietly at the table. The TV played social news. A female university student returning home alone at night had indecent photos taken by malicious individuals. The photos were sent to her parents and relatives. The girl, unable to bear the shock, had a mental breakdown. Her parents handled her leave of absence today. The honest farmer couple held their distressed daughter, crying heartbrokenly. The news anchor urged single women not to walk alone late at night, preferably travel in groups. "Sis, this happened near your university. Be careful returning late at night," Marcus worried, the news story chilling. Meredith recalled Emily Young's words a few days ago, felt goosebumps rise. Revenge killings, crimes of passion, she felt nothing. Random, motiveless crimes were most terrifying. Ethan raised an eyebrow, smiling. Maybe the girl herself wasn't decent. Got exposed, couldn't cover it up, claimed it happened on the way back to school. Who knows if she was fooling around, got caught on camera. "Meredith, don't be scared, I'll pick you up later." Meredith questioned Ethan. "You mean she deserved it?" This victim blaming sounded particularly harsh coming from Ethan. Meredith glared at him. Ethan quickly shut up, focusing on eating. Damn it, what if she gets angry, kicks him out? He didn't mind losing face at the doorstep again, but if Marcus saw through it, his plan would be exposed. Ethan tried signaling Marcus with his eyes, asking for help diffusing the situation. "Ah, sis, next Friday night can I invite my roommates over? Is that okay?" Marcus, perceptive, quickly changed the subject. Ethan felt grateful, truly a good brother, much better than Emily. "Okay. Sister will cook then, host your roommates," Meredith agreed. Marcus's roommates seemed nice, from better backgrounds than Marcus. They always included Marcus when hanging out, inviting them over for dinner was appropriate. Ethan didn't dare speak, quietly eating his noodles. After dinner, Ethan proactively went to the kitchen to wash dishes. Marcus felt Ethan was a guest, joined him. Ethan felt immensely touched. Such a considerate little brother-in-law, why hadn't he appreciated him before? Truly blind. Finishing the dishes, Ethan pulled Marcus back to the room under the guise of changing clothes, took out a card from his wallet, gave it to Marcus. Marcus, your sister studies and works part-time, already very hard. When you hang out with roommates later, try not to trouble her. Someone gave me this card, I don't usually go. Take it, play with your roommates. Boys can't always let others pay. Marcus looked a membership card for some outdoor club, offering military-style entertainment, not a business-oriented establishment. Honestly, Marcus wanted this card, but he couldn't accept it. His sister forbade accepting gifts from others. However, this club required VIP referral for membership. He and his roommates longed to try the combat games inside, but lacked eligibility. Ethan saw through the boy's thoughts instantly. I have a sister named Emily Young. She never hesitates accepting gifts from your sister. This little gift is nothing compared to what your sister gets. Accept it confidently. He deliberately counted the gifts he gave Emily towards Meredith. Same difference anyway. This card has a time limit, expires in half a year. Marcus, just do me a favor, I don't need it. I can't take your sister there on dates anyway. Your sister is fierce enough. Taking her there, I'd only get beaten up. Marcus remained skeptical. Ethan gave him no chance to refuse, didn't elaborate, placed the card on Marcus's desk, changed clothes, and left. He misspoke today. Meredith's expression wasn't good now. Better leave tactfully first. Before leaving, he winked at Marcus a secret between men, keep it from Meredith. Old complexes have strong neighborly bonds. Ethan greeted several people on his way out. Seniors, finished eating, gathered again to chat. Today's topic clearly shifted from third-floor female student locks boyfriend out to female student attacked, photos taken. Younger folks felt sympathy for the girl. Seniors insisted she was indecent. Arguments grew heated. Ethan sat in his car, turned on the AC, lit a cigarette, admired the senior's sharp judgment. Meredith hadn't carefully read the victim's information. The victimized university students included Melissa Sterling and the girl who tried drugging him. If not greedy, first accepting money from the other party to harm him, then accepting his money, trying to sleep with him while he was incapacitated, surely wouldn't end up like this today. Lacking ability yet wanting to play both sides even without his intervention, the other party wouldn't let her off. Ethan used his key to open the door, met a neighbor grandpa on the way. Girlfriend didn't lock the door today. Gave the key back. The grandpa teased, seeing him use a key. Ethan nodded, offered the grandpa a cigarette from his pocket, swiftly opened the door. We just enjoy playing this game. I deliberately provoke her. Otherwise, life gets boring, Ethan said smugly. The grandpa instantly sported an I understand expression, mumbled something, then went downstairs for groceries. He wasn't old-fashioned either. Times changed. Young people didn't follow the head of household rules anymore. These youngsters nowadays, always fighting, but their relationship is strong. The grandpa sighed. If only his own son were capable, brought back a grandmother figure like that. Ethan closed the door, went straight into Meredith's room, lay down. Meredith and Marcus wouldn't be back during the week. He had the key copied that night when buying slippers. Closing his eyes, Meredith's image appeared. Her scent enveloped him. Finally, relax. Ethan closed his eyes, quickly falling asleep. His phone alarm rang around the time Meredith finished tutoring. Ethan got up, tidied the room back to its original state, went downstairs, drove to pick up Meredith. Although mostly unsuccessful, the rumor, third-floor female university student's boyfriend often comes to clean, spread throughout the complex. Driving home, Ethan received a call from Adrian Pierce. Hey, big bro E, coming out to play tonight? Ethan refused, busy here, find someone else to play with. Adrian's parties always had too many young girls. Now was a critical time to impress Meredith. If seen partying with Adrian, all previous efforts would be wasted. Really not coming? Adrian sounded disappointed, then tried enticingly. Remember that female star Stella Warner from dinner the other day? She's here tonight too. Big bro E, really not coming to play? The name sounded familiar. Ethan thought for a moment, remembered their company spokesperson. Her father managed a subsidiary under Yang Group, achieved merits, so the spokesperson resource went to Stella Warner. Big bro E, if you don't come, then I'm making my move, Adrian said. This female star looked decent. If he didn't want her, pass her over. Don't mess with this female star, Ethan warned. Didn't want Adrian getting involved with her, causing trouble later, Stella Warner's father coming to complain. Got it, saving her for you. Adrian sounded like I understand. Ethan couldn't be bothered explaining further, hung up, drove home. Needed to ask Emily if Meredith had any troubles lately, anything she wanted. Chapter 70. Protest Friday morning, Meredith woke up, left the university early, went to the market, bought groceries, returned to the apartment, prepped the ingredients, cleaned the apartment thoroughly. Marcus's classmates were boys, her personal items needed tidying. After lunch, she took the subway to tutor Emily Young and Scarlett Sutton. Emily, under Ethan's orders today, couldn't delay Meredith, letting her leave early. She and Scarlett, perceptive, focused intently during tutoring, not wasting a single minute of Meredith's time. Meredith returned home punctually. Still arrived slightly late. Entering, the living room was filled with boys in dark green camouflage training uniforms. All tan dark, buzz cuts looking sharp and capable. "Hello, sister." Seeing Meredith enter, the boys greeted her in unison. "Hello, everyone." "Sorry, I'm late," Meredith replied politely. Marcus and his friends had already cooked dinner. Quentin Astor brought out a stir-fry dish, wiping oily hands on his beige checkered apron, smiling honestly. "Sister, sorry, we saw the groceries and cooked ourselves." "No problem, you guys eat first." Meredith went to her room, changed into clean clothes, then came out. "I have plans tonight. Since you've already cooked, sister will head out now." Beer bottles were hidden under the table. The boys clearly felt constrained with her presence. Better for her to leave. The boys tried persuading Meredith to stay. Meredith politely declined a few times, put on her shoes, went downstairs. Downstairs, seniors already gathered chatting. Seeing Meredith come down, they smiled, asking, "Are those boys your brother's classmates?" Meredith nodded. "Oh my, National University students really have a different spirit standing there. Even ghosts and monsters would shy away," an old lady praised extravagantly. "Girl, does your brother have a girlfriend? I have a niece, also just started university. Maybe let them meet sometime. Not a blind date, just make friends." Meredith encountered this scene for the first time. The seniors' enthusiasm overwhelmed her. She didn't know how to refuse. Felt like being back at Marcus's orientation day, surrounded by Quentin Astor's mother-pushing introductions. Quickly making an excuse, she tried leaving, only to be stopped by another old man. "Hey girl, that boyfriend of yours isn't bad either. Saw him often in a suit. What does he do?" "Boyfriend?" Meredith instantly knew it was Ethan. This guy must have been spouting nonsense behind her back here. "Sells insurance." Meredith threw out the answer and fled. Having just endured the interrogation from Sean Davis's parents, she didn't want to repeat, leaving the seniors sighing in pity. Such a fine young man, looked decent, dressed decently, yet sold insurance. Income must be unstable. The old lady smacked her lips, not even as good as her son. Meredith quickly exited the complex gate, saw Ethan standing across the street waving at her, grinning foolishly. Meredith recalled his nonsense in the complex, pretended not to see, turned, walked away. Ethan wasn't angry, jogged to catch up. "Meredith, are Marcus and the others at home?" He went up at noon, saw Meredith bought lots of groceries. Just now Meredith entered, then came out in outdoor clothes. Must be drinking inside. Meredith came out to give them space. "Meredith, where do you want to go? I haven't eaten dinner either. Let's go together?" Ethan proposed. "Or how about skewers outside the university? Didn't you used to love the chicken hearts there?" Meredith ignored him, walked towards the university, thinking about what to eat tonight. After eating, go back to campus, not back here. So many people drinking, she alone would be awkward. She ignored him. Ethan didn't mind, followed Meredith all the way. "Meredith, don't want skewers. How about I take you for Western food? Or French, Thai?" Chattering non-stop like a broken record. "Don't want any of those. I'll take you out to play. How about it?" Meredith, seeing him persistently following, unable to shake him off, arrived outside a small courtyard gate. A self-printed sign hung above. Steamed buns 1 for 3 freshly steamed buns, piping hot. Meredith bought 3, walked in another direction. Ethan saw the destination, heart sinking. She said before if he bothered her again, she'd show him the ATM booth she slept in. Transparent frosted glass, lights on inside, empty. Meredith pulled the door open. The security door wasn't closed yet. Ethan blocked the middle. Meredith, don't do this. Let's go back, okay? He couldn't bear this scene. He let her sleep here for half a month before. Meredith ignored him, sat cross-legged in her usual sleeping corner. Finished 2 buns quickly, couldn't eat the third, put it in her bag. Then hugged her knees, buried her face, acting as if Ethan didn't exist. Her silent protest, since words couldn't drive him away. Ethan felt that frustration surge again. Seeing her now, he could imagine how she survived those nights. Finally, sighing, he gave up. Meredith, I'll leave, you come out. He released the door. It swung shut, security lock clicking automatically. Meredith looked up. Through the frosted glass, she saw Ethan's retreating figure. Judging by direction, he was likely heading back to the complex to get his car. Meredith waited a moment, estimated Ethan reached the car, then stood up, opened the door. The ATM voice reminded, "Please be aware of your surroundings." The door locked behind her. Meredith turned back towards the university. Unexpectedly, someone emerged from behind, suddenly embracing her tightly, arms pinning hers behind her back. Didn't hurt, but restricted her strength. Ethan lifted her, carried her towards the car. Meredith, this bad habit is all my fault for spoiling you. Come with me, Meredith, caught off guard, startled. Hands pinned, unable to exert force. Ethan's arms tightened, binding her immobile. Are you crazy? Let go of me. I am crazy letting you run wild over me. The automatic car door opened. Ethan put Meredith inside, closed the door. Meredith reacted, tried opening the door. Ethan moved faster, locked it with a soft click. Open the door, I want out, out, out so you can slap my face. In front of me, I tolerate you. Outside this door, you give me no face at all. Letting others know his girlfriend slept on the street. He'd be laughed at for generations. Ethan got in from the other side, closed the door, smiled. Buckle your seatbelt yourself, or should I help? This smiling face held a chilling quality. Meredith, defiant, ignored him. Ethan didn't force her, started the car, drove towards the deserted outskirts. No cars on the road at night. Ethan indulged himself, accelerated, sharp turns throwing Meredith towards him, another turn flinging her back against the door. Chapter 71. Thrills. Ethan stopped the car. Stop. The car was a sports car, accelerating extremely fast. Meredith watched the streetlights fly backwards rapidly, unconsciously gripping the door handle tighter. Ethan turned a deaf ear. He also held pent-up frustration. These past few days, he had been humble enough. What more did she want? Didn't even give him a clear answer. The car sped up, the unique thrill rising in Ethan's heart, unconsciously accelerating faster and faster. I told you to stop. The car spun in place, tires screeching sharply against the pavement. Meredith screamed in terror. Didn't you say you'd listen to everything I say? I told you to stop. Are you listening? Your girlfriend is telling you to stop now. Meredith was genuinely terrified. She didn't even dare watch racing movies, let alone experience such extreme driving firsthand. Ethan chuckled lightly, threatening, I only listen to my girlfriend. If you're unwilling to forgive me, continue being my girlfriend, then of course I won't listen to you. Childish. Another sharp U-turn. Meredith slammed against the car door, a dull ache spreading through her shoulder. This jolt made her fear injuring her arm. Young, don't you regret this? Meredith let go, her upper body flung violently. Her hair tie loosened, hair scattered across her face, looking exceptionally disheveled. My girlfriend is gone now, what's there to regret? Ethan threw caution to the wind. The scene at the ATM booth just now shattered his pride, grinding it into dust. The girl he liked would rather be homeless than go home with him. What else did he care about? He was serious. Meredith knew it, an unfamiliar fear rising within her. This was the first time he acted so crazily. You said you listened to your girlfriend. I told you to stop. Did you listen? Your girlfriend is telling you to stop now. Meredith finally yielded. Years together, she knew what words he wanted to hear, just as he knew she feared this kind of extreme sport. Ethan succeeded, feeling satisfied. Meredith kept her promises, words spoken wouldn't be retracted. Okay, I'll listen to you. The Porsche gradually slowed down. Ethan leaned over, fastened her seatbelt, gently ruffled her hair, tied it back up with the loose hair tie. Only then did Meredith realize he hadn't buckled his own seatbelt either. Meredith, be good, I'll be obedient too. Ethan sat properly, fastened his own seatbelt. The car resumed normal speed, heading back into the city, driving smoothly all the way to Imperial Clarity Estates' parking garage. Meredith hadn't recovered yet, trembling hands clutching her upper arms. Felt like she just walked through Hell's Gate, still terrified thinking back. Ethan knew Meredith was scared. A girl who wouldn't even make a fuss when wronged, preferred quiet over commotion. What happened just now must have terrified her severely. "Don't move, I'll carry you." Ethan felt guilty, leaned over, carried her into the elevator. Meredith's phone rang in her bag. Marcus called looking for her. Meredith's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Ethan held her higher, face pressed against hers, sandwiching the phone between them. "Hello, sis, when are you coming back?" Marcus finished things on his end, didn't see Meredith, called looking for her. I'm with Ethan. Don't worry about me." Meredith cleared her throat, voice steady, completely contradicting her pale face. Ethan chuckled softly, very pleased. If she behaved this well earlier, she wouldn't have suffered such fright. "Then sis, are you coming home tonight?" "Not coming back. You and your roommates rest if it gets too late. Don't worry about me." Marcus actually wanted to say he and his roommates were going out elsewhere, no need now. "Oh okay, then sis, you rest early too." Marcus hung up. Outside, his roommates, not drunk, still sober, collectively cleaned the apartment spotless before heading out together to book a hotel room. This was his and his sister's home, no one else was sleeping here. Meredith sighed. Ethan opened the door, carried Meredith to the sofa, returned to the entrance to change shoes, brought her slippers too. Meredith sat still until Ethan crouched to change her shoes. Then, lifting her foot, following his motion, she kicked forcefully against Ethan's shoulder. Ethan, unprepared, fell backward, his back hitting the coffee table edge. Immediately after, Meredith slapped his face hard, turning his head sideways. Really hurt, tongue licked the inside of his cheek. Back hurt too, mentally noted, never let her do manual labor again. Her strength rivaled a man's. Meredith stood up, looked down at him, kicked him hard in the stomach. "Ethan Young, you asked for this?" The next day was Saturday. Meredith needed to go to the studio. Ethan, battered somewhat badly, didn't provoke her, went to the company instead. Adrian Pierce, unseen for days, appeared in Ethan's office. Heard Ethan went looking for Meredith yesterday, canceled several meetings today. Came to see how things progressed between Big Bro E and Meredith. The secretary led Adrian in. Ethan stood with his back to the door, gazing at the tree painting on the wall. Adrian sighed. Such bizarre taste tree hung with gold and jewels, displayed in a commercial building. Satire or flattery? "Hey, Big Bro E, heard you and Meredith reconciled. Why aren't you accompanying her shopping on break, making a good impression? Came here to earn wife fund instead?" The key point, came but didn't work. No, only did work unseen by others. Wait, afraid to be seen? Adrian grinned wickedly. Big Bro E, perhaps Meredith was too fierce, left some embarrassing marks. Hiding here recuperating? This was the only reason Adrian could think of now. Adrian sneakily approached Ethan. Ethan didn't hide. His face shocked Adrian. "Damn, Big Bro E, were you assaulted?" Ethan usually had fair skin. Now bruised blue and purple, symmetrical red handprints clearly visible on both cheeks. "Angered your sister-in-law yesterday, cough. Got dealt with," Ethan admitted calmly. Adrian grew more fearful. This Meredith beat young Master Young like this, yet he seemed happy today. Big Bro E's status at home seemed rather low. "Big Bro E, you and Meredith, no, sister-in-law, broke up?" Adrian asked superfluously, quickly correcting himself under Ethan's warning glare. "Reconciled?" Last night Meredith unleashed all her negative emotions. Ethan endured it all. The marks on his face were partly self-inflicted. After Meredith fell asleep exhausted, he went to the bathroom, added some drama. Adrian remained skeptical. This seemed problematic. Which reconciled couple wasn't inseparable? Big Bro E beaten like this, still in the mood for work? Ethan said, "Good timing. Help me with something?" "No problem, need some special ointment?" Guarantee disappearance without a trace. Adrian patted his chest confidently. He knew all about these things. "I said, you know people in entertainment. Find me a makeup artist, make me look even worse." If these marks faded in 2 days, the slaps he gave himself last night would be wasted. Adrian? Utterly shameless, this one. Adrian, the family's precious child, father dared not discipline, sister indulged unless his mother intervened, the little tyrant feared no one. Grew up seeing the world with uncles, thoroughly familiar with entertainment circles. That afternoon, after the makeup artist left, Ethan looked even more pathetic than in the morning. Such a rare opportunity. Adrian took out his phone, intending to secretly snap photos, post them in the friends group chat. Phone just raised, his family group chat popped up first. Saw Meredith's slender figure standing smiling before the studio. Sender, his cousin, Caleb Astor. Adrian jumped, startled, blurting out, "Big bro-y sister-in-law Meredith went on a blind date," Chapter 72. Blind date. Meredith woke up with sore shoulder muscles. Yesterday, terrified by Ethan, she kicked him, slapped him twice. After venting randomly, she initially wanted to leave immediately that night, but Ethan guarded the door. She had no choice but to rest in the guest room, door locked, sleeping until morning, then taking a taxi to the studio herself. Hoping for rest today, letting students paint independently, who knew Mrs. Davis SR. Came again, called again because recently, whenever she came to teach, Mrs. Davis SR definitely appeared, eyes fixed on Meredith, guarding against her like a thief. Meredith was puzzled. Had she offended her? But Sean Davis was present today. Meredith wasn't needed for hosting. So Meredith spent the morning with the students. Sean, also awkward, avoided much contact with Meredith in front of his mother. At noon, he took his mother out for lunch. Meredith and the students finally relaxed for a bit. "Let me tell you, that young girl just wants to cling to our son these days. People do anything shameless for residency. I must watch our son closely. Don't want an out-of-town daughter-in-law." The student tasked with watching the Davis parents earlier mimicked the situation for classmates after Meredith went to pour water. His imitation of Mrs. Davis SR's expression was spot on, one hand tugging hair, eyes rolling upwards arrogantly. "My son has high education, earns money, must find a local girl. Education can't be too low, otherwise can't help with grandchildren's homework later." The classroom erupted in laughter. Most students learning painting here were local, from decent families. They treated this as a funny anecdote. Meredith stood at the doorway, unsure whether to enter and laugh along or go in and defend Sean Davis's dignity. During this moment of hesitation, a new message request arrived on her messaging app. Profile picture, a righteous red flag, unfamiliar name. Message stated he was Caleb Astor, introduced by a certain auntie. Certain auntie. Meredith remembered roommate Quentin Astor's mother. On orientation day, his mother said she'd introduce her to someone. That parent was overly enthusiastic, frightening Meredith. Meredith thought the matter forgotten, didn't expect a friend request today. Fine. Slapped Ethan yesterday, ended his hopes. Blind date today, provide insurance for Mrs. Davis SR. Settle these troublesome matters together. So, Meredith accepted the friend request. Through his straightforward self-introduction, learned he was a police officer. Classmates finished laughing, noticed Meredith at the door. Meredith criticized the mimicking student for talking nonsense, then secretly gave him 2 thumbs up upon turning away. Say what you will, his imitation was soul deep. In the afternoon, Sean Davis returned alone. Mrs. Davis SR didn't follow. Students reverted to their obedient states, focused on painting. But who knew near dismissal time, Mrs. Davis SR came again, accompanied by a young woman in a professional suit. Mrs. Davis SR specifically called Meredith over, introducing them kindly. "This is Veronica Jennings, grew up with Sean, get acquainted, might see each other often later." Veronica Jennings was very polite, handing Meredith a business card. Meredith glanced young group employee. "Heh, ghost slinger, Mrs. Davis SR. Exceptionally proud, recounted amusing childhood stories of Sean and Veronica. Veronica joined in, joking playfully. Meredith wasn't stupid, played along superficially, enduring it for a while. The two performed a harmonious mother-in-law-daughter-in-law act before Meredith. The students behind Meredith mimicked their soul-deep performance. Meredith felt helpless, unable to escape Mrs. Davis SR's shadow. Coincidentally, her blind date Caleb Astor messaged, saying he was free today, asking if Meredith wanted dinner together. Meredith felt divinely assisted, sent Caleb the studio address, asked him to meet her there. Young group. Adrian Pierce nervously huddled in a corner sofa. Ethan sat behind the desk before him, holding Adrian's phone, scrolling through his cousin's messages. Backlit, face painted with pitiful makeup, Ethan looked terrifying. The assistant and secretary delivering files earlier were thoroughly scared. Adrian dared not speak now, frantically recalling if he said anything detrimental about his cousin, fearing Ethan saw and would attack him. His cousin was usually quiet, few hobbies. Soon, Ethan finished scrolling through Caleb Astor's messages. Deputy Captain, Municipal Criminal Investigation Brigade. The matchmaker was Caleb Astor's mother. Because Caleb's younger brother Quentin Astor shared a dorm with Marcus, Caleb's mother took a liking to Meredith's resilience, introduced her eldest son. Accurately speaking, the prospective mother-in-law, sending her younger son to university, fancied his roommate's sister, wanted her as future daughter-in-law for her eldest son, asked the son to find time to meet. If this were ancient times, the marriage would be settled. Ethan scoffed angrily, wanting to smash the phone. In the Astor family group chat, Caleb Astor's mother excessively praised Meredith's deeds raising Marcus, almost portraying her as a national role model. Even more hateful, those aunts gossiped about Meredith, concluding, "Satisfied, damn it, in ancient times, Meredith would have borne him several children already, how dare Caleb Astor even discuss her?" His mother also liked Meredith very much. Caleb had no advantage in the mother-in-law department. Ethan slammed the phone onto the desk. Adrian only cared about his newly replaced phone, didn't dare speak. Now it was the Astor family setting fire to his backyard. Only hoped sacrificing the phone saved his life, Big Bro E wouldn't target him. Ethan would only target Meredith yesterday, didn't she vent enough? Slapped him, cursed him, he endured it all without frowning. Today, dared go on a blind date behind his back, did she think? After a few days of engagement, he'd invite her to the wedding feast. "Tell me everything about your cousin, honestly," Ethan demanded sternly, face darkening further, terrifying Adrian. "Nothing special, grew up normally like us, studied, passed the police academy exam," Adrian stammered. "Works at the Criminal Investigation Brigade now, achieved some success. Just his mom, my aunt, worries he's almost 30, still no girlfriend, a bit anxious." Actually, his cousin was only 27. But working in the major crimes unit, dealing with criminals daily, made him less romantic, blunt. His directness and cold face scared off countless blind dates. Busy work meant disappearing often. Dating was hard. Finding a willing, persistent girl harder. That's why his aunt was so anxious. Moreover, his cousin listened to his mother. Adrian just confirmed with Quentin Astor. His mother was very satisfied with Meredith, praised her highly to Caleb, especially her raising Marcus alone. Made his mother feel Meredith was tailor-made wife material for her son. Meredith wasn't bad looking either. His cousin saw the photo before adding her on the messaging app. His cousin definitely willing. Now just needed Meredith's agreement. Get married tomorrow, auntie could finish renovating the wedding house before the banquet, let the young couple move in. Adrian didn't dare say these things. Feared death. Clang, Adrian's phone flew past his ear, hitting the wall with a sharp crack. His phone didn't escape this time, shattered. Meredith Shaw, Ethan ground out her name through clenched teeth. The makeup couldn't hide his terrifying expression, veins bulging on his forehead, face contorted. Grown wings now, dares betray him. Chapter 73, changes. A knock sounded outside the office. Liam Stone entered holding a file folder. "Mr. Young, about next Tuesday's French side." A transparent glass cup flew towards him. Liam reacted quickly, slamming the door shut to block it. The office door cracked audibly. Adrian Pierce ran out from inside, pulling Liam back, instructing the secretary and assistant not to disturb Ethan for now. Liam was baffled. Adrian didn't want to explain the reason. His previous bad advice backfired, causing Meredith to become completely intractable, determined to break up with Ethan. Based on his estimation, if Ethan hadn't appeared with Rosalie Leighton at the university, coincidentally seen by Meredith, Meredith's heart wouldn't be this hardened. "Your wedding is next weekend, right? Focus on preparing. Mr. Young isn't feeling well, don't disturb him," Adrian advised Liam not to approach Ethan. He was happily getting married. Ethan, thanks to him, had his girlfriend go on a blind date with someone else. Could Ethan possibly tolerate him now? Not biting his head off was merciful enough. Liam remained confused. Adrian patted his shoulder. "Figure it out yourself." Caleb Astor arrived just as Meredith finished class, meeting her face to face. He had deep-set eyes, sharp features, wore a police uniform radiating righteousness, a typical tough guy. Mrs. Davis SR, seeing her prospective blind date arrive, beamed, pulled Sean Davis over, letting Meredith leave first. They mother and son would dine out with Veronica Jennings. Sean Davis felt extremely awkward. Meredith felt relieved. Meredith ate dinner with Caleb Astor. Caleb was straightforward, explained his relationship with Quentin Astor clearly, expressed his desire for deeper acquaintance. Meredith didn't mince words either, stating frankly today was also out of necessity. Caleb expressed understanding. Neither was pretentious. They had a symbolic meal together, didn't eat long. Before dark, Meredith returned to her dorm first. They parted ways at the Art University gate. Caleb went home to report to his mother. The girl wasn't interested in dating for now. Meredith lay in bed. The art group chat had a new job offer, good pay. Meredith accepted it. Before sleeping, prayed for a calmer future life. Whether Ethan or Sean Davis's mother, please disappear from her sight forever. But likely no future encounters anyway. After all, he was a wealthy heir. Expected him to come begging for forgiveness after she slapped him. Meredith wasn't stupid. Ethan definitely wasn't. God heard Meredith's prayers. This week, besides Sean Davis sending a message apologizing for his mother's rudeness, no one else disturbed her. Tutoring Emily Young and Scarlett Sutton, Ethan didn't appear again. The two girls acted normally, didn't ask about Meredith's situation. Meredith thought, with Caleb Astor in the picture, Mrs. Davis SR should relax, stop interfering. Who knew Saturday Mrs. Davis SR came again, bringing Veronica Jennings along. The two didn't bother Meredith, sat talking in Sean Davis's office. Sean accompanied them. This initially had nothing to do with Meredith, but Veronica suddenly claimed her boss needed her urgently, asking Sean to drive her. Meredith, please keep my mom company for a while longer. I'll be right back after dropping her off. Sean felt helpless. His mother, acting strangely lately, always following him, now even bringing Veronica along, interfering with his classes. Meredith nodded. Mrs. Davis SR disliked her, likely wouldn't talk to her. Just as Sean left, Mrs. Davis SR, unusually amiable today, called her over. Meredith, don't mind if I call you that, right? Come, sit. Auntie needs your help with something. Meredith returned the paintbrush to the student, asked them to continue painting themselves, then walked over. Only then did she see Mrs. Davis SR flipping through a wedding dress catalog. The cover featured popular actress Stella Warner, wearing this season's main wedding gown, gazing sweetly at the male model beside her. You're a girl and an art major. Should know what styles are popular these years. Help me see which ones suit young people's taste. Mrs. Davis SR warmly pulled Meredith to look at the catalog. The cover bore the brand name. The cheapest dress inside started at 6 figures, far exceeding ordinary consumption levels. Mrs. Davis SR's intention Meredith understood somewhat. Auntie, you're… Meredith feigned ignorance. Mrs. Davis SR flipped another page. This is the dress Veronica's boss chose for her wedding. Her boss gets married tomorrow. She just went to pick up the dress for her boss. Heard it cost over $20,000. No wonder the urgency delivering a package for the boss. Mrs. Davis SR deliberately emphasized the $20,000, hoping to make Meredith feel inadequate. Who knew Meredith showed no reaction? Mrs. Davis SR exaggerated further. When Sean gets married, I'll gift a set to Veronica. I heard everything here is air freighted from France, takes several months to arrive, so I thought I'd give her a surprise. What do you think of this one? Simple, elegant, not too many diamonds, looking cheap. Mrs. Davis SR pointed at a satin wedding dress, asking Meredith, implying disagreement meant pettiness. Earlier this year, roommates discussed weddings late at night. Meredith naturally thought of marrying Ethan. Every girl dreams of a wedding dress, disregarding reality, focusing only on style. So Meredith browsed many unaffordable brand catalogs. She happened to know this brand. Meredith wanted to say, Auntie, this one costs more than your son's 2 years' income. Judging by the studio's student numbers and tuition fees, Sean affording such an expensive gown would be difficult. No one spends at least 2 years' entire income on a wedding dress. Essentially, Sean couldn't afford it. Clearly, Mrs. Davis SR didn't know, still picking and choosing. Satin seems a bit plain too. How about this one? Embroidered, elegant, generous. I think it's quite nice. Price is nice too. Your son definitely can't afford it. Meredith, tired of wasting time looking at wedding dresses with Mrs. Davis SR, said, Auntie, actually, you don't need to do this. Big Bro D helped me before, I just work here. Big Bro D and I have no inappropriate relationship. If she didn't clarify, Mrs. Davis SR would monitor her and Sean daily. Not just Sean, she'd be annoyed too. Over time, rumors wouldn't sound good either. What are you talking about, child? So I came here just to monitor you too. Hearing this, Mrs. Davis SR dropped all pretense, straightened her back, adopting a haughty demeanor. Since you put it that way, Auntie will be blunt. You're a good girl, but our Sean and you are really not compatible. And frankly, I don't want to be here every day either, just can't rest assured. Meredith nodded, attentively receiving the lesson. Yes, I'm unworthy of Sean. Auntie, you're too modest. Mrs. Davis SR, seeing her afraid to talk back, felt somewhat satisfied. How about this? I'll have Sean pay you your full salary. Finish today's class, don't come back tomorrow. Meredith scoffed inwardly. This auntie wants to eradicate the roots too. Just about to speak, Meredith's phone rang. Unexpectedly, it was Caleb Astor. Meredith stood up, apologized to Mrs. Davis SR, went outside to answer the call. Mrs. Davis SR's softened expression hardened again. This country bumpkin, just when she was getting to the point, she interrupts. Seems her methods aren't shallow. Hello. Meredith greeted politely. Meredith, Caleb Astor here. Come down to the city police station. Your brother has something he wants to ask you. Okay, I'll be right there. Hearing something happened to Marcus, Meredith disregarded Mrs. Davis SR's intentions, called Sean, saying she had an emergency, needed to leave early, asked him to return quickly. Mrs. Davis SR watched Meredith run out like a gust of wind. Students behind seemed to be gossiping. Mrs. Davis SR fumed, determined to drive Meredith away. She refused to believe her son would choose Meredith over his own mother. Chapter 74. Murder Municipal Bureau, Criminal Investigation Division. As soon as Meredith entered, a female officer greeted her, leading her directly to the mediation room. Caleb Astor sat inside, a cigarette between his fingers. Beside him sat an older-looking police officer. Officer Collins. Why are you here too? Entering, Meredith instantly recognized both. One was Caleb Astor, her blind date just last week. The other was Officer Collins, who helped them during Marcus's near-fatal beating incident involving his uncle. Officer Collins nodded hello, then gestured for her to sit opposite them. What happened? What's wrong with my brother? Meredith had a bad feeling, sat down facing the two, anxiously questioning Officer Collins. His presence definitely wasn't good news. The two exchanged glances, asked the female officer to leave. The officer poured Meredith water, then left. Only Meredith and the two officers remained in the room. Caleb Astor finished his cigarette, stubbed it out in the ashtray. 2 plumes of smoke escaped his nostrils. The room felt inexplicably heavy. Meredith, we know each other, no need for introductions. This is Officer Collins, you know him too, no need for me to say more, Caleb began. Meredith nodded. Officer Astor, it's all right. Please speak directly. When did you last see Marcus? Caleb nodded, putting away the file on the table, asking. Last Friday night, he ate dinner with his roommates at my place. Haven't seen him since, Meredith answered truthfully. Where were you last night? At my university dorm. Alone? With my roommate. Caleb nodded, glanced at Officer Collins beside him. Collins rubbed the bridge of his nose. Meredith, did you know your brother sold the house? Yes. He sold it to a family with a high school student for $150,000. Meredith was confused. House sold, money paid, deed transferred. What did this have to do with Marcus? When Marcus first planned to sell, his uncle and aunt caused scenes several times, disturbing neighbors, making things very ugly, Collins explained. Last week, Marcus's uncle and aunt went to National University, found Marcus's advisor, cried, claimed Marcus was ungrateful. Said after his mother died, their family adopted Marcus. Who knew Marcus turned his back on them after getting into university, even sold the house promised as repayment for their kindness. They're lying that house was my father's inheritance. Marcus wouldn't promise it to them. Meredith slammed the table, agitated. And they didn't adopt Marcus. I paid his living expenses, although I didn't go back to see Marcus. His uncle only looked after him for a year, no financial involvement when he got into university. We specifically went to thank his uncle. When Marcus got into National U, the school awarded him $3,000. Marcus specifically took $1,000 to give his uncle, repaying his kindness for that year. His aunt accepted it then, grinning from ear to ear. "Do you still have the transfer records?" Collins asked. "Yes, except for the $1,000 school award given in cash, all other records can be traced." Meredith grew anxious being questioned. "What exactly happened?" "Ah, Meredith, you need to stay strong. Marcus's uncle is dead." Collins rubbed his eyes, voice slightly choked. Friday night, Marcus left school, whereabouts unknown. This morning, Marcus's aunt reported to the police, insisting Marcus beat his uncle to death. "Impossible, my brother might be mischievous, but he wouldn't kill someone." Meredith refused to believe it. "He just got into National University, his future is bright, he wouldn't be stupid enough to kill someone. Murder isn't a joke, he wouldn't do it." Collins also felt heartbroken. The siblings just started having better lives. He didn't believe Marcus would throw away his future either. But surveillance shows Marcus indeed left school, went straight to the long-distance bus station. Witnesses also testify Marcus argued fiercely with his uncle in the back alley of a KTV that night. Marcus emerged disheveled, face bruised. His uncle was found dead in the back alley the next morning. Forensic examination determined death was instantaneous, time consistent with when Marcus was there. Meaning, highly likely Marcus killed his uncle then. Just that in such a hedonistic place, no one noticed what happened in the back alley. Discovered only by cleaning staff the next day. "Impossible, I still don't believe it. My brother wouldn't kill anyone." Meredith shook her head, wanting to grab Collins' arm, but the table was too wide. "Officer Collins, you believe Marcus, right? He wouldn't kill anyone, he wouldn't." "Murder not a joke." Collins shook his head. Meredith grew frantic, knocked over the water cup. Caleb Astor stood up, grasped Meredith's shoulders, calming her down, making her sit. Meredith clung to him like a lifeline, refusing to let go. "Officer Astor, where is my brother now?" "Let me see him, I'll ask him. He won't lie to me," he said. His father's side abandoned him. Only his uncle raised him. No matter how bad his uncle treated him, he's still his uncle, he couldn't kill him. Caleb nodded, then shook his head, voice firm. "He refuses to confess guilt. Currently emotionally unstable. According to regulations, no visitors allowed." Meredith closed her eyes, feeling her soul drained, head bowed in thought. Caleb released her, confirmed she wouldn't get agitated again, then returned to sit opposite her. "Wait, he had no reason to kill his uncle. Just his uncle causing trouble at school isn't sufficient motive." Meredith seemed to grasp a breakthrough point, begging them to investigate further. Speaking of motive, Collins felt a pang of heartache. Marcus denied guilt but didn't hide the reason he sought out his uncle. The frantic sister before him, the desperate brother in detention, they merged. The most famous siblings in his district, escaped the small town through education, fought for a bright future. He handled many cases, only this one filled him with such regret. A family of two destroyed just like that. For a long time, Collins remained silent. "Officer Collins?" Meredith asked hopefully. Caleb answered Meredith's question. According to Marcus's statement, his uncle previously came to the school demanding half the house sale proceeds, threatening to follow him everywhere otherwise. Secondly, he claimed his uncle threatened to hire people to violate you. He became agitated and went looking for his uncle. The words were already softened. During Caleb's interrogation of Marcus, Marcus's account was unbearable even for a police officer to hear. His uncle was a thug. How refined could his language be? He could understand any man hearing such threats against his female family member would act impulsively. But the law couldn't tolerate it. If everyone resorted to murder over words, social order would collapse. Meredith slumped in her chair. Marcus truly believed his uncle's threats. His uncle had underworld connections, capable of anything. He wouldn't kill anyone, he wouldn't. Chapter 75. Wronged. Walking out of the police station, the world outside remained beautiful. People polite, mouths full of thank yous. Meredith walked aimlessly, no destination, unsure where to go. Collins said he didn't believe Marcus would kill either, possibly accidentally killing his uncle during a struggle. Her phone buzzed incessantly. Lauren Riley and Joanna Chapman offered comfort, telling her to stay positive. There would surely be a way to prove Marcus's innocence. Evelyn Yates said she asked her dad to inquire about the situation back home. Emily Young and Scarlett Sutton messaged, saying they believed Meredith's brother wouldn't kill anyone. Scarlett even offered to ask her father for help, ensure Marcus wasn't mistreated inside. News alerts popped up on her phone's social headlines. National University freshman kills uncle over stepmother's sister. The content varied wildly, as if reporters witnessed the scene firsthand. Killing his own uncle deserves death. Orphans are truly defective. Won't make friends with orphans later, safety first. Exactly, mental illness, incurable. Upstairs must be an orphan, identifying. Don't generalize, killers have parents too. You condemn everyone with one stroke? Upstairs, confirmed orphan. So the question is this a family ethics drama or a crime of passion? Poster is naive. Killing an uncle, family tragedy. Killing for stepsister, crime of passion. German orthopedics, understand? Seen plenty, don't be so innocent. Upstairs, share the source. Seconded, share source. My friend wants to borrow. Such pitiful people. Uncle threatened to violate sister, brother couldn't bear it, killed him. Just a pity, such a bright future, ruined. I know about this. If convicted, National University will expel him, cancel his student status. Expelled right after entering National U. Considering the university's national influence, this brother, even if released later, will have a hard life. No decent job will hire him, life essentially ruined. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. I happen to know one of them. Sister is also an outstanding student, senior year, about to graduate. 8 buns slept on streets to support brother's education. Brother worked hard, got into National U. Who knew? Just months later this happened. Saying this, hateful people must have pitiful aspects. Wish sister well? Well. How well? Meredith read coolly, as if it were someone else's story. Regardless of stance or speculation about her and Marcus, everyone already convicted Marcus of murder. Marcus didn't kill anyone. Meredith didn't return home until National University's curfew. On WeChat, Sean Davis, previously silent, messaged asking about Marcus's situation. Meredith didn't reply. How could it be? Murderer locked up. School completely deferred to police investigation, uninvolved. Police station, fearing Meredith causing trouble, assigned guards to follow her, barred entry. Sean messaged again. Meredith, for the studio's reputation, take tomorrow off, rest well. Then, a transfer notification, her full salary for the month, paid exactly. Meredith accepted, felt no sadness. She passed the age of expecting princes to rescue her. Lacking even a normal family, couldn't expect others not to shun her. She might become a murderer's family member anytime. Distancing themselves now was wise. Several studio students messaged, Teacher Meredith, stay strong whatever happens, we support you my classmates and I await your return. Keep fighting. Meredith sent a smiling emoji, said nothing. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Meredith opened her eyes in Marcus's room. After today, Marcus would be transferred back to their hometown for trial. Once convicted, sentenced. His youth, prime years of struggle, buried in that place. Yet she, his sister, was powerless, couldn't even see him once. Could only reminisce in this old apartment about how obedient Marcus used to be. Marcus kept their family photo by his bed. Didn't hang it in the living room, fearing it would upset her. Meredith looked at the mother and son in the photo. Only now, at this moment, did all the good memories of Marcus and his mother surface. When she was very young, the neighbor vegetable seller's daughter mocked her for not having a mom. Marcus fought the girl for her, got beaten up by the girl's older brother. They returned home covered in mud. Marcus's face bruised, beaten again by their father. Stepmother cursed her for being useless, just crying when bullied. Cursed Marcus for being shameful, not biting back when hit. The next day, stepmother specifically went to that family's place, argued fiercely, rural women fighting, pulling hair, cursing ancestors back 8 generations. Screams echoed, disrupting the family for days. Afterwards, that family's children avoided them. Stepmother lost a chunk of hair, bald spot on the back of her head. At meals, chicken legs were always one each. She loved gnawing chicken feet, Marcus always gave her his. Countless similar incidents. And her stepmother, at least towards her father, was wholeheartedly devoted. Borrowing money from Marcus's uncle was also to repay her father's debts. Meredith thought repaying these debts meant clearing the slate with Marcus. Ultimately, karma fell upon Marcus. Later, sent away to her grandmother's, resentment towards her father and hardships overshadowed these memories. Stepmother was good. Like her father, she tried self-rescue, wanted to buy a bigger house, bring her back. The stepmother in the family photo looked young and beautiful, completely different from the sharp, mean woman in her memory. Just that, facing hardship, she chose to protect her own child. Phone notification chimed. Meredith picked it up. Wendy Stone sent numerous photos today her wedding. Photos showed her wearing an expensive white gown, smiling blissfully. Beside her, Liam Stone looked handsome, eyes filled only with her. Behind Liam stood the groomsmen. Ethan ultimately served as Liam's groomsman. Among the bridesmaids was Veronica Jennings. Perhaps intentionally, Wendy smiled radiantly, clinging tightly to Liam's arm, yet positioned right next to Ethan. Wendy messaged, "Your poverty is contagious, incurable. Killer's sister." Facing mockery, Meredith felt numb. Indifferently putting the phone down, sat by the bed facing the small window, watching sparrows fly freely outside. Sat for an unknown duration. Heard the front door open. Meredith ignored it. Officer Astor said she could only visit Marcus after sentencing. Nothing she could do now, just wanted quiet, await Marcus's final judgment. Law is just, pleading wouldn't change things. Someone walked around the living room. Room doors opened one by one, finally reached Marcus's room where Meredith sat. "Meredith," a familiar voice cautious from behind. Meredith turned stiffly. Ethan stood at the doorway. Black suit, tie loosened askew. Ran over panting, knelt before Meredith, face full of worry. "Meredith, I'm sorry, I'm late." Chapter 76, rescue. Judging by his attire, he must have rushed straight from the wedding. Meredith reached out, arm stiff and sore from sitting long, straightened the tie around Ethan's neck. Dark tie, intersecting stripes. Following the pattern revealed 2 letters. MX, Meredith Shaw. In that instant, Meredith broke down. Clutching the tie tightly, buried her face in Ethan's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, releasing all the pent-up grievances from the past 2 days. "They all say Marcus killed someone. He wouldn't kill anyone. I went to Officer Collins. But he said the evidence is conclusive. I went to find Marcus's advisor. Waited at his door. He wouldn't see me. The police station wouldn't let me in either. They assigned guards to follow me, wouldn't even let me wait at the entrance. She visited every place that might help Marcus. They all avoided her. She ran around like a headless fly, finding no assistance. Online news, public opinion, overwhelming accusations, speculations covering every possibility, many filthy and dirty. Yet no one suggested Marcus might be innocent. Sean Davis distanced himself, told her not to return to the studio. Evelyn Yates said her dad inquired back home, learned the current situation was already lenient. Marcus and Meredith's information wasn't fully leaked. Only a few neighbors knew it was them. Her only comfort, Quentin Astor, advised her. Killing an uncle violates basic ethics. The case caused huge uproar. Higher-ups ordered silence, no one allowed to discuss Marcus's case. They could only advise her to wait for news. If Marcus didn't kill his uncle, the police would surely investigate thoroughly, clear his name. But how could the injustice suffered be erased? Innocence, innocence, innocence arriving too late is still too late, Meredith cried heartbrokenly. First time she cried like this. Ethan felt pained, held her tightly, comforting her, simultaneously blaming Meredith for being too stubborn. You sought out everyone else, why not come find me? I've been swamped these days, just learned about Marcus's situation, dropped everything to find you. Why didn't you come find me? Do you hate me that much? Hated him so much that even when her own brother faced life and death, she refused to humble herself, ask him for help. Meredith shook her head against his suit, tears soaking the fabric, spreading into damp patches. I don't know. Yesterday until now, not that I didn't think of finding you, but I was scared. Scared you wouldn't care either. They all distanced themselves from me. Wendy Stone even called me Killer's sister. I have nothing left, afraid you wouldn't want me anymore. The more she spoke, the sadder she cried. Ethan's heart ached listening. He held her tighter, trying to give her strength, security. She never cried like this. This must be her moment of deepest despair. Family gone, now potentially losing her brother too. Ethan lost. Marcus soon to be lost. How could I not want you? And you're not a killer's sister. Don't listen to their nonsense. Marcus protects you so much, impossible he'd send himself to jail, leave you outside alone. That Wendy Stone truly caused trouble everywhere. When would she learn? This sentence hit Meredith's core. She clung to him tightly, arms wrapped around him. Ethan sighed inwardly. She hadn't held him like this in a long time. Meredith choked out between sobs, voice soft, utterly wronged. But, before. I hit you, you didn't come find me. I thought, we really broke up. Nonsense should have hit harder. His hand gently patted her head in punishment, voice by her ear, real and solid. Boyfriend and girlfriend dating, arguments happen. Besides, it was my fault before, you being angry, blaming me all justified. Don't think I don't want you anymore, understand? He lifted Meredith entirely, carried her out, back towards her own room, placed her by the bathroom. Go wash your face quickly. After eating, I'll take you to see Marcus. Bring the lawyer, there must be a way to save him. Finished speaking, Ethan turned to leave, get her clean clothes. Meredith, not reassured, grabbed his sleeve, preventing him from leaving. Her vulnerability pleased Ethan immensely. Disregarding the tears and snot on her face, gently kissed her dry lips, reassuring her. Be good, we have plenty of opportunities later. Ethan left. Meredith quietly showered, dried off, changed clothes. Facing the vanity mirror, wiped her hair dry with a towel. Her reflection looked calm, composed, completely opposite the weak, helpless Meredith just moments ago. Killer's sister. Meredith scoffed coldly. She won this gamble. Ethan arriving precisely now meant he didn't want her finding other solutions. Wendy Stone. As long as Ethan remained by her side, she'd make Wendy pay, sooner or later. Exiting the room, Meredith lowered her eyes, then looked up again. The helpless Meredith returned. Interrogation room. Meredith saw Marcus, dressed in oversized prison garb, hands cuffed together. His already short buzz cut made him look even more dejected. Eyes sunken, bluish bruises underneath. Stubble covered his chin. Sis, sorry for worrying you. These past 2 days were hard on him too. Repeated interrogations exerted immense mental pressure. Now, besides denying murder, he couldn't say anything else. Meredith felt heartbroken, couldn't bear looking at her brother. Covered her mouth with one hand, leaned her face against Ethan's shoulder. Ethan softly comforted her. 2 elite lawyers beside them greeted Marcus. Hello, Mr. Shaw. My surname is Huang, a lawyer. This is my assistant, Mr. Liu, also a lawyer. We are entrusted by Mr. Young to assist with your case. Hope you cooperate with our work. Lawyer Huang, middle-aged, spoke kindly yet authoritatively, handing Marcus his business card. Marcus looked at Ethan. Ethan nodded slightly, affirming Lawyer Huang's statement, also signaling Marcus not to worry about his sister, speak truthfully. Marcus glanced at the card, pocketed it. Mr. Shaw, can you recount the situation at that time? As detailed as possible. Lawyer Huang, seeing his cooperation, took out a notebook, began questioning. Assistant Lawyer Liu behind him opened a laptop, started video recording Marcus's entire statement. My uncle and aunt came to my school, caused a scene. Seeing it didn't work, later contacted me privately, demanded half the house sale proceeds. That house was left by my stepfather for my sister and me. I didn't agree to give it to him, Marcus stated. And then, he said his head often hurt, occasionally fainted. Threatened me, said he'd sue my sister for assault. Not only make my sister pay compensation, but also ruin her reputation, prevent her from marrying into wealth, leave her unwanted. He also said he'd hire people to violate my sister. My uncle has underworld connections back home, used to getting his way. He meant what he said. Marcus choked. I had no choice. Took advantage of the break, went back at night looking for him. Avoided my aunt, found him at a KTV on Entertainment Street. Mr. Shaw, according to police investigation, your uncle was beaten to death. Fatal injuries were to the chest ribs. Can you specifically describe the physical contact process? For instance, where did you hit him? Fist or palm or other body parts? Lawyer Huang continued guiding. I didn't hit him, he's my biological uncle, those years my family was gone. My uncle raised me, showed me kindness, even if he hit me. I wouldn't hit back, Marcus denied, growing agitated. I went looking for him, Begged him not to harass my sister, said I'd pay him back later. When I earned money, even offered to support him in old age. Chapter 77. Plan Meredith couldn't bear listening anymore. He suffered so much humiliation this past month, yet never told her a single word. He demanded I kneel. After I knelt, he started hitting me, calling me ungrateful, a white-eyed wolf. I accepted it. Later, he told me to get lost. I left the alley, returned home overnight. The next day, police found me, said I killed my uncle. Only then did I know he died there. Marcus felt guilty towards his roommates. When his uncle caused trouble, they helped drive him away. When the police came, they even defended him. Mr. Shaw, I need you to calm down. Think carefully about anything else that happened then. Your uncle was beaten to death. The injury timings are too close. Your own injuries cannot prove you were solely beaten by your uncle. They could even serve as evidence of mutual combat, proving you committed acts leading to your uncle's death. Marcus shook his head, unsure how to prove otherwise. Meredith felt darkness descend, no light visible. Only saw Marcus cuffed, head in hands, crying uncontrollably, regretting running out of the alley that night. Heard his uncle call him, yet too scared to turn back look. Maybe his uncle wouldn't have died. Marcus was emotionally unstable. Ethan helped the weakened Meredith out first. The two lawyers remained inside, continuing questioning, hoping Marcus recalled any overlooked details. Outside the interrogation room stood Caleb Astor, uniform crisp, posture straight and firm. Seeing the two emerge, led them to his office. Ethan offered Caleb a cigarette. Caleb refused, poured them water instead. Ethan, unperturbed, had Meredith sit, drink water, then shook hands with Caleb. Officer Astor, troubled you during this time. My fiancé's brother wouldn't commit such an outrageous act. Could you perhaps guide us laymen on where to focus efforts to clear my brother's name? We'd like to assist the police investigation. My fiancé, my brother. Meredith sat motionless. Caleb understood. This case has significant negative impact. Nephew killing uncle violates basic ethics. Public opinion pressure is immense. Marcus will be transferred back to his registered hometown for trial. We are only assisting the investigation. Ethan smiled. I understand all this. Then, Officer Astor, considering our family's good relationship, could you perhaps accommodate, temporarily detain my brother here in Seaport City, delay sending him back? Meredith's eyes lit with hope, looking pleadingly at Caleb. But Caleb remained impartial, refusing. I am merely executing orders from above. Ethan nodded, didn't insist, shook hands with Caleb, put an arm around Meredith, led her out. The driver waited outside early. Lawyers Huang and Liu finished questioning, reported the situation to Ethan. The two lawyers needed to return, hold meetings, strategize before deciding further action. Ethan and Meredith sat in the car. The partition rose, creating private space. Meredith grabbed Ethan's lapel, crying nervously. Ethan, my brother can't be sent back. His uncle had influence back home if Marcus goes back. His aunt and two cousins won't let him off. Ethan, help him, help him. She finally saw a glimmer of hope. Couldn't let it disappear. Ethan held Meredith, comforting her. Be careful, don't get agitated. I'm here, won't let him go back. She was terribly thin, emotionally distraught now. Ethan genuinely feared she'd faint from crying. I don't care as long as Marcus gets out. I'll accept any method. In this world, money and power trading wasn't secret. The only person beside her capable was Ethan. Meredith admitted she wasn't righteous, accepted these hidden means. But without Ethan, even with money, she couldn't deliver it. The despair of seeking help everywhere, she experienced it deeply these past 2 days. Rest assured. Your brother is my brother. I won't let Marcus go back. Ethan knew clearly, if Marcus couldn't be saved this time, his relationship with Meredith was truly over. Conversely, saving him meant lifelong gratitude. He would surely win Meredith. Last time, he missed an opportunity over $10,000. This time, couldn't let her slip away again. You have a way? Meredith asked eagerly. Ethan nodded, took tissues, wiped her tears. There is one way now. But you need to cooperate with me. Meredith nodded agreement. Okay. The driver took them to Imperial Clarity Estates. Ethan helped Meredith upstairs. Meredith's emotions gradually calmed. Just past the entryway, an elderly woman emerged from inside. Meredith didn't recognize her, could only guess from her attire she lived here. This is the maid Mom just assigned over. Only arrived a few days ago, Ethan explained. The maid smiled kindly, speaking fluent standard Mandarin. Meredith couldn't guess her origin. Mr. Young, Miss Shaw. Clearly, the maid recognized Meredith. Meredith, dizzy from crying, preoccupied with Marcus's situation, lacked energy for pleasantries. Leaned half against Ethan. Ethan held Meredith, walked towards the master bedroom. Auntie, prepare something nourishing blood, send it over. Also, makeup artists are coming later, remember to let them in, Ethan instructed, then entered with Meredith. Helping her sit by the master bed, Ethan sat beside her. This auntie worked for my family several years. Specially brought here now to care for you. Try her out for now. If anything doesn't suit your liking, we can find someone new. Hearing this, Meredith's heart skipped a beat. She was about to owe Ethan immense gratitude, unable to leave anymore. But now couldn't afford hesitation. Saving Marcus came first. You just said you have a way to save Marcus. Yes. Ethan applied a warm towel to her eyes, reducing swelling. Tonight, an uncle of mine is hosting a private gathering. Later, I'll have makeup artists prep you. Tonight, you come with me, watch my signals, cry when needed, shed a few tears, I'll handle the rest. Will it work? Meredith clearly doubted. Matters she found impossible to resolve, could a few tears truly achieve it? Of course it works. You have to trust me. Ethan leaned her back, hovering above her. My girlfriend's matters, they can ignore. But my wife's matters, I bring you along, they will definitely handle it thoroughly. Current social norms. Rich heirs can have numerous girlfriends, changing faster than clothes. But a wife holds official status. If Meredith appeared as Ethan's future wife, hence the young family's daughter-in-law, they couldn't possibly allow Marcus to have a tainted record. They dated 3 years, marriage was natural progression. Meredith, I disappointed you greatly before. This time I will definitely save Marcus, he swore. Ethan lowered his head, planted a light hickey on her neck. Meredith turned her head away, bit her own tongue, didn't resist. Loss and gain are always equal. She never dreamed of being a princess, didn't fantasize about unconditional princely aid. Meredith, we have to get married. Ethan held both her hands, pinning them above her head in a surrender-like pose. Today, I will publicly announce it. Only then will they take Marcus's matter seriously. His meaning was clear. Agreeing to attend his uncle's gathering tonight meant accepting his reconciliation terms. Marriage as the prerequisite for reconciliation. Meredith looked out the window. High-rise views were clearer than ground level, closer to the sky, clouds seemingly within reach. Sadly, no trees, no freely flying sparrows. Chapter 78, Status Night Fell. A low-key Mercedes stopped outside a hotel entrance. A valet opened the door. Ethan got out first, then circled around to the other side, opening the door to help Meredith out. Ethan wore a subdued black Zhongshan suit, shedding youthful impetuousness, exuding mature stability. Even his favorite watch was replaced with a very plain model. Meredith also wore a simple retro-style dress, making her look elegant and dignified. She wore no jewelry, her makeup subtle, almost non-existent. Following Ethan inside, the hotel wasn't ostentatiously luxurious like Seaport City's high-end establishments, nor conspicuously located. Meredith hadn't known this place existed. The interior resembled a Republican-era mansion's solid mahogany paneled walls, jade steps, leather sofas exuding sophisticated restraint everywhere. Ascending the spiral staircase to the second floor, the leather-padded ballroom doors opened. Meredith glimpsed another facet of high society. No flashy displays of wealth, no extravagant luxury brands. Instead, mature faces, younger generations respectful, elders benevolent, most dressed simply. They greeted each other familiarly, chatted casually. Women accompanying them were also of comparable age, wealthy and proud. An air of effortless superiority, the power of life and death held lightly. Ethan held her hand, leading her straight to the host. Uncle Duncan, good evening. Uncle Duncan, elderly, turned upon hearing Ethan, surprised pleasantness showing beneath his gold-rimmed glasses. Is this Arthur's son? Haven't seen you in years, grown so handsome. Ethan remained humble, bowing slightly. Hardly, Uncle Duncan, your praise is exaggerated. Speaking of handsome, how can I compare to Desmond? My father often praises Desmond's excellence, specifically sent me today to learn from him. Said this mischievous monkey needs Uncle Duncan's guidance to become presentable. Ethan adopted the junior posture, bringing Meredith forward. Uncle Duncan, this is my fiancée, Meredith Shaw. Brought her today specifically for you to meet. Meredith, greet Uncle. Hello, Uncle Duncan, Meredith greeted softly. Oh, just said you're not as good as Desmond, yet this fiancé is prettier than the one Desmond brought back. Arthur sent you today specifically to show off your fiancé, didn't he? Uncle Duncan teased, quickly calling his wife over. Is this Ethan's fiancé? Mrs. Duncan, also elderly, loved seeing younger generations bring partners. Smiling, she observed Meredith closely, assessing her thoroughly, then chided Ethan. This fiancé is indeed prettier than Bianca. Just a bit too thin, needs nourishing. Our kind of family values a prosperous look in daughters-in-law. Don't listen to outsiders' nonsense about being thin. Yes, Meredith nodded obediently. Oh, looks like she just cried. Mrs. Duncan touched Meredith's cheek, then pinched Ethan's cheek with her other hand. You rascal, reverting to childhood ways, bullying your fiancé. Uncle Duncan also disapproved. Big man bullying his own fiancé, not good. Ethan, pained by the pinch, quickly pleaded innocence. No, I cherish my fiancé too much. How could I bully her? Something happened at home. She's upset, sad, cried a bit behind my back. Dare you, Mrs. Duncan pinched harder, finally releasing Ethan. Taking Meredith's hand, smiled warmly. Your name is Meredith. The ladies are playing over there. Come, I'll take you. Meredith felt uneasy, looked back at Ethan, but was stopped by Mrs. Duncan. Men talking business is boring. Go play peacefully. If he can't even handle small matters, tell him to get lost early. Mrs. Duncan, perceptive, led Meredith towards a smaller private room, seemingly defending Meredith, actually telling her not to interfere with their business. Uncle Duncan, even shrewder, ostensibly invited Ethan to taste today's wine. Once alone, Uncle Duncan dropped the amiable facade, shrewdness hidden within wrinkles of age. Rascal, tell your uncle honestly, what's the matter? Meredith followed Mrs. Duncan into the small private room, filled entirely with female guests, ages varied greatly. Mrs. Duncan introduced them one by one. Meredith barely managed to remember 70 to 80% of the elders' names before Mrs. Duncan finally let her go, seating her with the younger generation. The younger group played mahjong. Meredith, being new, was specially invited by Mrs. Duncan to join, even given some chips. Back in the dorm, bored, the four girls often played mahjong on their phones. Meredith knew the rules but couldn't calculate scores. One-I'm dealer. Come, little Mrs. Young, 4 points. After a few rounds, Meredith admitted she was a novice offline, couldn't calculate winnings. The first round was practice. Second round, she truly started losing money. The winner told Meredith how much she lost. Meredith just paid, the other three shared. This gathering consisted entirely of official wives. Mistresses and uncertain relationships were barred entry. Even some disgraced second wives weren't allowed. Meredith, brought by Ethan, was naturally little Mrs. Young. Married or not, acknowledged or not, she had to be. Mrs. Young, Ethan's mother, was supposedly vacationing in Italy with her husband, hadn't returned yet. Meredith's mahjong skills were lacking. Naturally, she lost the most. I say, big sis P, if you keep winning like this, people won't play with you next time, Meredith's lower player joked. The woman didn't hesitate, laughed heartily, revealed her tiles, then discarded one. My foolish brother hangs around Ethan Young all day, charging Mrs. Young some tuition fees isn't excessive. Foolish brother. Meredith realized this must be Adrian Pierce's sister. What tuition fees? Just then, Ethan entered, greeted Mrs. Duncan and the others, came over, leaned over the table observing Meredith's hand, helped her play. I said my brother's phone money is earned back. That phone worth the fall, Adeline Pierce hinted meaningfully. Ethan pretended not to hear, discarded a tile. Consider this tile payment for sister's bag, how about it? Adeline Pierce, satisfied, pushed her tiles forward, winning. Ethan had Meredith give the chips to Adeline. Sorry, sister, have something else later. Meredith and I have to leave first. Another day, let her play a few rounds properly with you. Go quickly, afraid people don't know you're lucky in love. Ethan patted Meredith's back. Meredith stood up from the table, followed Ethan to bid farewell to the Duncans. Uncle, Meredith and I remember your kindness today. Next month, Meredith and I are getting engaged. We'll definitely invite you to the head table. Uncle Duncan laughed, scolding, "You rascal talking nonsense whether I help you or not, I sit at your head table by status." After saying goodbye, Ethan led Meredith downstairs, out into the car. "Well?" Meredith asked impatiently. Ethan laughed at her eagerness, inability to stay calm. "Promised the head table already, what do you think?" Chapter 79. Twists and turns in the enclosed space, Meredith finally detected the faint smell of alcohol on Ethan's breath. He must have had a few drinks while discussing matters earlier. Ethan turned on the seat's massage function, leaned back, closed his eyes, enjoying the relaxation. "Today's events must be kept confidential. Remember who you called uncle, but don't mention it outside." Meredith nodded. Inside, she vaguely sensed some individuals held extraordinary status. For instance, they often referred to someone as madam, using pronouns like this one, that one instead of real names, making it impossible for outsiders to identify who was being discussed. Adeline Pierce, Adrian's sister, was considered junior within that group, indicating the others held backgrounds stronger than the Pierce family. Ethan once mentioned even he had to defer somewhat to Adrian. That Uncle Duncan. Is he reliable? Meredith remained uneasy. Growing up poor, everything earned came through personal effort. Never experienced simply calling someone uncle or auntie to easily obtain things. Ethan, eyes still closed, neither dismissed her worries nor grew annoyed. Picking up the tablet beside him, opened an app displaying current news. A leader, seemingly far away, inspected work, issued important instructions. Meredith didn't understand. What did this news have to do with her? Ethan pointed at the news headline. Meredith saw the lead official's name, Desmond Duncan. "He hasn't retired yet," Ethan murmured, referring to Uncle Duncan. Imperial Clarity Estate's master bedroom, 3 walls entirely floor-to-ceiling windows, excellent lighting. At night, soundproofing superb, yet Meredith couldn't sleep soundly. Closing her eyes, Marcus's helpless, head-clutching sobs appeared vividly. She slowly opened her eyes. Phone showed 3 a.m. Room wasn't completely dark. Corner floor lamps emitted faint warm light. Comforting aroma incense aided sleep quality. Meredith turned her head. Ethan slept soundly beside her. Same face, unchanged, yet Meredith viewed him as a stranger. No, a transaction partner, the advantaged party, or benefactor. Definitely not boyfriend, future husband. Reality starkly reminded Meredith. The standard answer now was obedience, flattery, becoming Mrs. Young, enjoying endless fame and fortune. Yet Meredith felt immense sorrow. If not selling herself to someone she once loved, perhaps she'd feel better. In this whole affair, what role did you truly play? Meredith gazed at Ethan's profile, silently questioning. Ethan shifted, arm and leg draping over her, pulling closer. Meredith closed her eyes, just hoped this was a nightmare. Hoped the holiday hadn't arrived yet. Hoped Ethan was still the person she once loved. The master bedroom opened onto a large balcony, adorned with blooming flowers. 2 lounge chairs sat nearby. Ethan lay enjoying the first rays of morning sun. Last night's wine had a strong kick. He fell asleep immediately upon returning, only now feeling somewhat clear-headed. Thinking of Meredith still sleeping inside, Ethan felt content. He and Meredith, after so many twists and turns, finally returned to the right path. Faced with money, Meredith remained indifferent. Once she tasted power, she wouldn't separate from him so easily again. Halfway through the financial news on his tablet, Ethan heard Meredith's phone ring inside. Knew Marcus's matter was settled. Stood up, stretched, walked inside, simultaneously pulling open the master bedroom curtains. Meredith sat on the bed, hair disheveled, phone already silenced, yet sitting rigidly, unmoving. "What's wrong?" Ethan sat beside her, fingers combing her hair smooth. Only then saw Meredith's lips trembling. The person before her gradually came into focus. Meredith, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly lunged forward. Ethan, caught off guard, lost balance, falling backward onto the floor with Meredith on top, acting as a human cushion. If not for the carpet beside the bed, the fall would have been severe. Just now, Officer Astor National University, to protect its student, requested higher-ups issue orders, temporarily detain Marcus, request Seapport City Police fully cooperate investigating this matter. This meant Marcus's case could be investigated in Seaport City, he wouldn't be sent back. As long as Marcus was truly innocent, police would uncover the truth. He would be released. Ah, what big deal is this? Just combed your hair, now messy again? Ethan completely disregarded Marcus's current situation, let her lie on him, gently tidied her hair strand by strand. National University is a century-old institution. Producing someone like Marcus affects school reputation, warrants protecting him from biased judgment. National University alumni were individually formidable, protecting school reputation by protecting Marcus a perfectly normal reason. Meredith, filled with joy, hugged him tightly, arms and legs wrapped around him like a koala. Ethan carried her towards the bathroom. Auntie made your favorite pan-fried buns today. Let's go eat breakfast first. Ethan patted her head. Meredith clung tightly, burying her face in his chest, rubbing against him, acting cute. Thank you. Thanking me again? Said thank you too many times yesterday and today. Save up a big one, thank me all at once when we get engaged, how about it? Words of engagement spoken wouldn't be retracted. Next month, engagement definitely happening. Meredith looked up, joy instantly fading. She slid off him, turned towards the sink to brush her teeth. The toothpaste entered her mouth. Ethan smiled behind her, reached for his toothbrush, asked Meredith to squeeze some for him too. Mirror reflected two figures, mouths full of foam, movements synchronized. Only Meredith's free hand rested on the counter, tightly gripped by Ethan. Meredith, I'm formally proposing now. Marry me? These few days, Marcus's case showed no progress. Meredith lacked mood to tutor Emily and Scarlett. Ethan took her to the police station daily to see Marcus. When handling connections, let Meredith rest at home. She suddenly found herself idle, facing Ethan day and night in this large flat. That day Ethan verbally proposed, Meredith neither agreed nor refused. Ethan, however, grew enthusiastic, had people send over numerous dress design catalogs, hotel venue brochures. When Ethan was present, tirelessly pulled Meredith to look at catalogs. When Ethan absent, Meredith didn't even touch them. Later, annoyed by his pestering, Meredith picked up the wedding dress catalog from before, pointed at Wendy Stone's dress. Wendy Stone wore this dress mocking me. You want me wear the same brand? The next day, a batch of new dress catalogs appeared before Meredith, this brand absent. Ethan stopped chasing Meredith about dresses. Instead, unbeknownst to Meredith, arranged for a designer to meet her once, taking measurements with professional eye. Half a month later, police announced cracking a major corruption case, bribery involving government officials investigated. Police discovered Marcus's uncle involved in many underworld connections. In the phone of one arrested individual, found video footage from before Marcus's uncle died. After intense interrogation, that person confessed conspiring with Marcus's uncle over disputes, hiring someone to assault him, admitting the transaction succeeded, the other party filming video proof upon Marcus's uncle's death. However, insisted it was accidental manslaughter, not intentional murder. Police fully investigated this hired assailant suspect. The nationally sensational case, nephew kills uncle over stepsister, finally closed. Police issued official statement. Marcus cleared of charges, released without penalty. Chapter 80, release receiving the release call, Meredith's suspended heart finally settled. Her body went limp, phone slipping from her grasp. Ethan swiftly caught her, preventing her from falling against the easel. Marcus is released, it's okay, Meredith repeated numbly, barely steadying herself before heading towards the bedroom. Ethan followed, saw her changing clothes. Marcus released, she had to pick him up. Changed into outdoor clothes, emerged to find Ethan already waiting by the door, car keys in hand. The two left together. Ethan first stopped at the mall, asking Meredith to wait in the car. Returned less than 10 minutes later, holding a single shopping bag. Meredith, puzzled, didn't ask. Arriving at the police station, Meredith went to handle Marcus's release paperwork. Ethan gave Marcus the bag, told him change out of the old clothes. Meredith finished procedures, walked out with Caleb Astor, saw a refreshed Marcus in the lobby, standing with Ethan. Ethan spoke softly to Marcus about something. Marcus nodded occasionally. Seeing Meredith, Marcus beamed brightly. Sister, let's go home. Caleb Astor escorted them to the entrance. Descending the stairs, Ethan shook hands with Caleb, thanking him. Officer Astor, during this time, Marcus received your care. It's our duty, Caleb maintained a stern, professional demeanor, but accepted the cigarette Ethan offered this time, though didn't light it. Meredith bid Caleb farewell. Brother and sister carried the old clothes, looking for a trash bin. Ethan went to retrieve the car from the parking lot. Caleb stood watching them walk away, siblings figures slender, both thinned considerably recently. From his mother asking him home for a blind date, meeting Meredith once, he felt she was special. Unfortunately, just after the blind date, his cousin Adrian Pierce came over, mysteriously told him about Meredith and Ethan. Ethan wouldn't let go. Asked him, as a gentleman, give Ethan time to win Meredith back. If unsuccessful, Caleb could pursue. Ethan he didn't fear, but Arthur Young he respected. Merchant tactics truly awe-inspiring, handling brother and wife simultaneously. Caleb fiercely inhaled the cigarette, extinguished the butt, walked back towards his office. There he had just confessed his feelings to Meredith. Fine. A tough girl like Meredith perhaps suited a spineless, clingy type like Ethan better. If she were with him, conflicts might lead to clashes, mutual harm. Caleb consoled himself. Only he knew he could tolerate Meredith's sharpness better than Ethan. No, he admired every aspect of Meredith. She seemed tailor-made for him. Sadly, met too late. Marcus entered Ethan's place for the first time, felt constrained standing in the entryway, head swiveling 360 degrees, observing. This house is huge, why does the floor reflect like a mirror? Even the lights scream, expensive. This haven't-seen-the-world expression pleased Ethan. His sister, visiting for the first time, criticized everything. Meredith, when she came, better not mention it. Only Marcus appreciated his style, gave him face inside and out. The maid, Southern, held some minor superstitions. Emerged holding pomelo leaf water to cleanse bad luck for Marcus. Come, stand still. Auntie will wash you. All bad luck stay far away from now on. Marcus obeyed obediently. After washing, even told Auntie his mother's side believed crossing a fire basin cleansed bad luck. This washing method was new to him. Thanked Auntie. Auntie beamed, fetched slippers for Marcus. Ethan patted Marcus's shoulder, led him to the guest room. Inside waited clean clothes the mall delivered for Marcus today. Auntie is cooking. Go shower, relax. The things inside were bought based on my habits. Make do for now. Stay in this room later. Auntie will take care of you here. You and your sister won't go back to that complex anymore. Downstairs has concierge service. If anything inconvenient to ask Auntie, ring the bell, call the male butler up to help, Ethan instructed, showing Marcus how to ring for the butler. Marcus was a young boy. Might feel shy around an unfamiliar auntie. Marcus remained uncertain, neither agreeing nor refusing. Ethan didn't push. These matters required Meredith's confirmation to be effective. Marcus surveyed the room curiously. Very luxurious, much larger than their rented place. TV, computer fully equipped. Adjacent bookshelf empty due to non-occupancy, displaying only artistic, expensive-looking ornaments. Attached bathroom large enough for a bathtub, facing the city view. Marcus never stayed in such a luxurious place. A single window pane looked unaffordable. Showered, changed. Room had its own walk-in closet, filled with trendy boys' clothes, even formal suits. Marcus checked the tags on seemingly ordinary clothes, searched online prices. All current trendy models, a single sweatshirt costing thousands. A pair of boxer shorts easily $300 to $500. Marcus afraid to touch. Never seen such expensive clothes. One piece equaled his 3 years' living expenses, but couldn't go out naked now. Steeling himself, picked a relatively cheaper set, wore it commando underneath save one garment. Exited the room looking for Meredith. Passed the adjacent studio, door ajar. Saw sisters' paintings inside. Marcus stopped at the doorway, afraid to enter. Pondered Ethan's words earlier. Said the things prepared for him followed his habits. Plus this apartment, Marcus momentarily couldn't estimate Ethan's family wealth. Were his words at the police station true? He and sister getting engaged. Marcus didn't know true or false, wanted to ask Meredith. Walked forward into the large living room. Meredith cooked in the kitchen, Ethan assisted beside her. Kitchen also huge, no need for one person to exit for another to enter. Sis, I want your sweet ribs. Marcus entered, hugged Meredith, acting cute. Ethan, beside them, paused, face displeased. Too intimate. Marcus was an adult, boys needed awareness of gender boundaries. Even with sister, hugging so intimately inappropriate, especially since Marcus and Meredith weren't blood-related. "You two get out first. Let me handle it alone. More help means more mess." Meredith shooed both out, wanting quiet in the kitchen. Marcus sat in the living room watching TV. Ethan sat opposite, tablet checking stocks. TV news coincidentally reported on Marcus's uncle. Focus shifted from murder case to corruption. Marcus sighed. Truly lucky, coincided with anti-corruption campaign, helped clear his name. Marcus didn't want to watch, fumbled changing channels. His uncle, dead, still his uncle. "Want to go back, pay respects to him?" Ethan asked. "Your uncle." Marcus shook his head. His aunt wouldn't want to see him. "Then tomorrow I'll accompany you to school, explain the situation. Don't let this incident leave psychological scars," Ethan advised. "If anyone bullies you, tell me. Don't tell your sister. She suffered much grievance for you these past few days." Marcus knew. Though officially cleared, people at school saw him taken away. Inevitably, some would provoke him. He was prepared, wouldn't let sister worry again. "Big bro Marcus hesitated, finally asking after much thought, "Are you and my sister really getting married?" Ethan nodded confirmation. "Your sister and I dated 3 years, time to get married. Fought recently, reconciled now. Your sister agreed to get engaged first, register marriage, hold wedding after graduation." Ethan spoke conspiratorially, hand covering mouth, leaning towards Marcus secretly, as if revealing a big secret. "Your sister has some pre-wedding jitters lately. Don't ask too closely, otherwise she can't even pick a dress." Marcus seemed to understand, yet not fully. Chapter 81, Commission Rebirth Extra. No plot relevance, can be skipped. Ethan woke with a start. Outside, dawn just broke. His eyes focused on the familiar white plastered ceiling of the old rented apartment, a gray cobweb clinging to the round ceiling lamp. Turning his head, he found Meredith still asleep beside him. Confused, Ethan grabbed his phone, checked the date, April 27th. This was the day he left for his business trip to France. In another week, it would be the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Ethan couldn't believe it. He had returned to 1 year ago. This time, upon returning from France, Emily would discover his girlfriend, blackmail him into mall shopping, where Meredith would catch them. Ethan repeatedly confirmed the date before accepting he had traveled back. Everything hadn't happened yet. Meredith hadn't been hurt, hadn't rejected him decisively. He was back. Ethan hugged the sleeping Meredith tightly, trembling all over. Meredith, roused by his embrace, rubbed her sleepy eyes, asking confusedly, "What's wrong? It's not light yet. Waking at 8 is fine for you." Ethan held her, shaking his head, unable to speak for a long time. "Go back to sleep. I'll wake you tomorrow," Meredith, thinking he worried about missing his flight, patted his back reassuringly. "No, I just want to hold you like this," Ethan's voice trembled. Heaven gave him another chance, everything could be redone. Meredith felt shy, tried squirming away but couldn't break free. Thinking he was just reluctant to leave her, she chuckled. "What's wrong? You travel often. Why so reluctant this time?" "Reluctant. Very reluctant." Ethan guided his hand through the darkness, finding her hair. She liked letting her hair down while sleeping. Fingers searched her roots, found no shocking scars. Ethan finally relaxed completely. His nose explored her lips, kissing her fiercely, passionately. They usually weren't this frequent. His sudden urgency made Meredith shy. One hand pushed his shoulder, he caught it. "Ethan, have work tomorrow, don't be like this." "Work?" Ethan snapped back to reality. Right, work tomorrow, he wouldn't go, he'd take her home this time. Their first time, he must give her an unforgettable night, couldn't be so hasty. Holding Meredith tightly, nestled against her back, Ethan rasped, "Sleep. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere, not working anymore." Meredith didn't understand. He always prioritized work. Why so abnormal today? But Meredith, afraid asking too much, didn't disturb his rest further. Ethan, however, lay awake, watching Meredith until dawn. Meredith woke, checked the time, already 11 a.m. No one beside her. Ethan must have left. Stretching lazily, lingered in bed a while before getting up to wash. Exiting the room after washing her face, saw Ethan, who should be on a plane, in the living room. He placed purchased soup dumplings and tofu pudding into bowls, setting them on the table. Seeing Meredith emerge, Ethan smiled. "Awake, was just about to call you. Come eat quickly." He wanted to take her directly to Imperial Clarity Estates, but she slept soundly. He couldn't bear waking her, so went out first to buy her breakfast. Meredith jumped, startled. Ethan was completely abnormal today. Eat quickly. After eating, taking you somewhere, Ethan urged her. Meredith, skeptical, watched him eat enthusiastically, even uncharacteristically putting on her shoes for her. Was he fired? But Ethan immediately refuted her thought. Meredith stood inside the double-door large flat, stunned by the luxurious decor. This apartment complex was in Seapport City's renowned high-end residential area. Viewing required qualification. Neighbors were all influential figures. Here, even the air smelled expensive. Ethan, why are we here? Meredith felt scared, tugged Ethan's sleeve, whispering, other people's things are expensive. Let's leave quickly, okay? Her words pierced Ethan's heart. He hugged her tightly, led her to the sofa. Meredith instinctively jumped up, but Ethan held her shoulders firmly, preventing movement. Ethan? Meredith didn't understand. Placing her properly, Ethan went back to the entryway, changed into slippers, brought hers over. Taking off Meredith's worn-out canvas shoes, put the high-end custom slippers, same as Emily's, onto her feet. Meredith's toes curled together, legs hesitant, afraid to dirty them, unable to afford compensation. Ethan, let's go home, okay? I don't like it here. She had her own world, knew they were poor, didn't want another luxurious world contrasting her poverty. Importantly, this would hurt Ethan's pride. Meredith, we're not going back. This is our home from now on. Holding Meredith's ankle, Ethan moved upwards, one hand holding hers, the other around her shoulder. Meredith, I have something to tell you. Did you break the law? Embezzle public funds? Hence affording such a beautiful apartment? Ethan chuckled sadly. The person most concerned about him in the world was Meredith. Yet he hurt her so deeply in his dream, he was a bastard thinking this. Ethan couldn't speak again. Could only stand up, carry her towards the master bedroom. Show her their home first, then explain everything. Meredith stared at the walk-in closet filled with jewelry, eyes hurting from the diamond sparkle. These were all things Ethan bought for her. These jewels looked even more beautiful than those in jewelry store windows. Ethan stood behind her, hugged her. Like it? If not, we'll go out, buy more together. You. Meredith broke free. Still hadn't accepted Ethan's identity. He said he wasn't from an ordinary family, he was the crown prince of Yeong Group. Because of a gold bracelet, deceived her 3 years. Unexpectedly fell genuinely in love, so decided to confess. Ethan placed all his identification documents before Meredith, trying to convince her of his identity. Her dazed state, he loved it too. Meredith, it was my fault before. I'll compensate you later. Not wanting her hurt again, Ethan maintained his dream posture, knelt before her without hesitation. Meredith jumped, startled, tried pulling him up. Ethan refused. I was a jerk, made you suffer all these years. If you're angry, hit me, curse me, just don't be angry with me. He couldn't let her return to that old apartment. Couldn't bear her hostility again. Meredith hadn't recovered yet, saw Ethan pull out a stack of documents from the vanity drawer, handed them to her. This is my property, including the apartment we're in now. I'm giving them all to you now. Don't leave me, okay? Ethan pleaded humbly, fearing any slight unhappiness from her. Took her hand again, slapped his own face with it. Several slaps, red marks appearing on Ethan's face. Meredith felt pained, quickly pulled her hand back. Don't be like this. I just can't accept it all at once. Yesterday they were poor, her back ached from washing clothes. Today, suddenly living in a mansion. Just saw a maid in the staff room too. It's okay, we'll adapt slowly. Ethan knew she still cared about him. Immediately turned sorrow into joy, carried Meredith towards the walk-in closet, showing her the gifts he prepared. These are all yours. Focus on painting later. Let me handle everything else. Meredith, held in Ethan's arms, carried around, had no mood to appreciate these luxuries. But his attentiveness today satisfied her deeply. Before, he needed to study, they often only had time for meals together. Later, he needed to work, sometimes even mealtime vanished. Today, he carried her, touring his new house. Meredith, Meredith, Ethan's voice echoed nearby. Meredith returned to reality, saw Ethan asking worriedly, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Should I call the family doctor over? Finished speaking, about to go out call the doctor. Meredith quickly stopped him, only to be pulled into his embrace again. Meredith hugged him back tightly. This isn't a dream, right? We don't have to repay debts anymore, right? Meredith voiced her deepest worries. Truly feared poverty, didn't want this to be a momentary illusion. It's real, we won't be poor anymore, Ethan choked, wishing he could merge her into his body. Promised again, I will protect you, I will love you forever. Won't let you suffer any harm. He was wrong, truly wrong, he loved her. Okay, this time I forgive you for deceiving me, Meredith reached out, rough palm gently rubbing his reddened cheek. But if you deceive me again, I'll never, ever want you again. My promise, Ethan nodded, eyes red. Forever, forever together. Chapter 82, showing off. Meredith put the ribs on to stew, instructing the maid to stir-fry them later when done. Exiting the kitchen, she saw Ethan and Marcus flanking Emily Young on the sofa. Emily, still in her school uniform, must have come straight from school. Meeting Marcus for the first time, she eagerly pulled him into playing games. Marcus's phone had none. Emily had him download one on the spot. Who knew Marcus's old phone couldn't even install it? Emily complained, "What kind of junk phone is this? Can't even play games, wouldn't pick it up even if thrown in the trash." Marcus looked embarrassed. Ethan reprimanded Emily. Emily, realizing she misspoke, saw Meredith emerge, quickly scrambled up, tattling to Meredith. "Meredith, sister, discipline my brother, look how fierce he looks. I just suggested Marcus buy a new phone, didn't say anything mean." "Emily, don't talk nonsense, Marcus's phone, bought with his top scorer prize money. What were current prices outside? 2 phones cost over $10,000. Replacing it was the limit of their ability. Yet she spoke so flippantly here. Marcus using the old one clearly meant the new one had issues. Emily simply didn't understand others' struggles, spending tens of thousands herself without blinking. In her perception, Meredith marrying her brother meant Ethan surely gave her more than Emily received. Shouldn't be unable to afford a phone. Yet brother was so fierce just for her suggestion. Emily felt her brother overreacted. Just buy a new one, problem solved. Pouted, explained, "I wasn't talking nonsense. Meredith's sister, many classmates are in my game. If he played with me, he'd definitely meet lots of people." Her acquaintances were mostly from influential families. Kids nowadays make friends through games. Marcus's situation indeed wasn't ideal. Besides, Meredith saw Marcus holding the phone he used in high school, screen cracked. Meredith asked him, "Why use the old one? What about the new one?" "Caught," Marcus confessed honestly. "During training before, forgot to take it out of my pocket, dropped it. Shattered completely, unusable. Repair cost money, he was reluctant. Took out the old one. Who knew Emily would expose it today?" Ethan handed Marcus his tablet. "Marcus, just play casually with her. Emily bankrupted Adrian Pierce into quitting the game. Buying a new phone just for gaming isn't worth it." Recalling Adrian's laments back then gave Ethan a headache. Sometimes, no phone is a lifesaver. Emily finally found a novice worse than her, eagerly teaching him step by step, mind calculating furiously. Heh, found a cool tough guy from the novels once familiar with Marcus. Must show him off to sisters, make them jealous. After dinner, Emily didn't go home, staying in the guest room opposite Marcus's. Emily struggled with homework, brought her books to find Meredith, got chased out by Ethan. "Your sister Meredith is exhausted lately. Marcus is the science top scorer, go learn from him." Hearing top scorer, Emily's eyes lit up. Ran to knock on Marcus's door. Marcus never encountered such a delicate girl. Plus, soft-hearted, easily swayed by Emily's 2 calls of little brother, agreed to help her with homework. But remembered propriety, studied together in the outer study room, door wide open. Maid frequently checked if they needed drinks or snacks. Master bedroom. Bringing Marcus back drained Meredith completely. After showering post-dinner, collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move. Yet couldn't sleep, restlessly scrolled through her phone. Ethan emerged from shower, changed into pajamas. Outside, night just fell, lights colorful. Ethan didn't close the curtains, poured himself red wine, sat reclined in bed enjoying the view. Watched for a while, felt bored. Put the glass on the nightstand, turned to watch Meredith browse news. Scrolling, news became boring too. Ethan put one arm around her shoulder, propped his head with the other hand, playfully bit her earlobe. "What's interesting about news? How about look at our formal wear? Needs sending for tailoring, takes days. Can't delay anymore." Now that Marcus is back, you should be in the mood to prepare for our engagement party, right? He initially wanted to decide directly, but after Liam's wedding, Ethan realized girls have many ideas about ceremonies, so waited for Meredith to decide. What kind of ceremony do you like? What decorations for the venue? Favorite color scheme? Ethan asked gently. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. If I decide everything, don't cry later. Meredith closed the screen. The black mirror reflected her momentarily resistant face. Ethan saw but didn't comment. Took her phone, tossed it onto his side nightstand beside his own, then got off bed, retrieved the catalog, showed Meredith. Hotel booked. Your family side is small, we'll keep it low-key, cozy. Just invite important relatives, elders, sit down for a meal together. Next year's wedding will go big. Whatever wedding you want, I'll satisfy you, Ethan arranged. If before, no mood was an excuse, now should be the most enthusiastic time to prepare. Meredith leaned against the soft leather headboard, immense softness behind her. Ethan sat beside her, arm around her, catalog on lap, flipping pages one by one. Design sketches, each piece flowing lines, various styles, design concepts written beside, clearly showing designer's effort. None you like. Several earlier sets I thought were quite nice. Flipped through the entire catalog, Meredith remained dazed, unresponsive. Ethan asked softly, saw her numb expression, thoughts clearly drifted far away. This was her unique rejection method. Gentle nature prevents verbal refusal, uses silence as resistance. Are you upset my proposal wasn't formal enough? Right? No flowers, no diamond ring. Didn't even kneel, give you a romantic ceremony, make others envious. Ethan smiled fawningly, finding excuses for her resistance himself. Put the catalog aside, got up, retrieved a stack of documents from the vanity drawer, handed them to Meredith. Then this, enough to compensate for my lack of flowers and ring? The documents looked unfamiliar. Marcus's uncle's name appeared frequently. Meredith, puzzled, opened the file, flipped page by page. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. Hands trembling reaching the last page, turned back, only then realizing Ethan beside her transformed. He shed the fawning smile, face cold, lips pressed tight, staring intently at Meredith. Eyes lowered towards the documents in her hand. Cold, dominant aura lowered the room's pressure. Chillingly, sternly asked, "Now can we pick the dress?" Meredith, I spoil you, yet you dare push your luck, Chapter 83. Evidence the file detailed Marcus's uncle's entire life, even meticulously recording youthful dalliances with village widows. Dates, times when Marcus's uncle hired people to handle competitors, oppressed locals, beat Marcus, who he paid, how much, who ultimately mediated. Names involved in beating Marcus, now all caught in the anti-corruption sweep. Followed by Marcus's uncle's bank account statements, detailed money flow, professional analysis, speculating potential recipients. Then his uncle's network, dense as a spider web, key figures marked, basic info listed beside. How did you get these? The details were too specific, chilling Meredith. This far exceeded legal boundaries. Naturally, my own methods. To save my little brother-in-law, of course, needed foolproof plans, gather opponents' damaging evidence. Otherwise, think it's coincidence someone investigated his uncle, Marcus released so quickly. Ethan smiled, not smugly, but with the calm confidence of controlling the situation. Lowered his head, traced her jawline, kissed her earlobe, whispered, "Meredith, marry me peacefully, be Mrs. Young. Later, dislike anyone, plenty of ways to deal with them." He emanated an unfamiliar ruthlessness. Meredith, unsettled by this aggressive Ethan, abruptly pushed him away. Ethan, unprepared, fell backward against the soft leather headboard. Didn't hurt, but Meredith's strength was considerable, fierce. Ethan wasn't angry, sat up, picked up the wine glass from the nightstand, leaned back beside Meredith. Seemed the momentary ruthlessness was Meredith's illusion. Still the spineless fool in outsiders' eyes, foolishly clinging to Meredith despite wealth and power. He whispered seductively, "Have a drink with me, then I'll tell you. This wine is gentle, sweet aftertaste. Just sip, don't swallow, experience its flavor for a few minutes." Needed to teach her some alcohol tolerance. Then, later, leisurely moments together, could share drinks. Meredith didn't drink, turned her head, avoiding the glass Ethan offered. Ethan, unperturbed, smiled, retracted the glass, drank it himself. Empty glass mirrored his drained patience. Suddenly snatched the documents from Meredith's hand, pinned both her wrists, pressed her down, held both wrists with one hand, the other choked her neck, lips pressed down fiercely. Meredith immobile. Hand on her neck slowly tightened. Lungs starved for oxygen, instinctively gasped for air. Ethan seized the chance, poured the red liquid into Meredith's mouth until she swallowed it all before releasing her. "Let go, are you crazy?" Meredith choked, coughed, demanded in a suppressed voice. Some wine entered her windpipe, burning, painful. "I am crazy, spoiling you into lawlessness. Art University has countless female students begging me for a sip of wine. I coax you gently. Yet you dare show attitude." Ethan hovered above Meredith. Each word spoken fueled his ruthlessness. How many female students, for an exhibition chance, drink bottles at dinners, even follow old men without status, wasting youth? You, however status, position, I offer everything, yet today, not even a smile for me. Art University, pinnacle of art education. Yet students graduate batch after batch, start from scratch in society. Art requires financial support. For money, they committed many absurdities. Meredith heard stories. Even some talented senior sisters, ultimately seduced by worldly temptations, forgot original aspirations, became hidden third parties without status, children illegitimate. Called kept women in ancient times disposable, abandoned any time. Modern times publicly stripped, beaten on streets, garnering no pity. Why tell me these things? Their willingness to debase themselves doesn't mean I will, Meredith scoffed coldly. One seeks wealth, one seeks pleasure. Neither is good. Right, you, Meredith Shaw, our noble, knew to wait for me to beg you, acted weak, helpless before me, directed me to save your brother, now brother saved, wanna flip the table, deny everything. Ethan scoffed angrily. Hand slid down her neck, slowly undid the top button of her collar, stopped after one. Ethan caressed her collarbone, drawled slowly, "This time you came here, hated staying in the studio, hiding from me." "What? Knowing saving your brother requires payment? Extremely unwilling, yet forcing yourself to sleep beside me? This feeling must be agonizing, right?" He lowered himself, whispered near her ear. Meredith turned her head away. Ethan, furious, pinched her chin, forcing her still, bit fiercely into the artery on her neck. "Meredith, today, I don't want you, you won't even have the chance to undress. Beg someone," he raged, furious at her resistance, furious at his inability to let her go. "Hurts," Meredith cried out. "If you want it, I won't resist now. Rest assured, places you haven't touched, others haven't either." Hearing words that pleased him, anger dissipated significantly. Ethan smiled satisfyingly, rebuttoned her collar, released her hands. "My obedient Meredith. Rest assured, I won't touch you today. Waited this long, few more days matter little." 3 years together, he deeply understood Meredith's peculiar mental fixation, her adherence to tenuous associations regarding many matters. In today's atmosphere, if he touched her, future intimate life would be shadowed. But occurring in a pleasant setting, their future relationship could be harmonious. "Meredith, you originally just needed to pretend ignorance, obediently choose dresses, wait for engagement. Sadly, you refused cooperation, forced me to use force, lose my temper." He whispered near her ear, words explicit, offensive. "Asked, then I'll tell you today, I insist you sleep only beside me for life. I insist you entangle with me nightly. Later, must bear my children. How many should we have? This I can listen to you." Meredith bit her lip, silent for a long time. "I'm unwilling." Matters revealed, no need hide resistance with avoidance anymore. New Marcus's situation meant lifelong repayment to Ethan. Yet Ethan pushed too hard, left her no breathing room, already arranged marriage. Wanted more time. Wanted belief they could reconcile, yet Ethan denied her this chance. "Heh." Ethan felt greatly pleased. Concentrated on kissing her neck, dark red hickeys overlapping, covering his bite marks. Unbothered by her defiant words. Said, "No, Meredith, you are willing. You know, following me, I can open a gallery for you, hold exhibitions, use my wife's status to make you famous, a renowned painter." Lifelong pursuit of fame, fortune all within her grasp. Marcus still studying, future career uncertain. Slightest misstep leads to irreversible ruin, Ethan smiled. Think how Marcus's phone broke. Think the humiliation you faced at the police station, before the advisor. So Meredith, you are willing. That phone simply dropping wouldn't shatter so completely. Intentional destruction possible. national university students, many from unfathomable backgrounds. An outstanding Marcus attracting jealousy could easily be crushed anytime, but Meredith following him different. Ethan's brother-in-law could easily handle such envy. Chapter 84. Compromise. Ethan believed Meredith understood all this. She was just accustomed to passivity, needed pushing. Reversing his words, applied final pressure. You followed me, called elders uncle, auntie. You're my person for life. Unwilling to marry me? Fine. Next month I marry a suitable young lady. Meredith looked at him, momentarily unsure of his meaning. Ethan continued, smiling enticingly. Meredith, rest assured. I'm confident I can marry a knowledgeable, reasonable Mrs. Young who won't trouble you. Knowledgeable, reasonable. What concern was it of hers? But later, our children will also live in shadows. Holidays, lonely playing alone, watching father accompany another mother and child. Don't blame me for being cruel then. This struck Meredith's core. Grew up like this herself, only she knew the inner bitterness. Could call Dad, yet rarely see him. Ethan threatened, whether your children endure this depends entirely on whether you repay a night of passion tonight or wait until next month's wedding night. Your parents won't agree if they knew you coerced me into marriage using favors. They'd surely help me. Meredith didn't believe it. Ethan's strict upbringing, this wouldn't pass his parents. Ethan stood up, releasing her, picked up the empty wine glass from the nightstand, went to pour more wine. Just turned into the wine cellar. Cold, terrifying voice drifted from the direction he disappeared. Rest assured. After tonight, just get pregnant. By the time you find out, the engagement party will be over. My parents will have to agree letting me keep you privately. He calculated, these few days were her fertile period, pregnancy easy. Their family upbringing forbade philandering, but also taught men responsibility, especially towards their own children. Then I'll send you abroad. Later, Mrs. Young is primary, you secondary. But Meredith, my ancestors had concubines too. Family rules state, even if favored, the main wife disciplines. Men mustn't interfere. That Mrs. Young naturally referred to the engagement's female lead. Ethan wouldn't break the engagement, change partners just because she got pregnant. Meredith's status, a conclusion must be reached now. As for Marcus, he definitely didn't tell you. The night his uncle died, he fought back. Ethan returned holding the wine glass, sat beside Meredith, gently swirled the glass, observing the wine legs. I have his verbal confession recorded. Wanna see? The lawyer helping Marcus worked for Ethan. Later, Marcus, unable to withstand relentless questioning, admitted to the lawyer he fought back against his uncle that night. If he released this online, Marcus's future ruined, possibly even rearrested as evidence. Of course, being my secondary wife means living in shadows. Your painter career prospects definitely gone. Light or darkness? Mrs. Young or hidden mistress? Decided yet? Ethan asked. Red liquid swirled in the glass. Cruel words climbed Meredith's spine one by one, reaching her brain. Meredith shivered. Ethan wouldn't let go. She couldn't escape, regardless of Marcus's incident. No, without Marcus, there'd be other traps. He'd always find leverage, grasp her lifeline, force submission. Or Marcus's matter. Ethan fundamentally involved, one linked ring after another in the case details, perfectly implicating Marcus, sending him away, forcing her to beg him. Did you kill Marcus's uncle? Ghostly impulse, Meredith asked. He died due to disputes, unrelated to me. He wasn't stupid. Getting involved in murder over a lowlife thug wasn't worth it. But Marcus unlucky this time. Next time might not be so fortunate. Rescuing him so timely, all thanks to Ethan. Ethan sighed regretfully, sniffed the red liquid's aroma. Tasting carefully, this wine isn't too gentle. Needs more time aging in barrels to reach my preferred flavor. The woman beside him also needed discipline before becoming obedient. Meredith understood his meaning. Clinging to a final shred of hope, played the emotional card with Ethan. Ethan, we have history. We can take it slow. I promise I'll wholeheartedly love only you later. Ethan scoffed coldly, as if hearing the biggest joke. That night, if you came to save me, now, even if you asked for my life, I'd give it. He remembered that night's helplessness. Sent Meredith his exact location. Suffered dual mental and physical torment. Lay by the door, staring, fearing she lacked the key card to enter, until he fainted. Waking in hospital, knew Meredith needed discipline love couldn't bind her. Only power could. Meredith, you missed the best chance to control me. If you came that night, perhaps our first time wouldn't be beautiful, but I'd feel guilty for life, obey you for life. Ethan whispered sadly. But now, you must obey me. Heaven or hell lay in her decision. He could make higher-ups issue orders detaining Marcus, could also make Marcus re-enter. Meredith suddenly understood her situation. Disappointment towards Ethan couldn't compare to the heartache outside National University, blocked by his advisor. The humiliation outside the police station, driven away. She stood by the gate, watched cars pass one by one. Those closed gates opened, yet guards emerged from booths holding batons, eyes fixed on Meredith, as if she were a potential rioter. Later, Ethan arrived with lawyers, invited inside. Power versus helplessness, she must choose the most realistic path. His embrace, kisses her disgust she could endure. But National University's gates, she wouldn't allow them closed to her again. Meredith hugged herself tightly, laughing again at her own foolishness. Meredith, what are you being pretentious about? Chance to ascend to heaven in one step, still want love. Light blue dark silk sheets, Ethan specially commissioned them to appease Meredith after the Kippo incident, using that same delicate silk. Walk-in closet held not just this set. Slightest roughness on Meredith's hand, male butler immediately came up, changed to new ones. Material many people never touch in lifetime, now casually ruined by her. As long as married, as long as pleased him, pretended love still existed. Yet Meredith cared nothing for it. Women caring about money, Ethan didn't care. Bed held a catalog and a file folder, both must by earlier actions. Ethan wasn't rushed, spoke calmly. Meredith, just marry me obediently. I guarantee you'll always be the respectable Mrs. Young. I'll still spoil you like before. That helplessness Meredith didn't want to experience again. Reached out trembling hand, chose the side most beneficial to her and Marcus. What was there to be pretentious about? Man she loved beside her, powerful, wealthy, even resorting to coercion to marry her. Ethan, satisfied, threw the documents aside, picked up the catalog. One arm around her, the other flipping pages, occasionally whispering which dress he thought looked good on her. Completely different from his earlier ruthlessness, as if just an ordinary couple. I told them withdraw the styles you chose. No one else in the world wears the same dress. Tomorrow find time, explain our engagement to Marcus clearly. If he asks me again, annoys me, the one suffering definitely won't be me. Nor would it be Meredith. Meredith closed her eyes, nodded silently. Ethan, satisfied, tidied everything, held her, lay down. Meredith, we never broke up, understand? Darkness. Meredith nodded. Understood. Don't mention Rosalie Leighton's name again later, understand? Understood. Be obedient later. Today's incident, I promise won't happen again. She trembled, he didn't care. Chapter 85. Humiliation. The next day, Emily Young left early for school. Ethan rose early to see her off, leaving only Meredith and Marcus eating breakfast. Marcus ate quietly. The maid's seafood congee tasted exceptionally good. Meredith considered for a long time, signaled the maid to step away, then asked Marcus, "Did your brother-in-law mention the engagement to you?" Judging by Ethan's words yesterday, Meredith guessed Marcus had already asked him. Sure enough, Marcus nodded. Meredith didn't explain much, just instructed, "Later, let your brother-in-law drive you to school. We're family now, no need for such clear distinctions. Whatever he gives you, accept it. If unsure about something, discuss it more with your brother-in-law." Ethan minded Meredith distancing herself from him. Now, only Marcus showing goodwill could satisfy his need for security. Keep some distance from Emily Young too. You're not kids anymore. Don't let the girl get gossiped about because of you. Emily was naive, weak sense of boundaries between sexes, could only warn Marcus to be mindful of their differences. Got it, sis. He knew how to handle Emily. Actually, just the term brother-in-law revealed Meredith's stance, no need for detailed explanation. But she liked talking, he listened. Then sister, what about Sean Davis? Marcus whispered, as if afraid the maid overheard. Sean Davis treated sister well before too. Didn't believe sister didn't know Sean liked her. Now suddenly getting engaged to Ethan, what about Sean? Stopped contact, Meredith stated calmly, biting into a bun. Quit the studio job a few days ago too, won't go back anymore. Marcus understood. He must have burdened his sister. Sean Davis distanced himself. Then Ethan saved him. Sister reconciled with Ethan. Sis, I'll work hard later. If brother-in-law bullies you, I'll help you beat him. He roughly understood Ethan's family background. Wealthy families love bullying daughters-in-law. He wouldn't stay poor forever, wouldn't remain disadvantaged forever. Meredith lowered her head, eating. Eat quickly. Shortly after, Ethan returned from outside, took off his jacket, walked over, casually kissed Meredith's hair, sat beside her. Meredith stiffened, put down the half-eaten bun onto her plate. Not eating. Or is the meat too greasy? Ethan asked, picked up her bun, scooped out the meat filling, ate it himself, gave the skin back to Meredith. Bun's skin soaked in meat juices looked tempting. They used to share buns like this, sometimes even dumplings. Auntie, poach an egg for Madam. Prepare more blood-nourishing foods for breakfast later. Madam is slightly anemic, needs conditioning, Ethan instructed. Meredith liked drinking raw poached eggs, adding a little sugar. Sometimes could drink too. Don't pack lunch for me today. Madam and I will eat out. Yesterday Miss Shaw, today Madam. Auntie naturally understood Meredith's significant status upgrade, treated her even more kindly. Quickly brought the poached egg over. Yellow yolk floated beautifully in white water. Tonight, I'll have the family doctor come over, give you a full checkup. Eat according to doctor's orders later. You're too thin, need proper nourishment. He acted like a new husband, fearing she wouldn't adapt to wealthy life, arranging everything meticulously. Clothes chosen by designers, makeup artists. At home, wear cocktail dresses, high heels, meals planned by nutritionists. Meredith felt nauseous. The swaying egg made her dizzy. Morning, Ethan drove Marcus back to school. Meredith slept in, left punctually at 10 a.m. The driver waited downstairs. Meredith specifically went back to the dorm first, changed clothes. Evelyn Yates coldly watched her swap nice clothes for a poor student's three-piece set. Worn t-shirt, jeans, canvas shoes. Yo-ho, pulling out the 800-year-old battle gear. Who are you planning to shame today? These 3 items weren't new. Back when Meredith was poor, wore them until holes appeared, planned throwing away, then kept them thinking they're durable for painting. Clothes even beggars wouldn't want, now pulled out again. Clearly, something big happening. Meredith folded the cocktail dress neatly, hung it up, tied her hair into a ponytail, washed her face clean, answered Evelyn. No one. Just someone particularly favors my stench of poverty, especially omitting more for her today. Some people, grudges owed, Meredith wouldn't forget for a second. As for Ethan, let her see where his bottom line for marrying her lay. Being sarcastic like this wasn't easy for Meredith. Evelyn shook her head, silently mourning that person. Right, Joanna Chapman got a new boyfriend, said invite us for dinner these few days. Let me warn you first, put away your stench of poverty before going. Otherwise, I'll walk out immediately, Evelyn warned disdainfully. If she dared embarrass her like this, she'd make her lose face. Joanna mentioned this in the dorm group chat yesterday, Meredith knew. Relax, I'll definitely wear a 10-pound gold chain then, give Miss Yates face. Evelyn. Meredith Shaw, are you trying to die? Meredith, fully equipped with pornis buff, luxuriously hailed a cab to Yeong Group's commercial tower entrance. Modern building, entirely glass curtain walls, excellent lighting. Yeong logo adorned the building. At night, lights on, this tower became the entire commercial street's landmark. Yeong Tower lobby grand, 3 stories high ceiling. People in professional attire bustled back and forth. Meredith's attire looked even poorer, like a lost poor little girl entering high society, wide watery eyes experiencing the world. Previously, she read some cliché romance novels. Plus Emily Young always recommended abusive romance. Cool CEO destroys everything genres. Meredith came up with this cliché plot, but entering the office area required swiping card. Front desk reception extremely polite, completely preventing any drama. Madam, may I help you? Front desk staffed by 2 men, 1 woman, woman typing on computer, 1 man on phone reporting work. Idle man asked politely. Looking for? Ethan Young. Meredith wanted to state Ethan's position, thought carefully, seemed unsure his current title, just gave the name. Front desk man nodded, asked, Do you have an appointment, madam? Meredith shook her head. Well, sorry, madam. Without appointment, we cannot let you go up. Front desk refused, still polite, causing Meredith no discomfort. Meredith nodded, indicating no objection, turned back, sat on a chair beneath the lobby glass curtain wall. Front desk even poured her water. Meredith thanked him, he left. Looked down at the worn holes on her canvas shoes. Didn't rush calling. Ethan, when with her, kept that old phone number, now private, only saved her and family contacts. Always carried it, never off. Sun behind gradually intensified. Feeling uncomfortable, Meredith thought this decision truly foolish. Sunburning herself. Took out phone, prepared calling Ethan, who knew just then a voice sounded uncertainly behind her. Meredith? Chapter 86. Slap. Meredith put down her phone. What luck, she thought, running into her. Wendy Stone initially didn't see Meredith. The day before her wedding, she heard from Veronica Jennings that Meredith worked part-time at her neighbor's studio, was thoroughly disliked by the neighbor's mother, and eventually fired. After returning from her honeymoon, eager to hear Meredith's misfortunes, she arranged dinner with Veronica, ready to relish the gossip. Just approaching the entrance, saw a figure sitting there. Glanced, looked like Meredith, especially the faded white t-shirt, several worn holes on the back. In Wendy's memory, only Meredith wore such things. Approaching closer, it really was Meredith. Meredith didn't expect seeing Veronica Jennings either. The latter smiled awkwardly, turned towards the front desk, leaving Wendy and Meredith alone. "What are you doing here?" Wendy frowned, then recalled something amusing, smiled. "Don't tell me you're here looking for our Mr. Young. Coincidentally, our Mr. Young is getting engaged soon, already left to pick up his fiancée." "Not here. Missed him." Meredith frowned. Coldly watched Veronica finish talking, return reporting to Wendy, asked already. She indeed came looking for Mr. Young. No appointment, front desk wouldn't let her up. Been waiting here. Meredith retorted, "None of your business." Had she offended Veronica Jennings? Why join in? Veronica scoffed coldly, country girls chasing vanity. "Young Master Young is getting engaged soon. You still come pestering him? I just can't stand such self-debasing behavior." Finished speaking, adopted a concerned look. Actually, although Mrs. Davis Sr. spoke harshly, her words weren't entirely unreasonable. "Miss Shaw, your mother passed early. You should listen more to elders' advice." Meredith finally gave Veronica a proper look, asked with interest, "So, I'm labeled the third party just like that? Besides, my mother passed early. What relation is Sean Davis's mother to me, calling her an elder?" Back at the studio, Sean Davis caught in middle, couldn't intervene. She gave his mother face, didn't retort anything. Now, Veronica dared invoke her as an elder figure. Wendy seized upon Meredith's words, growing sharper, more sarcastic. "Knew it, you poor, uneducated thing, now even losing that last shred of face?" Thinking back to her own engagement party, Ethan didn't attend because of Meredith. Colleagues mocked her for offending the boss's wife. Anger flared. Now Meredith before her wished she could slap her twice. Wendy considered, deliberately smiled. "We're heading out now specifically to book the venue for Mr. Young. Looking like this, honestly, not even qualified to be a mistress. Be sensible, leave quickly. Avoid getting chased out by Mr. Young later." Poor trash got played by him for free, yet truly thought someone with Mr. Young's status would marry you. Mr. Young's fiancée is a talented lady from the Art University. She's holding an exhibition at the Art Museum soon. What are you? Disgraceful. The Art Museum invited her to exhibit several works a few days ago. Didn't expect them to know without her promoting it. As for talented lady, she was the forum-acknowledged talented lady. Meredith raised an eyebrow. "Are you perhaps mistaken? I'm also an Art University student." You're different. You're the Art University student most skilled at doing business, unlike those noble types," Wendy sneered. "Someone like you even know which way the art museum door opens. Don't even deserve the fox spirit label, worn-out shoe at best. Exactly which fox spirit has holes all over." Veronica Jennings joined Wendy laughing, saying contemptuously, "Advise you go home, watch your brother. If he gets locked up again, might not come out this time." They inherently looked down on the siblings. Seeing Meredith so destitute pleased her. Just pity her brother wasn't convicted, got released. Such vulgar words drew surrounding onlookers' attention. Wendy Stone, after all, Liam Stone's wife, somewhat prominent figure at Yeong. Speaking like this inappropriate for her status. Veronica Jennings, seeing the growing crowd, tugged Wendy's arm. "Let's go, Wendy sister. Too much poverty smell here." Need janitors disinfect thoroughly later. Wendy nodded, headed towards the exit. Turning, bumped right into Ethan entering from outside. The two quickly greeted him. Mr. Young. Ethan didn't even glance at them, walked over, put an arm around Meredith's shoulder, asked her, "Why did you come? Why didn't you call me, made me run back for nothing? What were you talking about here?" Meredith, unwilling, shrugged off his hand, glared at Ethan, furious. "Said I don't even qualify as your mistress, said I'm a fox spirit full of holes. Wait, I'm a worn-out shoe, don't even qualify as fox spirit," Meredith self-deprecated. Her outfit today intended shaming Ethan. Turns out these two came looking for trouble. They shouldn't have mentioned her brother disparagingly. Him being wronged already enough suffering. They dared imply he was a murderer. Ethan glanced sharply behind him. Onlookers quickly dispersed, not forgetting snapping photos secretly with phones. Today's big news secured. Nonsense, only one wife, you, no big or small. Ethan ignored the other two's transgression, holding arm around Meredith towards the inside elevators. Front desk saw this scene, understood this was the future official madam. Quickly noted important info, report during meeting. Meredith resisted. "Stop touching me, they provoked you, don't take it out on me, okay?" Ethan coaxed gently. "Dad is waiting for us upstairs. Tonight told us go home for dinner. Mom brought back many gifts for you from Italy. I don't care, you let this kind of person handle our engagement venue booking. Fine, book it yourself, then don't expect me there." Meredith continued fuming petulantly. "Engagement items, if she touches them, I won't use them, figure it out yourself." Okay, I'll find someone else." Elevator doors closed, isolating their voices. Veronica Jennings knew she offended someone important. Looked pleadingly at Wendy Stone. Saw Wendy's hand trembling too, dialing furiously, questioning her husband. "Liam Stone, why didn't you tell me clearly? Mr. Young is getting engaged to Meredith Shaw?" Elevator doors closed. Meredith dropped her crossed arms. "How was my performance?" Ethan didn't mind Meredith deliberately acting out for Wendy and the others. Her outfit today, he knew it was intentional. Likely wanted embarrassing him, ended up catching Wendy in the crossfire. Naughty. Ethan felt helpless fondness, said, "What next? Give madam a heads up, I'll coordinate." Meredith shot him a look, unwillingly clarifying relationship. Failed achieving expected effect, lost mood talking. "Your madam sounds a bit premature, but won't be wrong person. Sooner or later it's yours." Fingers wiped a tiny smudge from her lips. Ethan led her towards the office, introducing along the way, "This is Secretary Lane, this is my assistant, Assistant Cole." "Miss Shaw, hello." Secretary Lane, professional woman, looked around 30. Assistant Cole younger. Both greeted Meredith politely. "Secretary Lane, please prepare some things for my fiancé. Everything needed." Ethan usually relied on Assistant Cole. Secretary Lane handled office matters. Ethan specifically troubling her, now Secretary Lane instantly understood. Glanced Meredith up and down, turned, walked out. Chapter 87. Arthur Young. Ethan led Meredith into his office, closing the door behind them. Meredith deliberately taunted, "What? Ashamed of how I look? Nonsense, I could never be ashamed of you. Didn't you accept me before either?" Ethan hung up his jacket, poured her water. Meredith liked roses. He specifically kept several jars for her. "Tea leaves and your cup are here. If bored, look around freely. Don't act like a guest here." Nearby coffee machine ground fragrant beans. Ethan brought Meredith a cup too. Meredith liked the smell of coffee but not the taste. The cup matched Ethan's set, not guest style. This set depicted Meredith's sketches back when their relationship was good. She often drew pictures of them together. Didn't expect them to feature prominently on Mr. Young's cup now. "Coming here after all this time, don't do this again. I find your naughtiness cute, but outside it still affects status." Ethan crouched before Meredith. "You have issues with Wendy Stone, we don't need to lower ourselves to her level. Plenty of other ways to make her uncomfortable." Status, what an interesting word. Yesterday she almost became a mistress, today untouchably high. Besides, no need getting angry over someone like her. At best, a productive tool. How can people get angry at productivity? Ethan chuckled. Since their relationship became official, speaking felt much closer. Words previously feared causing misunderstanding now flowed freely. "Meredith, anger exists between people, not people and tools. You wouldn't get angry at our washing machine for being too loud during operation, right? Meredith wanted to argue this was flawed logic, but seeing Ethan's nonchalant expression, understood his thinking. Precisely because facing productivity, his temper could be good. Because he wouldn't get angry at objects, nor feel superior to them. This class description incomparable to online rich kids comparisons. Even worse than Adrian Pierce's stinking beggars. At least beggars are still human, so what was she in his eyes before? Free labor that came knocking, or a vanity-driven beggar? Ethan, seeing her disbelief, didn't elaborate. They would be husband and wife later. Over time, she'd naturally adopt his perspective, pulled her up towards the door. Come, let's go eat lunch. Ethan wanted to boost Meredith's standing, deliberately took her downstairs to the employee cafeteria buffet. Yang offered buffet style, swipe card, take as much as you want. Ethan got a plate, head down, served Meredith food, completely ignoring surrounding employees' stares. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Our company chefs are quite skilled. General manager serving his fiancée, this scene made Meredith instantly famous throughout Yang. Not only found a girl from ordinary background, but treated her so tenderly, gently. Dressed so plainly, why her? Someone whispered doubtfully. Heard they dated since university, first love too. Such good luck. Meredith sat alone at the table, looking at her phone, surrounding whispers incessant. Good luck. Meredith looked up, towards Ethan fetching food in the distance. To others, good luck. To her, she preferred the former Ethan. She could have had a normal relationship, found an ordinary person to rely on. Now everything ruined by him. If possible, she didn't want his family background. No, let her return to the moment of his car accident. She'd call the ambulance, save him, definitely not accompany him to the hospital. But couldn't go back. She agreed to marry him through his cruelest method. Enthusiastic onlookers speculated mutually. Just now, general manager's friend Liam Stone's wife, Wendy Stone, fiercely confronted the little boss lady at the entrance. Her words vulgar, exactly like a shrew. Wonder if general manager, angered for his beloved, will deal with his friend today? Today's soup is sweet fermented rice wine. Try it, see how it compares to the university's. Ethan brought her a bowl of soup. Previously, when eating together, encountering free sweet rice wine soup at university, always drank several bowls. Mostly Ethan drank the broth above, Meredith ate the rice below. By the time Meredith finished, Ethan was full of water. Now, this bowl thick, plenty of eggs. Meredith took a sip sweet. Someone sat down diagonally opposite. Meredith looked up Arthur Young. Meredith started rising, but Arthur stopped her. Sit, eat. Dad didn't put sugar in this bowl for you. Ethan brought another bowl of sweet rice wine for Arthur, turned back to get his father lunch. Uncle Arthur, good afternoon, Meredith greeted. Hello, Arthur took a sip of sweet rice wine, asked Meredith, how's this sweet rice wine taste? Delicious. Tastes like what my mom used to make when I was little. Actually, taste largely similar. Just university's thin, watery, homemade used more ingredients. Glad you like it. Uncle grew up next door to sweet rice winemakers. Your grandpa was busy back then. Uncle grew up at their place. Later, life got better, but couldn't let go of this bowl of sweet rice wine. Drink some every few days, remember the hard times before. Meaning, this supplier was that family, demonstrating his loyalty, gratitude. This was directed at her. Meredith understood. Ethan brought dishes over, wiped chopsticks clean, served Arthur first, then Meredith. Arthur picked up chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork, frowned. You rascals secretly gave me extra meat, your mother doesn't know, Meredith looked over. Arthur's bowl mostly vegetables, only 2 pieces of braised pork, very lean ones. Can't do that, Mom said your 3 highs require dietary restrictions. If she finds out I secretly let you eat randomly, she'll drag me for 3 highs test too. Ethan disapproved, acting terrified. Since joining the company, I handle all the entertaining, drinking. Test me, definitely fail. Life becomes impossible. Ethan refused yielding, thoroughly executing his mother's orders. Arthur looked defeated. Meredith found it amusing. Dad, don't lose heart. Later, when I'm not under Mom's control anymore, I'll let Meredith cook you good food. Ethan openly whispered, winking conspiratorially at Meredith. Cough. Meredith coughed lightly, kicked Ethan hard under the table. Said to Arthur, Uncle, Auntie means well for you. You maintain your figure so well now, healthy, look so young, handsome. All thanks to Auntie. Arthur indeed maintained himself well. Past 50, no belly fat, few wrinkles, looked much younger, more handsome than contemporary entrepreneurs. Such men attract young girls most. Yet Arthur remained devoted to Vivian, truly made Meredith envious. Listen, daughter speaks differently, Arthur felt comforted, picked up chopsticks, ate vegetables, said, just my son lacks perception. Getting engaged soon, doesn't even know to buy you nice clothes. Meredith momentarily speechless, unsure if blaming her or Ethan. News from the entrance likely reached his father's ears. Dad, she just came from the studio, didn't have time to change. Ethan helped her explain. Meredith nodded along. Young people enduring hardship is always right. Not forgetting roots, not being ostentatious also very good. But appearing before others, not quite appropriate. Arthur finished the last sip of sweet rice wine soup, told Ethan, later, come up, report the past few days' work to me. Meredith, first time here, own family company, don't be reserved. Feel free, look around. This own family surrounding employees heard clearly, spread like wildfire through company communication channels. CEO doesn't disdain daughter-in-law's humble background, treats her with utmost sincerity. What fairy tale drama is this? Husband dotes, father-in-law protects Meredith, the drama heroine remained calm. Got it, uncle? Chapter 88, Provocation after lunch, Ethan stood up to clear his father's plate. Meredith also finished hers, the three left together. Arthur Young returned to his own office. Exiting the elevator, he told Meredith, tonight, come home for dinner with Ethan. Your Uncle Sutton is back from the military today. Uncle Pierce is coming too. Helped out the other day, need to host dinner, thank them properly. Okay, uncle. Returning to the office, Ethan explained, Marcus's matter. Uncle Sutton spoke to the news department, protected your siblings' personal information. Uncle Pierce is Adrian Pierce's father. Such sensational news, yet media didn't dig out Marcus's personal info. Naturally, someone higher up intervened. Otherwise, social media would have exploded long ago, irreparably damaging Marcus's reputation. All this because Ethan hadn't acknowledged the breakup. Those people still somewhat respected Ethan's face. Also rooted in Meredith not publicly tearing things apart with Ethan. Past grievances swallowed, no one knew their past ugliness. Tonight, thank these elders. This matter closes, don't mention it again, Ethan instructed. Remember in your heart, later, courtesy demands reciprocity, gifts received must be returned. Meredith nodded. Human relationships, never simple quid pro quo. Ethan took an envelope from the drawer, handed it to Meredith. Plain white envelope, Yeong logo printed, Meredith's name written in Ethan's handwriting. I'm going upstairs, talk to Dad. Entertain yourself. Ethan tactfully retreated. Her purpose today so clear, he naturally cooperated. After Ethan left, Meredith opened the envelope. Inside, 2 cards, 1 identity card, 1 credit card, plus the savings card he gave her again previously. Looked like he feared she wouldn't use them. This world, easiest thing is money. Secretary Lane prepared the dress. Meredith didn't like it. What flimsy little freshness, innocent look. Meredith disliked it intensely. Meredith remembered this commercial street lacked nothing but places selling women's money. Returning later, no longer the poor student. Meredith still wore ponytail, light makeup. Black dress, not only slimming but enhancing aura. Plus her naturally expressionless face exuded cool arrogance. Entering, front desk didn't stop her, greeted her politely. Access card highest level meant Meredith could freely enter any floor. Meredith, interested, wandered floor by floor. Passing employees greeted Miss Shaw. Meredith returned smiles. Yeong Tower had sky gardens within. Rear park area also substantial, even planted many fruit trees. Daring wasteland planting orchards in this prime commercial center, a form of indirect bragging. Meredith strolled around. Sadly, fruits unripe. Finally, spotted Wendy Stone in the customer service department. Transparent glass walls. Office held several people. Wendy Stone, eyes red, swollen, complaining loudly. Several female colleagues comforted her. Veronica Jennings also inside, powdered face hid true complexion, sat dazed at her desk. Looked like she wasn't faring well either. Miss Shaw, hello, welcome. Customer service department head, older woman, just finished internal call. Looked up, saw Meredith standing outside glass wall looking in, quickly stood up, went out to greet her. Young Mr. Young's secretary office specifically relayed message. This little boss lady came today with clear purpose. Everyone be aware. Hello. Not exactly visiting, just bored, wandering around. If disturbing your work, please say so, Meredith greeted politely. This department head very capable, Ethan mentioned before. Old guard following his father. Ethan showed her photos of each, demanded she memorize all. Department head smiled, said no problem, led Meredith around the floor. Meredith declined. Head didn't insist, turned back, called several people into office for work. People surrounding Wendy Stone quickly dispersed. Meredith strolled slowly, past Veronica Jennings, also past Wendy Stone. Finally stood outside glass wall again, raised eyebrow towards Wendy Stone, greeting silently. Her neck, due to the square neckline cocktail dress, revealed faint red marks. Silently whipped Wendy Stone's heart. Wendy's eyes reddened. She came specifically to humiliate me. Now the whole company knew she offended the little boss lady. Even Liam Stone scolded her harshly. Face completely lost, Meredith didn't leave, silently locked gazes with Wendy. Wendy couldn't withstand the psychological pressure, slumped onto desk, sobbing loudly. Colleagues nearby dared not approach, comfort. After all, little boss lady watching. Slacking off during work hours, major offense. Meredith Shaw, what exactly do you want? Wendy couldn't bear it, rushed out yelling at Meredith. People nearby saw situation escalating, quickly pulled Wendy back, urged calmness. Didn't want anything, just wandering around bothers you, Meredith sighed. Psychological resilience truly poor. Just minutes, couldn't hold back anymore. You did it intentionally, waited there deliberately for me, made me misspeak, Wendy shrieked, resembling shrew. Hearing this, Veronica Jennings couldn't stand it first, ran over crying, apologizing to Meredith. Miss Shaw, it was my fault this noon, I apologize to you, sorry. You useless thing, apologizing to her. Will she let you off? Wendy cursed Veronica's lack of backbone. This kind of person gets power, becomes arrogant, apology useful. Wouldn't wait specifically for me today, did she not apologize? What did she get in return? Even Liam Stone distanced by Ethan, several private gatherings uninvited. This blame Meredith wouldn't accept. This noon, I sat there 56 minutes. Front desk refilled my water 3 times. 102 people passed me. Most ignored me. 3 people passed repeatedly. 12 times pairs discussed me, Meredith recalled. But no one came over, mocked me, until you 2 arrived. She was intentional. So what? She could have ignored her, yet chose mocking her there. This was inviting humiliation. Who to blame? Colleagues lowered heads. Internal group chat already exploded. Little boss lady live tearing someone apart, or a 9 feet tall, don't be smug things change called little boss lady twice, think you're floating. Engagement not finalized, marriage uncertain, Wendy raged, speaking recklessly. Previously dared treat Meredith so because Ethan still protected that person. Now only hope rested on her. Hoped that person returned quickly, stopped this wedding. Others nearby saw Wendy unstoppable, wanted distance immediately. Coincidentally, Ethan Young and I meet legal marriage standards. Miss Stone, you're married, should have more experience than me. Meredith, amused by this tantrum, suddenly felt interested, sparring with Wendy. Took out phone, called Ethan, speakerphone deliberately for Wendy to hear. Hello, Meredith, voice came through. Wendy's eyes widened disbelief. Would she complain to Ethan? Thinking about it, how about register marriage tomorrow? Meredith suggested cheerfully. Ethan gave her these few days. Since couldn't escape, might as well use this, dampen Wendy's arrogance. Same floor elevator dinged open. Ethan emerged holding phone, raised other hand, checked watch. Only 3 p.m. now. Go home, get documents, still catch City Hall closing time. Register today, no need wait tomorrow. Meredith pouted, dream on. Chapter 89. Gratitude dinner. This private gathering included only elders. The maid had the day off. Vivian Young personally cooked many delicious dishes. Ethan and Meredith bought some groceries on their way back. Meredith was directed by Vivian to help in the kitchen, while Ethan entertained the elders outside. Emily went out for dinner with Scarlett Sutton today. Later, when you sit down to eat, be mindful around the elders, speak sweetly. Vivian instructed while helping, implicitly guiding her. This daughter-in-law was too honest, couldn't flatter at all. If she didn't remind her, she worried. Meredith nodded. Got it, Auntie. Vivian paused, slightly dissatisfied with Meredith's woodenness. Can't just know, must remember. Later, family social obligations, things you need to handle, can't make mistakes. Marrying into our family, material life won't be tight for you. But it's not like TV dramas, brainless, carefree. Marrying into wealth isn't easy. Money everyone has, managing household affairs more complex than cleaning, cooking. She and her husband, still young, could help son and daughter-in-law now. Later, Meredith needed to take charge. Meredith, your family situation is special. Handle these matters well in future. Satisfy me, only then can I entrust family affairs to you. Learn diligently. Firstly, don't want outsiders mocking me for marrying a daughter-in-law who can't even handle basic courtesies. Secondly, don't want outsiders calling me evil mother-in-law, interfering in your affairs. She was a modern mother-in-law, no interest meddling in the next generation. Married, it's their business, she wouldn't participate. Meredith nodded, she's listening. Feel free. Vivian sighed helplessly. This daughter-in-law, only good point, accepts elders' words without backtalk or showing displeasure. Fine, teach her slowly later. Plated the appetizers Ethan brought back, asked Meredith carry them out. The several big-shot figures sat smoking in the small living room. Amidst swirling smoke, spoke softly, topic unknown. Ethan came downstairs holding a bottle of wine, past Meredith, hugged her waist intimately for a moment. Tonight guests at home, sorry madam worked hard cooking. Later I'll have Emily bring you back something nice. Meredith didn't feel wronged. This table of dishes mostly thanking them for Marcus. This matter, small to them, resolved with a word, a meal, yet it was Marcus's entire life. Meredith understood better, many people dreamed of inviting this table. Regardless if Ethan involved in Marcus's matter, his demonstrating upper-class resources was fact. Now, Ethan and his family thanked them on her behalf. Dinner party included only Ethan and Meredith as juniors. Ethan didn't drink much. Elders wouldn't force Meredith, a woman, to drink either. Marcus's matter mentioned subtly once. Ethan protected Meredith, toasted everyone on her behalf. Meredith sat, feeling the immense pressure from this table of powerful figures. After a while, they drank enough, conversation shifted to realms Meredith couldn't reach. Vivian called Meredith down. Meredith, go brew some hangover soup. Later, when they disperse, father and son will definitely need it, Vivian arranged. Previously her task, finally could rest, let Meredith do it. Before finishing, Vivian didn't forget praising her son. Previous times Ethan got drunk, always praised your soup tasted best. From today on, these matters fall to you. Meredith nodded, prepared ingredients. Vivian assisted. Soup simmering, Vivian finally asked, Meredith, you and Ethan set the date? Meredith thought a moment, realized Vivian meant engagement date. Didn't expect they both didn't know. 25th this month. Happens to be Sunday. Date Ethan set himself, she was merely informed. 2 weeks away, the weekend after next. Good then, these few days I'll give you my guest list. You and Ethan prepare invitations. Can't delay too long, guests need time prepare. Vivian wasn't particular about who organized engagement, didn't like interfering anyway. Just, Meredith, your side, any other relatives? Can't be just her and her brother. No other elders? Meredith shook her head. Auntie, just my brother and me. Her mother's side relatives cut contact long ago. Only Aunt, previously called for New Year greetings, subtly told her no need contact later. Father's side no one either. Right after he passed, relatives feared supporting Marcus and Meredith, cleanly severed ties. If not for Marcus, perhaps just her alone. Vivian understood, considered carefully. Then Auntie will just invite closer guests. Our two families sit together. You get acquainted with Ethan's relatives too. Actually, we don't have many relatives either. Those years fleeing famine, all scattered. His father has no siblings either. Don't worry about difficult relatives. Turned off stove, Vivian led Meredith upstairs. Come, I'll take you rest in Ethan's room. Meredith followed upstairs. Villa 4 stories. Arthur and Vivian lived on 4th, bedroom occupying entire floor, rooftop garden above. Ethan and Emily lived on 3rd, rooms opposite each other. 2nd floor guest rooms. Vivian led her to the door, let Meredith enter alone. Downstairs they'll be a while longer. You don't drink, rest first. Call you later if needed. Okay, Auntie. Vivian went down, leaving Meredith alone. First time truly entering Ethan's room. Rented old apartment, large flat fundamentally different from here. Here held traces of Ethan growing up. Bookshelf filled with trophies, award photos. Bed dark gray sheets, duvet cover, patterns masculine. Small airplane, tank models neatly displayed. Other side held much sports equipment, worn marks visible, likely used often. Desk held desktop computer, looked latest model, primarily used for gaming. Meredith picked up the closed laptop nearby, sat at desk. Approve quiet moment, reviewed some teacher certification exam questions. Computer password she knew. Ethan only used a few passwords back and forth, now all changed to important dates related to her. Like this computer, their upcoming engagement date. Time passed reasonably quickly. Meredith finished one set of questions. Ethan entered just then. Finished downstairs? Meredith asked. Why come up? Didn't call her down, see guests off. No. Dad and uncles have things to discuss, don't need us listening. Mom also went back room rest. Ethan loosened tie, tossed onto bed. Sat beside her, leaned down asking, what are you doing? Meredith showed Ethan the laptop, opened folder on desktop. Considering whether seek revenge, delete your master's thesis completely. Just opened computer, discovered he actually earned master's degree from Business University, thesis long finished. Contrast her, undergraduate thesis, not a single word written yet. Naughtier than Emily. Your little grandmother now, dare I provoke your anger? Besides, delaying my graduation benefits you how? Ethan wasn't annoyed, leaned closer. Speaking, breath carried alcohol, smoke smell enveloped Meredith. Meredith dodged. Fact proved, even outstanding people smell bad after drinking. What handsome man smells like tobacco, all lies. Meredith pushed him away, disgusted. Go shower, you stink. Still trying kiss her lips like this, not afraid she slap him twice. Dislike me disgusting? Don't forget who I did it for, little heartless thing. Ethan happy, deliberately acted shameless, leaning closer, kissed her face twice. Then stood up, went a walk in closet, grabbed pajamas, went bathroom shower. Chapter 90, touched Meredith, put the laptop down, went downstairs to bring Ethan hangover soup. Just reached the top of the stairs, heard Emily talking in her room. Turns out she returned. Emily said, Mom, you and Dad are truly wonderful parents-in-law. Brother isn't even married yet, and you've already done so much for Sister Meredith. They said such bad things about Sister Meredith, yet you two still helped brother, didn't disdain Sister Meredith's background at all. What else could we do? Your brother has been smart since childhood. His liking Meredith can't be wrong. As family, we can't hold him back, Vivian sighed helplessly. Emily, don't anger your sister-in-law later. Her background is different from yours, her perspective certainly differs. Be more yielding towards her later, don't make things difficult for your brother, understand? Got it. Brother told me before, later I must marry into a family like brothers and moms. Otherwise, I'll stay single forever. Emily whined playfully. Then I'll let brother support me for life. Sister Meredith is so generous, surely won't mind me. Shameless girl. Sister Meredith is better than you in this aspect, knows shame, Vivian chuckled at her. But Mom values precisely this about Meredith. She's weathered more storms than you. With her keeping your brother in check later, I feel relieved. Mom, you're the best. Sister Meredith is truly lucky. I envy her. Meredith turned back into Ethan's room, placed the hangover soup on the table. Bathroom sounds indicated Ethan hadn't emerged yet. Meredith sat by the bed, fiddling with the tie he just tossed down. Her heart beat wildly, ears burning. Since childhood, first time someone praised her like this. Lucky? Certainly lucky. Girl from small place, dating, boyfriend dotes on her completely good family background, lives in villa many can't afford. Future in-laws, sister-in-law all treat her well. Besides the marriage matter, Ethan obeyed her every whim. Father-in-law knew she suffered bullying, specifically came support her. Mother-in-law patiently taught her intricacies of wealthy wife's social obligations. Meredith lacked parental affection since young. Father treated her well, but ordinary man, limited ability, couldn't express well, never truly supported her actions. She knew she was lucky. What more grievances could she have? Ethan emerged, toweling his hair dry, saw Meredith leaning against headboard, fiddling absent-mindedly with his tie. Ethan walked over, lay his head on Meredith's lap, teased, "What, madam, thinking which day I provoke you again, use the tie to discipline me." His hair dripped water onto Meredith's lap. Meredith tossed the tie aside, grabbed his towel, covered Ethan's face, roughly dried his hair. "Thinking, which day I get annoyed with you, smother you, inherit your estate, keep several young pretty boys, squander the latter half of my life?" Ethan chuckled, playfully swatted her hand away, obediently letting her dry his hair above. "Then you have a long wait. At least wait until I inherit the estate, then there's a state for you to inherit. Judging by current situation, wait until you're almost 60, then become rich old lady." Meredith thought, right. Ethan's parents healthy. Inheriting estate long way off. Firstly, rich old lady Meredith, to achieve these dreams, first step is register marriage. Ethan took Meredith's hand, rubbed her ring finger. "Shall we go register tomorrow?" Meredith pushed him away, changed subject. "Going shower?" Almost forgot this matter. Stood up, went a walk in closet, grabbed pajamas Emily prepared. Just now, touched by Emily's words, genuinely wanted marry Ethan. But register marriage, these words placed before her, still made her shrink back. Ethan wasn't angry, went over drink hangover soup, took bowl downstairs. Meredith didn't wash hair, showered quickly, emerged. Ethan waited on bed holding laptop. Meredith went around other side, only then noticed several snacks between them. Plate held assorted marinated duck parts. Beside it, cute spherical cup, Coke with ice bubbling inside. Emily secretly brought these back today. Just grabbed them now while no one looking. "Cake there too, eat later if spice gets too much," Ethan explained. Likely every family's mother similar, forbids kids eating such things. So Emily secretly bought back, waited until mother asleep dared bring out share with him. Meredith's peculiar hobby, surrounding herself with food. Clearly couldn't handle spice, yet loved spicy marinated duck tongues. Loved troublesome foods. Ethan concluded, she simply enjoyed effort, women's fault. Made at home makes this best. Want eat later, tell her beforehand. Bought outside, he somewhat worried. Meredith nodded, leaned against Ethan, watched him play movie on laptop. Ethan disliked movies, Meredith loved old films. So movie-watching activity, no need cinema, membership solved everything. All movies inevitably involve love between sexes, just different genre proportions. Meredith watched halfway. Wendy Stone's hysterical expression flashed before eyes. Said engagement means nothing, marriage uncertain. After a while, Emily's words echoed. Said envied Meredith, later find husband, family like this too. Ethan, your parents, what do they think about us? Meredith wondered. No one guided her, self-perception definitely biased. Suddenly wanted no young family's view of her. Engagement matter, neither elder expressed opinion, completely followed their wishes. Meredith felt somewhat uncertain. Ethan considered, said, no opinion. Said engagement, they agreed. Said marriage, no objection either. Just ask date set where hold. Meredith expected this, didn't ask further. Young family upbringing successful. Parents trusted children's choice of partner, wouldn't create drama like idol shows. But mom said, worry your side relatives too few. Meant this engagement, change address now, count as marriage ceremony equivalent. We find time register marriage, later others ask, she can explain. As for wedding ceremony, wherever you want go, whoever invite, she won't interfere. This his mother said tonight. Afternoon Meredith threatened register marriage tomorrow, his mother knew. Evening also asked Meredith side attendance too sparse, feared large wedding awkward for siblings. Poor background siblings inevitably attract gossip. What do you think? Meredith asked. His opinion represented entire family's opinion. Ethan turned head hearing this, looked strangely at Meredith. Doesn't matter to me. Can't escape being you anyway. Engagement first or direct marriage, marry whenever you want. As long as Meredith didn't insist breakup, engagement, marriage truly didn't matter to him. Suddenly thought something, leaned closer, kissed her, lingeringly. Want have kids before marriage, I support you too. Meredith glared, deliberately retorted, what if I plan being dink? Can't do that based on our billions relationship this lifetime. Remaining tens billions assets, must leave my son otherwise no one watch your inheritance for you old lady Meredith how be carefree later. Ethan head touched hers, spouting nonsense. Meredith's mind spun several circles before realizing Ethan talking dirty. Rolled out of bed, collected all snacks, went brush teeth. Returned brushing teeth, lay flat, completely ignored Ethan. Ethan, unbothered, turned off light, lay close beside her. Chapter 91, Registration. The well-appointed villa was exceptionally quiet. Meredith lay with her eyes open, the darkness unable to quell her racing thoughts. She once liked him, but later grew to dislike him, even finding his type repulsive. Yet after yesterday, she could accept his intimacy again. Emily's words touched her more than anything Ethan had ever done. "What if I said, let's go register tomorrow?" Meredith whispered, almost inaudibly. If he were asleep, didn't hear, she could pretend it was a moment of emotional confusion, swayed by the young family's warmth. Beside her, Ethan hugged her tighter, burying his face in the crook of her neck. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Meredith closed her eyes. The chaotic thoughts ceased. Only she and Ethan remained, moving from separate cages into a shared one. She didn't like him, yet was tamed by his marriage proposal. Her self-rescue failed. Resistance lowered. Since escape was impossible, might as well imprison themselves together. The next day, Emily left early for school. Ethan and Meredith came down for breakfast, casually informing Arthur Young they were going to register their marriage. The Young parents were overjoyed. Vivian Young even ran back to her room, emerging with a red envelope. Despite Meredith's repeated refusals, she couldn't resist their enthusiasm, finally accepting it. In the car, Meredith opened the envelope. Inside were $10. 10 $1 bills. Meredith was confused. "My mom specifically went to the mountain temple this year to pray for these peace money charms. She prayed specifically for you." Actually not entirely true. Back then, his mother didn't know he was dating, just prepared proactively, thinking if he got a girlfriend, have it ready. Not specifically for Meredith. "Take it home, put it under the bed." Ethan instructed Meredith to put the envelope away. This money couldn't be spent. Meredith and Ethan first went back to the small apartment she rented with Marcus to pack. There wasn't much to pack. "Tomorrow's Saturday, have Marcus come back move. I have an apartment nearby, property management is excellent. Later, if you have classes, staying there is convenient for me too," Ethan arranged. The Imperial Clarity Estates flat was originally bought by his parents as his wedding house. He also bought an apartment near the university while studying, but was dating Meredith then, so rarely stayed there. It was still new. Now, giving it to Marcus to live in would gradually distance him from Meredith. Meredith didn't agree. "Let him decide. I won't interfere in his affairs." Ethan had no objections. Meredith took her documents and left with him. City Hall doors wide open. Meredith recited the marriage vows, freely, willingly, voluntarily. Emerging, Meredith held 2 small red booklets. Ethan took his copy, immediately gave it to her for safekeeping. Outside, he seemed transformed, grinning cheekily, sidling up to her. "Wife, going home today or staying out at a hotel?" Ethan acted roguishly, like a street ruffian. "How about I book an underwater hotel? Perfect 2-day getaway. Or an ancient town. Chinese-style hotels are popular now too." Meredith ruthlessly poured cold water, stating, "Back to university. Roommates invited us for dinner tonight." She had arranged dinner with Joanna Chapman's boyfriend today, just happened to impulsively register marriage with Ethan. "Ah, just married, yet making me endure lonely nights. Isn't that too cruel?" Ethan whined disappointedly. Meredith ignored him, fastened her seatbelt. "Joanna's boyfriend is treating tonight. If you dawdle further, go play by yourself. Then how about I treat, book the restaurant? Haven't formally met your roommates yet. Consider it compensation," Ethan proposed, then immediately refuted himself. "No, you should decide. Salary card is with you. You control our family finances." "You have a salary?" Meredith questioned. First time hearing this phrasing. "Mrs. Young, I have a respectable, legitimate job. Earning wages through legal labor is my right." Ethan felt deeply hurt. "That savings card I gave you is my salary card. Deceived you about family background before, but salary income, I didn't lie. Annual salary in the millions was fact, plus year-end performance bonuses, etc. Only more, not less. Just that his finances were so comfortable because he held Yang Group shares, received dividends. But Meredith seemed clueless about this. Ah, naive girl, easy to fool. The more he looked, the more obedient she seemed. He liked her this way. "Not just me, my dad has a salary card too, also with my mom," Ethan added, fearing Meredith misunderstood he deliberately deceived her. That card's funds covered their family's daily expenses. His mother held majority share dividends. In other words, Meredith held a card with an annual increase of at least $1 million, yet during their breakup, returned it to him. Meredith clenched her jaw, wanting desperately to slap him twice. All along, thought it held only 10 or 20,000, used to insult her character. Who knew it was a huge sum? Meredith, you can use that money, look at apartments. Consider it my wedding gift. Put it under your name or Marcus's, either way. Then Marcus won't worry about conditions when getting married later, Ethan suggested. Due to his past actions, Meredith drew clear lines financially. If this card were given to Emily, she'd have spent it extravagantly long ago. You can also keep it as your private savings. Daily expenses, just use the credit card I gave you. Limit is definitely enough for my Meredith to be a respectable little Mrs. Young. His supplementary card limit wasn't low. Emily dreamed of swiping it once. This way, even without his mother's share dividends temporarily, her life wouldn't be strained. Finding a local girl, house essential. Liam Stone married Wendy Stone partly because his income was good. Meredith ignored him, gazed out the window, thoughts miles away. They met at a small restaurant outside the university. The spicy bullfrog there was Meredith's favorite. This preference was peculiar. Meredith couldn't handle spice, yet particularly liked spicy meats. Ethan concluded, Meredith simply enjoyed laborious foods, spiciness irrelevant. Ethan, under Meredith's orders, could only arrive after finishing work normally. By the time he arrived, dishes were already served. Ethan brought lots of iced drinks, but gave Meredith yogurt. Your period these few days, better avoid cold things. Finished speaking, requested an extra small bowl, filled it with plain water, rinsed the bullfrog pieces before giving them to Meredith. Meredith obeyed his instructions, ate whatever given. Didn't tell him, since starting the street sleeping work routine, her period became irregular. Her body had issues but didn't want tell him. Hospital visit meant huge expense. Later pay more attention, nourish herself, should recover. Even with marriage certificate in her eyes, reconciling with Ethan meant repayment, save where possible. Joanna Chapman and her boyfriend exchanged glances, mimicking the feeding ritual competitively. Joanna's boyfriend, Kevin Zhang local, met during company internship. Seeing Ethan enter, dressed impeccably, Kevin Zhang specifically offered Ethan his business card. Ethan barely glanced, pocketed it into his suit. Evelyn Yates and Lauren Riley deliberately made disgusted "Ewa" sounds. Ethan substituted tea for wine, apologized to Meredith's roommates. My fault before. Thank you all for taking care of my wife these past 3 years. His words thanked them, simultaneously announced their marriage registration today. Wife? Evelyn asked. Meredith nodded. Registered this morning. Ah, congratulations, congratulations, Lauren smiled, asking, didn't expect Meredith to be the first in our dorm to get married. When's the wedding? Will attend. Well, I can't decide. Ethan acted helpless, smilingly looking at Meredith, awaiting answer. Meredith remained calm. After graduation, probably, registering was impulsive. Likely need everyone keep secret for now. When wedding planned, we'll definitely inform you. Although national regulations didn't prohibit student marriage, announcing it felt strange. She and Ethan discussed this morning, hold wedding after graduation. Kevin Zhang poured Ethan tea, Ethan ignored it. Meredith, since you're married now, I won't hide it from you. Evelyn glanced at Ethan. The latter seemed aware what Evelyn would say, didn't intervene. Little Mr. Young and I had dinner together several times before. Both parents approved type. Nicely put dinner, actually blind dates. Chapter 92. Roommates after completing their major academic milestones, parents in their world were particularly keen on matchmaking. Back then, Ethan hadn't had his accident yet. Pressured by parents, they endured several blind date meals. Less than a month later, Ethan got injured, disappeared without a trace. Evelyn assumed Ethan disliked her. They completely lost contact. Coincidentally, Meredith ended up roommates with Evelyn. This was why Ethan avoided meeting her roommates for so long. Evelyn looked at Ethan caring for Meredith, felt a strange pang of regret. Initially meeting for meals, mutual good feelings existed. Otherwise, wouldn't have chatted late into the night one day, him coming to Art University looking for her the next. The sudden car accident destroyed this smooth-sailing blind date. If not for Meredith, perhaps they would have followed parents' wishes, reached the end. Ethan would accommodate her, but surely not to this extent. Among Seaport City's top wealthy heirs, Ethan consistently ranked high in elders' eyes, moved effortlessly from business circles to military political connections, smiled politely, accepted others calling him Big Bro E. If her father saw him treating his girlfriend so well now, perhaps Dad would interfere, forcefully discuss marriage alliance with young family. She witnessed Meredith's hardships firsthand, knew Ethan wasn't easy to handle. Prince Charming exterior hid cold heart. Once decided, girlfriend meant nothing emotionally. Such people are heartless. Really went on blind dates? Meredith looked at Ethan, questioning truthfulness. Ethan whispered, explain details back home. Telling you today because you're married. Avoid malicious people smearing my name later, saying I dug roommate's corner. My reputation is precious, Evelyn stated. Didn't want bear that responsibility. At school, Meredith could be falsely labeled third party. What else couldn't happen? Doesn't matter, I trust your character. Meredith didn't care. Knew Evelyn and Ethan knew each other before. Ethan's emotional entanglements truly didn't care, felt nothing. Trust Evelyn means distrust him. Ethan felt uneasy, stomach churning. Dinner paid by Kevin Zhang. Leaving, Ethan took out 3 gift boxes from car, 1 each for Evelyn, and the others this season's full set of lipsticks from the cosmetic brand. Evelyn uninterested, but the other 2 loved it. Thank you gift. Please accept. Thank you all for previous care. Ethan thanked again. Kevin Zhang also thanked on Joanna's behalf. Meredith and Ethan newly married today, others let them leave first, enjoy couple time. Today, Vivian Young specifically requested Meredith, and Ethan return homestay. Likely felt registered marriage meant family, reunion dinner needed for completion. Arthur and Vivian sat in living room. Ethan and Meredith stood side by side, formally introduced by Ethan. Dad, Mom, new daughter-in-law. Emily returned much earlier. Waited for Ethan and Meredith enter, sprayed large confetti popper at her. Confetti pieces stuck all over Meredith. Ethan quickly stopped her. Meredith, come here. Vivian beckoned her over, held bowl of Chinese herbal soup. Meredith glanced at dark liquid. Ethan beside her didn't even frown, downed his bowl in one go. Must not be that kind of medicine. Relaxed, drank hers. First meal entering family, can't let you have empty stomach, Vivian explained. All right, you 2 go rest. Won't disturb you. If outside only Emily relatively excited, then Ethan's room now overly enthusiastic. Glass, furniture pasted with bright red double happiness characters. Especially beds, 100 children motif, quilt cover blindingly red, clearly Emily's masterpiece. Ethan grinned sheepishly. First day, also happy occasion. Hence only decorated his room, didn't disrupt entire villa. Meredith sighed. Fine, shower first. Emerged wrapped in towel. Ethan held several small boxes for Meredith, told her choose, took Meredith's towel, dried her hair. Simultaneously whispered near her ear pleadingly, wife having trouble choosing. Don't know which one use later. Pick for me, okay? Meredith baffled, picked one up. Individually packaged small box, all French, English text. Box also printed, custom made in English. Opened Meredith instantly understood Ethan's intestines. Went France on business trip, just did this? He stored these things long ago. Custom private use little umbrellas. Colors, shapes, everything imaginable. Didn't know when needed then. Had opportunity, ordered them. Ethan nonchalant, more concerned which one Meredith chose. Which type should we use? Box packaging intact, none opened. Meredith casually tossed onto bed, disgusted. You stink to death, go shower. She just showered, smelled fresh. Only smelled Ethan's spicy smell, mixed with smoke. Anyway, unpleasant. Ethan played serval shop assistant role, threw suit jacket onto bed with flourish, went into bathroom. Alrighty, customer just wait. This person, instant actor, waste not pursuing film career. Meredith hung up his suit jacket. Maid would take down wash tomorrow. Habitually checked pockets. Found business card in outer pocket Kevin Zhang's today. Crumpled, lost previous formality. Card showed Kevin Zhang's name, company position, phone number, nothing special. Ethan emerged from shower, saw Meredith holding the crumpled card he discarded. Recalled the kid at dinner tonight. Ethan frowned. Meredith, find time, tell your friend, break up with that kid early? Meredith confused. None of her business. Ethan covered Meredith's eyes, simultaneously pushed her down, hovered above her. You're just too naive. Follow me, learn more later. Little punk from gutter, relying on residency registration, sneaky eyes darting everywhere, swindling, specializing, cheating innocent young girls like you. He and his father weren't fooled. This level of disguise, obvious at glance. Meredith never flattered, somewhat couldn't discern clearly. Speaking disrespectfully of others. Meredith, displeased, pushed his hand away, asked, Then what are you? Not same swindling, which gutter you crawl out from? Me. Ethan grinned wickedly, eyes deliberately wandering, acting dissolute playboy. Me, beast in human clothing, specialized tricking you into gutter. Picked which one use yet? Ethan fiddled with boxes on bedside table. Found none moved, packaging only opened the one earlier. Meredith ignored him. Talking to him, utterly shameless. Never mind, let's try one by one. Ethan opened all boxes. Today their wedding night. Who cared about some punk? Middle of night. Ethan, considerate of Meredith's shyness, didn't even turn on nightlight. Curtains drawn tightly, blocking all light. Well, believe your husband very tender now, right? Ethan panted, holding Meredith tightly. Actions didn't stop. Really only have you. Rosalie Leighton's matter dared not mention again, feared Meredith recalled bad memories. Could only implicitly express purity. Meredith closed eyes rested, clearly short time yet felt sleepy. Still hurt? Ethan persisted, asking, also shared own feeling, feel bit uncomfortable. This feeling different from drug night. Heart-driven impulse, no helpless feeling of being controlled. Meredith, I love you. Meredith didn't hear, slept deeply, legs sore, private parts slightly painful, slept one night, unrefreshing. Meredith woke hungry. Ethan, already dressed neatly, leaned down, kissed her lips. Morning, wife. Chapter 93. Apology gift. Having consummated their relationship and registered their marriage just 2 weeks before the engagement party, Ethan was naturally riding high these days. If not for Meredith firmly refusing to travel, he would have whisked her away on a honeymoon long ago, forgetting all about work. Conversely, Liam Stone and Wendy Stone were miserable. Wendy's outbursts spread like wildfire. Initially clinging to the hope that the engagement was just for show, that Ethan's family wouldn't accept Meredith, Wendy now faced reality. This morning, the general manager's secretarial office distributed wedding favors to employees. Only then did everyone at the company learn they actually registered their marriage that day. Now, Wendy offending the little boss lady was confirmed fact. People judge based on power. Previously friendly colleagues now wouldn't even offer superficial courtesy. Wendy was completely isolated. Liam Stone, as Wendy's husband, endured endless complaints from her these past few days. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Liam also faced unwarranted exclusion recently. Several times overheard colleagues gossiping behind his back, sarcastically praising his good wife, pitying him for being dragged down by her fiery temper. Regardless of phrasing, none matched the blow of Ethan excluding him from the engagement guest list. Adrian Pierce flaunted Ethan's invitation online, explicitly stating, entire family invited. He was Ethan's childhood friend, yet uninvited. Ethan's parents, whom he grew up calling auntie and uncle, promised years ago to invite his parents for drinks at Ethan's wedding. Now his parents uninvited too. Not just him, the other childhood friend also uninvited. Seemed Ethan sensed something, or Meredith influenced him. Liam didn't care about the reason. Mending the rift with Ethan was paramount now. Friday before the engagement, seeing Ethan still silent, Liam proactively sought him out. Coincidentally, Ethan was video calling Meredith, annoyed beyond measure. Seeing Liam enter, Meredith found an excuse, hung up. Ethan, conversation interrupted, felt displeased. What is it? He asked coldly. Didn't he see him bonding with his wife? No perception. Ethan heard you and Meredith getting engaged. Came ask if need help. Liam faced the cold shoulder, felt awkward too. Been through it, more experience than you. No need. Avoid poor hospitality towards your wife, pointing fingers, cursing my wife, Ethan stated coldly. I'm getting married, not comparing household registrations. Liam understood this reference. Wendy, at home, discussing Meredith, always devolved into out-of-town poor beggar insults. He heard it too, felt uncomfortable. He was also from out of town. Wendy's arrogant attitude partly repulsed Liam. Precisely why needed maintain good relationship with Ethan. Ethan, regarding Wendy's matter, I don't shirk responsibility. Her speaking offensively towards Meredith was her fault. I will personally bring Wendy apologize to Meredith. Whatever she says makes her feel better, I won't interfere, Liam stated firmly, clarifying his stance. Ethan listened, increasingly uncomfortable. Liam, few years older, privately called him by name, yet today felt grating. Not just offensive. Liam knew each other over 10 years. Emotionally, Meredith my girlfriend, Wendy shouldn't act duplicitously. Logically, Meredith my fiancé, publicly acknowledged. What status does she hold, dare yell at general manager's wife? Recalled Wendy's phrase, killer's sister, mocking Meredith without cause. He felt like slapping her twice himself. Ethan showed Liam screenshots from his phone. Liam looked disbelievingly at Ethan. Is this mistake? Checked her phone, she didn't say these things. Saying such things who could tolerate? Ethan scoffed. Back then Meredith and I fighting fiercely. Could my wife fabricate this, frame you? Liam momentarily speechless. Right back then Meredith completely avoided Ethan. How could she do such thing, wait for Ethan deal with Wendy later? Ethan, based on our years' friendship, call Meredith out. I'll apologize. Now, married, Wendy tied to him. Could only take responsibility himself. Meredith tied to Ethan. Inevitably, he and Wendy must flatter Meredith. Ethan outwardly questioned, attitude already softening slightly. Said meaningfully to Liam, think carefully. Approaching my Meredith might not end well. Liam seized opportunity. Rest assured, won't favor her just because she's my wife. Wrongdoing requires consequences. His relationship with Ethan spanned decades, knew his temper thoroughly. Ethan wanted to emulate his father, inherit business, needed veteran allies. Couldn't let woman ruin relationship, even if that woman his wife. Evening. Meredith, dragged out by Ethan for dinner, arrived at high-end club. Opened door, saw Liam Stone, Wendy Stone already inside. Meredith turned back, looked meaningfully at Ethan. His surprise attack beautifully executed. Meredith, Mrs. Young. Wendy looked awkward, flustered. Liam greeted her much more naturally. Ethan feigned ignorance, coaxing, since here, eat first then leave. Wendy shifted from awkwardness to nervousness. Meredith today different. Previously always t-shirt, jeans, canvas shoes. Even best demeanor couldn't elevate. Today, wore halter-style slim dress, revealing collarbones, shoulder blades. High heels added height, surprisingly taller than her. Like swan, head held high walking past her. Meredith sat down at one chair, crossed legs, calmly observed the couple and Ethan. Mrs. Young, few days ago. Liam started speaking, interrupted by Meredith. Don't deserve title. Wedding not held yet. Maybe break up someday. Tone mimicked Wendy 9/10. Meredith picked up chopsticks, tapped small bowl on table, side, rich people's things indeed precious. Even tapping sound nicer than my small counties. Meredith, don't talk like that. Ethan whispered, persuaded. Meredith glared. This score I remember. Liam stood up, took envelope from Wendy's bag, no name written, placed before Meredith. Mrs. Young, previously my wife spoke carelessly, offending you, her fault. Today, before Ethan, I apologize. Pushed envelope towards Meredith. Consider this small token from my wife and me. Later, still need rely Ethan's care. Hope you let Wendy off hook, don't hold grudge. Envelope thin, no writing, couldn't tell contents, but Yang logo obvious. Meredith didn't want accept. Ethan accepted for her. Opened card inside. Ethan looked, handed Meredith. Meredith, forced by Ethan, couldn't refuse. Business card, famous car dealership. Car prices ranged tens thousands to millions. Industry insiders needing inconspicuous wealth often customized ordinary exteriors with top-tier interiors. Hence this brand favored by many powerful figures. Introduce car sales agent? Let me experience luxury cars, avoid embarrassing myself outside, Meredith mocked. Ethan quickly stopped her, shook head disapprovingly. Meredith can't talk like that. Loses status, Ethan persuaded. They sincerely apologize. Still holding grudge seems petty. Wendy Stone, hiding behind Liam, showed joy. Now even Ethan sided with her. What waves could Meredith possibly make? Chapter 94. Superstition. Liam, seeing Meredith look over, quickly explained, This manager is a close acquaintance. He can customize top-tier features discreetly. Consider it a small gift from me to Mrs. Young's brother. Meredith didn't understand. What did this have to do with Marcus? The car is already arranged. Please trouble Mrs. Young to take Brother Marcus handle the paperwork. Liam smiled. Speaking of which, I'm a few years older than Ethan, so Marcus is somewhat like my little brother too. 2 sentences established connection. This discomfort made Meredith want throw card away. Yet Ethan held her hand, advised compromise disapprovingly. Meredith, don't be so willful. This car's top configuration isn't cheap. Marcus is grown now, needs car often. Like you, his pride's strong. Can't always borrow from me in emergencies. Liam apologizes so sincerely, don't dwell on gains and losses. His words first implied Marcus lacked car, inferior. Then implied Meredith not accepting was petty. Meredith listened incredulously. Hand gripped tightly by Ethan, card pressed painfully into palm. Ethan seemed transformed entering versus before. Yes, Meredith, Wendy smiled, approaching full apology. This all my fault. I apologize, won't speak like that again. Consider Liam and Ethan working together later, don't be angry with me, okay? Meredith felt trapped, nowhere retreat. Wendy, seeing this, picked up white liquor bottle from table, stood up. We're not unreasonable people. As long as you don't blame me, affect Ethan's career, I'll drink this whole bottle, downing whole bottle ordinary person couldn't handle. Wendy pretended about to drink from bottle. Ethan, seeing this, quickly told Liam stop. Wendy turned placate Meredith softly. Meredith, no one stop. Don't make things ugly for everyone, Ethan reminded, tone holding subtle threat. Meredith remained silent, felt disgusted. Wendy insulted her, Liam using career threaten her understandable. But Ethan now her husband. Why help Wendy speak? In his heart, Wendy more noble than her. Perhaps shouldn't hope too much from him. To inherit father's business later, anything forgotten easily. Luckily, her heart long dead towards him, felt no sadness. Meredith finally relented, relieved. Fine, you're woman too, white liquor harms body. She just endured insults, few sentences, earned car for Marcus. By any calculation, she and Marcus won. Hearing Meredith yield, Wendy finally relaxed completely. Took shopping bag out, gave Meredith. Knew you most magnanimous. Bought this bag from France, limited edition. Give you today. Consider it fresh start between us, Meredith. Bag exquisitely packaged. Meredith glanced inside perfunctorily, casually commented nice. Every item in Ethan's walk-in closet nicer, more luxurious than this. Yet now felt none compared to her canvas bag from few days ago. This meal, except Meredith, remaining 3 enjoyed immensely. Liam, Ethan reminisced childhood stories. Wendy listened intently, occasionally interjected jokes, disrupted flow. Meredith ate head down, unless Ethan called her, never participated. One table she tactfully played outsider role. Name card envelope placed into new bag. Leaving, Meredith didn't take it, Ethan carried back. Night. Meredith lay sideways, back towards Ethan. Eyes closed, couldn't sleep, mind unclear. Hazy state. Closed eyes, just felt sleepy. Wendy's smug face appeared before eyes. Meredith instantly awake. Tortured like this all night, couldn't sleep. Meredith tossed, turned restlessly, woke Ethan. He leaned closer, front chest against her back, arms wrapped around front from underneath, hands holding Meredith's. Meredith, still angry about tonight, knew she wasn't asleep. Heart uncomfortable. Just now intimacy lacked enthusiasm, made him finish quickly too. Meredith shook head. Say angry at Wendy? More like angry at self. Just months ago, actually became pretentious too. Before nothing, Wendy mocked her face to face, felt nothing. Now, Ethan cited Wendy few sentences, gave her expensive compensatory gift, still felt aggrieved. Ethan pinched her chin, turned her face towards him, met her gaze. Meredith, your mind too narrow. Arguing over temporary anger meaningless. She wasn't type throw tantrums. Long-term oppression maximized tolerance. Once erupted, situation irreparable. Meredith still silent. Meredith, we're married, should try rely me. Things others give you, as long as I nod, take spend. Leave rest me handle. After returning home, all negative emotions stemmed from distrust towards him. Didn't trust he could protect her. Trust me, Wendy, I'll definitely get revenge for you. Just not right time now. Grew up never protected by others, momentarily couldn't adjust. Ethan understood. I trust you, Meredith echoed his words. Turned away again, back towards him, unwilling to discuss Wendy-related matters further. Should feel fortunate, Wendy, Liam already married. If unmarried woman Ethan fancied, openly defended another before Meredith, Meredith's situation even uglier. Marriage without foundation ultimately relied Ethan. Meredith sighed inwardly. Fine, stop being pretentious. Remember identity, not some wealthy wife. Having title already others charity, remember this debt owed. Meredith, engagement, swap Evelyn Yates for Wendy Stone accompany you, okay? Ethan suddenly proposed behind her. Meredith instantly opened eyes. Engagement party feared making mistakes, specifically asked Evelyn help, avoid showing ignorance, embarrassing young family. Now, Ethan requested swap for Wendy. Know what this means. Equivalent swapping bridesmaid at wedding. Told Evelyn already. Reneging now meant both Meredith, Evelyn lose face. Evelyn proud temper intended make them enemies, or let Evelyn mock her few more sentences. No difficult for you. But Wendy, after all experienced person, understands details better than you. Doing this also for your own good, Ethan explained. Just be bride, leave everything else me handle. Evelyn sighed, I'll personally apologize. Apologize? Who dared let young master young apologize? Meredith wanted laugh, couldn't? Warned, use her if you must. But tell you my family has beliefs, bridesmaid pregnant or married, bad luck for future children. Ethan frowned. Meredith, you're too superstitious. Meredith nodded. Yes, superstitious. Still insist Wendy accompany me, tell me tomorrow. I'll tell Evelyn myself. Anyway, his engagement. He didn't care, why should she fuss? Chapter 95. Engagement. The engagement party, both high profile and discreet. Discreet because the hotel location and venue setup weren't overly extravagant. High profile because the guests were predominantly powerful figures. Ethan and Meredith greeted guests at the ballroom entrance. Arthur and Vivian Young mingled inside with elders. Arriving elders all praised Meredith. Meredith just smiled faintly, listening to comments about them being a golden couple, heart unmoved. Marcus came with several classmates' roommates to congratulate her. Quentin Astor was among them. The boys, after greeting the elders, sat together at a separate table. Big bro E, little sister-in-law, congratulations, congratulations, Adrian Pierce, unusually formal today in black suit, hair neatly combed, revealed his true nature upon opening his mouth. Big bro E, tonight call brothers, let's party, drink till dawn. Before Ethan could reply, Adrian's sister slapped the back of his head from behind, reprimanding disdainfully. Just you drink till dawn, dare try corrupt someone else's husband before his wife. Learn proper manners from others, who you call little sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is sister-in-law, speak properly. This sister exuded extraordinary aura, like heroine from history. Meredith recognized her. Adeline Pierce, Adrian's older sister. But 10 years age difference. Adeline already 32, unmarried. Definitely domineering queen-type beauty. Last saw her at mahjong game. Adeline seemed arrogant but actually decent person. Meredith inexplicably liked this sister, wanted good relationship. Smiled, defended Adrian. Actually, he's not wrong. Age-wise, I'm few months younger than him. Calling little sister-in-law not entirely inappropriate. Adrian felt grateful inwardly. Little sister-in-law truly understanding. My brother is unruly rascal. If I don't discipline him properly usually, he'd fly to heavens. Adeline poked Adrian's back head with sharp fingernail. Latter drooped, accepting punishment. His sister hated the word little. Today, forgetting himself, blurted little sister-in-law, definitely hit sister's nerve. Nearby, gentleman approached. Looked under 30, outstanding appearance. Meredith turned to ask Ethan who this was. Ethan didn't know either. Man stopped beside Adeline, grasped her hand, disciplining brother, rescuing brother from peril. Asked, Adrian, what did you do, anger your sister again? Adrian mumbled indistinctly. Adeline released Adrian, introduced to Meredith. This my fiancé, Samuel Knight, works city court. Few days invite you to attend my wedding. Fiancé? Remembered Adeline didn't have boyfriend before. Getting married so quickly. But others' business, Meredith had no right inquire. Hello. Congratulations, Samuel Knight lived up to name. Gentle, polite. Suit ironed crisp, distinct angles. Wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked refined, polite, actions gentlemanly. Shook hands, politely greeting Ethan, Meredith. Looked exactly like suave, noble young master from dramas. Such person marrying Pierce family's eldest daughter, likely imagined union of prince, princess. Such people ordinary folks never encounter lifetime. Seemingly approachable, actually aloof. Just Samuel Knight's voice very familiar. Heard somewhere before, couldn't recall. No time Meredith ponder further. Just sent Pierce siblings inside, new guests arrived. Also saw Uncle, Auntie Duncan who helped Marcus. Came with son Desmond, daughter-in-law Bianca Duncan. Uncle Duncan mentioned nothing about past events, just said later when free, let Meredith invite Bianca out play together often. Bianca very demure type. Mostly Desmond spoke, Bianca listened. Overall, innocent white flower strayed into wealthy peony garden feeling. Elders, juniors all arrived, each group mingling separately. Younger generation sat one table, chatted, joked. Desmond Duncan, father present today, sat with juniors. But high-status person himself, many spoke cautiously watching his expression. Table atmosphere somewhat suppressed. Desmond, perceptive, ate few bites Bianca served him, excused self-smoke. Return later when Ethan toasted, not late. Similarly high-status Adeline Pierce. Pierce family younger generation matters all her decision. Her presence made Adrian uncomfortable. Whole table lacked central figure enlivened conversation. Table full acquaintances. Adrian wanted tease Ethan, Meredith, held back long time. So Samuel Knight received Adrian's distress signal, said Adeline's makeup slightly smudged, accompany her fix. Once Adeline, Samuel left table, Adrian completely unleashed himself. But Wendy Stone accompanying Meredith still annoyed Adrian. Shameless low-class trash, dares cling onto anything, called engagement, actually followed ancient wedding ceremony procedures closely. Meredith followed Ethan, served tea respectfully changing address to Arthur, Vivian Young. Dad, Mom, please drink tea. Meredith knelt serving tea. Ethan knelt beside her. Arthur Young, amiable good man, very happy. Gave Meredith red envelope. Meredith turned back, gave envelope Wendy Stone behind her. Wendy weighted envelope not large, felt thin inside. Momentarily couldn't estimate what amount father-in-law gave. Maybe nothing, empty shell. Wendy mocked inwardly. Vivian Young more generous. 3 bodyguards in black behind her. One brought forward handheld safe, opened. Inside black jewelry box. Open jade necklace, bracelet set. Vivian picked up necklace showed Meredith. Each bead uniform round. Watercolor, luster top grade. Meredith didn't understand these things. Only heard someone behind gasp. This jade could buy whole street. Wendy heard this, eyes lit up, stared fixedly at jade necklace. Vivian nonchalantly said, this year Ethan said dated girlfriend, specially went England retrieve it. Meredith, later you are family's daughter-in-law. These things I give you keep now. Hope later you also pass down your daughter-in-law. Saying, put another jade bracelet onto Meredith's wrist. Words held 2 meanings. First, confirmed Meredith's status. Second, likely implied must bear son. Thank you, Mom. Meredith didn't say much. Knelt received necklace box. Wendy beside wanted take over, interrupted by Ethan. Had bodyguard take back directly. Vivian leaned down, helped Meredith up. Wore kipau Meredith repaired today, pure white jade bracelet on wrist. Vivian smoothly transferred bracelet from her wrist onto Meredith's. Mom, Meredith questioned, already gave gift, now another. Your family background thin. Today I act role both sides elders. This I give you separately. Later you two must stay beside each other, mutually tolerant, understanding, Vivian explained. Turned sternly lectured Ethan, have wife now must uphold man's dignity understand. Understood, Mom, Ethan replied. 2 bracelets worn left, right. One from husband's family, one from mother's family. This pair bracelets enough make everyone madly jealous. Meredith truly received Vivian's care, protection. Meredith felt warmth, lowered head, gently wiped eyes. At least didn't choose wrong. Chapter 96. Red envelope following Ethan, Meredith toasted everyone around. Uncles, aunts, elders whether related or not all gave her thick red envelopes. Some directly slipped heavy dragon phoenix gold bangles onto her wrists. Wendy Stone followed behind Meredith, carrying the designer bag given a few days ago, collecting all the red envelopes Meredith received into the bag. She interacted intimately with Meredith, occasionally whispering softly, making onlookers assume they were genuinely close friends, not harboring any resentment. However, Meredith reacted relatively coolly, expressionless towards Wendy's affectionate closeness. The two seemed more like mistress and maid. Yesterday, Ethan's single sentence ultimately made her replace Evelyn Yates with Wendy Stone. Meredith had no objections, didn't even question it. Calmly called Evelyn, apologized about today's matter. Evelyn, not petty, attended today with her parents. After toasting everyone, Meredith felt sticky from alcohol and sweat, excused herself to the dressing room to touch up makeup, change clothes. In the dressing room, Meredith changed out of the white cocktail dress into the pink kipau Emily Young prepared. Everything Emily prepared for her related to red. This piece already most subdued. Beside it hung bright red kipau embroidered gold dragon phoenix. Finished changing, Meredith felt lazy going out, hid in dressing rooms seeking temporary peace. Just then, Wendy Stone entered, brought the bag over for Meredith, showed her the red envelopes inside. Asked, Meredith, want count them now? Get rough estimate, easier account later, or settle accounts now fine too. Spoke eagerly, as if Meredith eyed the money inside. Engagement ceremony not even finished, bride runs off count money in dressing room. Wendy thought, if Meredith dared touch money in bag now, must spread this scandal. When familiar later, must make her do more foolish things. Prestigious young group daughter-in-law, disgraceful, embarrassing. See if father-in-law, mother-in-law still protect her then. HMPH low-class trash eventually kicked out why wear bespoke dress. Diamond necklace worth millions. Hands covered several dragon phoenix bangles from elders, plus 2 young family heirloom bracelets. Unworthy Meredith saw through these petty thoughts instantly. Didn't understand etiquette but understood basic manners. Glanced Wendy, said, leave it. Finished speaking, deliberately removed dragon phoenix bangles from wrists, mumbled disdainfully, so heavy. Keep them for me. Tone truly commanding maid. Wendy's face darkened further. Just moment, caught by Meredith. Meredith lost interest sparring her, deliberately brought this bag hold red envelopes today. Bag small, filled capacity maybe 20,000. Day Wendy gave her, bag contained exactly 20,000 cash. 50,000 SUV plus 20,000 cash like immense favor, directly bought out all Meredith's past grievances. Knock sounded outside door. Evelyn Yates entered, wearing bespoke green floral dress. Saw Meredith sitting dejectedly before vanity mirror, scoffed mockingly, yo, poor ghost looks quite princely wearing dragon robe. Wendy, hearing this, first defended Meredith, questioning, who are you? Speaking so rudely this private area, unwelcome guest please leave. Wendy Stone, please be respectful. She's my roommate, Meredith interjected, defending Evelyn. I invited her. Evelyn ignored Wendy, walked to Meredith, picked up small bag from table, opened. Red envelopes neatly arranged inside. Judging by quantity, not small sum. Evelyn took them all out, pointed at small names written on envelopes one by one for Meredith C. Advised Meredith open look. Hey poor ghost remember check here, when opening envelopes keep track details in account book later. Return favors when others have events don't just stupidly open. Forget who gave how much, words slapped Wendy's face. She just suggested Meredith open, didn't mention these details. Secretly hoped Meredith confused everything, couldn't return favors later. Then she could watch Meredith make fool self. Let me tell you, out-of-towners just petty nowadays who keeps account books, our place standard practice. Anyone skips returning favor? HMPH, Wendy deliberately twisted Evelyn's meaning. Intended gain favor Meredith, habitually used residency status discriminate. Remembered Meredith's 3 roommates, only 1 local. Meredith so snobbish, surely invited local flatter. Saying this definitely right. Who knew, before Wendy finished feeling smug, Evelyn retorted directly, then Ethan Young's whole family also out-of-towners you talk like this before him too? Words hit hard, silenced Wendy. Years ago, Ethan's parents indeed out-of-towners. Now built empire, didn't change residency either. So Ethan, Emily also not Seaport city natives. They have money, upper-class people naturally outside Miss Wendy's contempt chain, Meredith explained understandingly to Evelyn. Sarcasm who couldn't? Evelyn Yates, be careful. Little Mr. Young protects her fiercely. You out of town, fallen noble, careful get cursed pointing fingers. Fallen noble, my family does billions business with Yi Yang annually go ask his father, dare call me fallen noble? Evelyn rolled eyes disdainfully. If I wanted, even my branch company janitors must have Seaport City residency. What era now, still play regional discrimination? Nothing else brag about, just broken residency registration? Evelyn's father Meredith met just now. Typical northern man, rough, bold. This moment Evelyn resembled father greatly, imposing aura. Wendy truly unlucky. Front matters just settled, now faced Evelyn, never gave face. Now heard Meredith say this, understood situation clearly. Walked before Meredith, poked Meredith's back head sharp fingernail, lectured like disappointed elder sister. You poor ghost let someone ride roughshod over you, insult you 3 years taught you bully using connections, all wasted back then Meredith poor. She bullied her often. Now Meredith's status different. Just bring out half-former arrogance, wouldn't even struggle choosing bridesmaid. What nonsense you talking? These two ganged up targeting her. Wendy knew Meredith deliberately let Evelyn in target her. Hart despised Meredith even more. Idiot, even knows find backup. Young family represents Seaport City success, don't insult Mr. Young, Wendy defended Ethan. Her meal ticket, even if inwardly unhappy, superficially must maintain respect. HMPH insult, let me tell you what insult is, Evelyn scoffed coldly. My dad sits head table today. Just show him what you said, guarantee make you have nothing but broken residency registration. Petty citizen's sour look. Ethan Young brought you here embarrass himself. Evelyn wiped fingernail tips, held up phone-played audio recording. Exactly Wendy's words disparaging outsiders, plus earlier words mocking Meredith before others. That idiot, what can she do? Married still must rely Mr. Young's mood live. Mr. Young gave her face, thinks herself truly wealthy wife. I know clearly, Mr. Young besides annual 1 million savings card, just gave supplementary credit card. Other stocks, bonds, nothing gave her. That idiot if new young family all guard against her, expression surely wonderful really can't wait see she refuse me also useless. Credit card Mr. Young can stop anytime, then her 1 million hand what use? Wealthy wives all know use money arm self. She good, runs off look houses. Truly poor place born, lifetime poor fate, chapter 97. Slap back Wendy's eyes widened, staring incredulously at Evelyn. A few days ago, she mentioned to Mr. Young wanting to help Meredith at the engagement party. Mr. Young really did replace Evelyn. These words were spoken in a moment of triumph a couple of days ago, gossiping carelessly with friends. Who knew it was recorded Meredith's expression wasn't wonderful. Wendy's certainly was. Meredith, don't listen to her nonsense, it's fake. This recording couldn't get out if Ethan heard. She and Liam were finished hearing these words. Meredith felt completely numb. So Liam and Wendy were more important than her. Before marriage, the things he gave her Ethan told Liam everything, letting Wendy mock her behind her back. Maybe he even said it face to face. Meredith looked at her reflection in the mirror. Beautiful hair, gorgeous dress, looked like a bride. Yet nothing substantially changed. She was still that Meredith. In their eyes, she could be knocked back to square one anytime. Standing up straight, Meredith touched her gradually smoothing palm, walked towards Wendy. Catching her off guard, swung her hand, slapping Wendy hard across the face with full force. This one, for mocking me in front of Rosalie Leeton, you dare hit me. You poor ghost bitch, Wendy. Stunned for a second, face burning fiercely, shrieked, lunging to retaliate. Just moved, Evelyn grabbed her hair, yanked her back. Meredith slapped again. This one, remember, you got hit by a poor ghost. Third slap, warning you, see me later, walk the other way, 3 slaps vented Meredith's anger. Wendy, beaten dizzy, stars circling, face burning, scalp aching, wanted desperately tear Meredith apart. Heart wronged, no backup, could only run out find Liam. How'd it feel? Evelyn asked. Satisfying, Meredith suppressed her wildly beating heart. First time ever bullying someone, felt truly good. Slapping Ethan last time didn't count, he provoked her first. Room held only Meredith. Evelyn said, your rough hands didn't even break her mouth. Shows TV slaps making corners bleed fake. Maybe angle wrong, go home study, strive better next time. Meredith retorted playfully. Both laughed. That's right, your status extraordinary now. Someone bullies you, hit back directly. Anyway, not just your face lost. Ethan, her husband, couldn't escape either. Meredith, learn leverage situation. She bullied you because use Ethan strike back. Meredith nodded. Starting today, wouldn't be bullied by others again. Meredith asked Evelyn leave first. Waited inside 10 minutes, confirmed outside quiet. Ethan didn't come. Liam didn't come. Outside silent. Waited another 10 minutes. Ethan called, asked if finished tidying when coming out. Meredith lowered head, stood up, picked up clothes prepared earlier change into. Swapped kipau off. Exiting, already poor student Meredith in t-shirt, ponytail. Not dazzling young madam from earlier. Just outside, door met Bianca Duncan. Glanced her nervously, said nothing, walked quickly other direction. Meredith didn't mind. Anyway, not familiar. Clearly didn't want greet her, she saved trouble too. About leave, encountered Adeline Pierce's fiancé Samuel Knight again. Looked scholarly, refined. Came from same direction as Bianca. Saw Meredith, stopped greet. Little Mrs. Young. Meredith stopped, greeted politely, heart uneasy. Always felt Samuel Knight's voice familiar, couldn't place where heard before. Hello. Banquet starting soon, not going over? Meredith asked, polite yet distant. Intuition told her this person not simple, better keep distance. Samuel Knight nodded, walked beside her. Meredith didn't ask why Adeline Pierce not with him. People this status valued privacy, distance. Have impolite request, hope little Mrs. Young help keep secret. Before reaching ballroom, Samuel Knight suddenly spoke, requesting favor. Please say, not major issue. Just person little Mrs. Young met just now, please pretend never saw. Samuel Knight's eyes hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses. From Meredith's angle, lens reflection obscured view. Thin lips pressed slightly, gave impression thin-lipped person heartless. Samuel Knight had good looks. This moment somewhat resembled standard domineering CEO from shoujo manga. Completely different type from Ethan. More sophisticated than Ethan more confident than him. Overthinking. Several guests, no special distinction in my eyes, Meredith nodded. Not gossip type, nor interested prying others' privacy. Then many thanks little Mrs. Young. Later send thank you gift. Mr. Knight too polite, Meredith replied politely, saw Ethan at ballroom entrance, walked towards him. Excuse me. Samuel Knight's gaze followed Meredith intently through glasses, from high ponytail down. Mind rapidly processed, recorded her figure's dimensions. Tongue tip pressed against teeth ridge, slowly moved left-right, eyes scanned down-up. 3D virtual Meredith formed his mind. Just not wearing t-shirt jeans, but clothes revealing figure more. Meredith took long time touching up makeup didn't return. Ethan waited long time, came door look for her. Saw Meredith in t-shirt, wasn't angry, met her halfway. Why suddenly change this? Didn't say change into kipau Emily prepared? Ethan asked. When came together, prepared t-shirts were couple set. He specifically wore retro-style suit coordinate Meredith. Now Meredith changed alone. Suit match t-shirt strange. High heels too tiring. Changed, now wore flats. Not much cheaper than high heels either. Where's Wendy Stone? Meredith bypassed topic asked. Current calm situation somewhat strangely harmonious. Not Wendy's style. Ethan shook head. Liam Stone took call went out. Said Wendy unwell, leaving first. Knew Evelyn Yates unbeatable, felt guilty, scared ran away. Otherwise Wendy wouldn't miss this prime opportunity show off before Meredith. Meredith didn't ask further, nor paid more attention. Chapter 98. Provocation. Ethan accompanied Meredith back, changing into a t-shirt and jeans as well. The two appeared in the ballroom, creating a small storm. Adrian Pierce, without his sister's suppression, completely let loose. He joked with Ethan and Meredith. A crowd of people, not daring to challenge the little tyrant, joined in the teasing, forcing Meredith to drink several glasses. The youngsters' table grew noisy, inevitably attracting attention. At the elders' table, an elderly madam frowned, commenting, "Too rowdy. Changing clothes before the banquet even ends, what kind of behavior is that?" This table seated only elders. Many madams in Vivian Young's circle hoped their daughters would marry Ethan, somewhat looking down on Meredith's background. The madam who spoke first was Rosalie Leighton's aunt. Her words clearly targeted Meredith Petty, lacking decorum, unable handle grand occasions. Rosalie's aunt continued, "Let me tell you, you're too lenient with her. Just engaged, yet giving such expensive jewelry. Aren't you afraid spoiling her appetite, making her disrespectful later?" Thinking of the jade necklace made her heart ache with jealousy. If not for this poor girl from nowhere, those things would belong to her niece. Other madams, accustomed to high status, also felt displeased thinking about the jade necklace. Vivian Young ostensibly gave her daughter-in-law gifts, actually slapped their faces. The Young family wasn't old money, yet now sat equal with them, presented items more elegant, valuable than theirs. Just engaged, mother-in-law not only didn't enforce rules, but acted as mother's family backing her up. Such good in-laws who wouldn't envy, especially considering Arthur Young was good husband, devoted Vivian after decades, clean personal life, supported Vivian's career completely. Such model husband made all present ladies green with envy comparing their own philandering husbands, old, sagging skin, yet still chasing young girls. The ladies gnashed their teeth hatefully. I agree with old sister. Girls from small places don't understand our big family rules. Should be stricter, teach her hierarchy. Another madam fan flames. Better Ethan dump her, her own daughter have chance. Otherwise Meredith solidified position Young family, next generation, Meredith highest status wife. But necklace already given her, what else can do? Vivian smiled, appearing seek advice from others. Others, seeing this, bolder giving suggestions. Easy, go back say help them keep safe. Your son, I see, filial, you keep safe for their own good. As long as son sides you what she say? One madam shared own experience, boasted smugly, my daughter-in-law exactly like this. Tell her go east, dare not go west, never defy my son. Vivian nodded politely. Knew this daughter-in-law secretly transferred assets, likely divorce latter half-year. Held evidence son fooling around too. Probably another huge payout settle. I agree too, road ahead long, keep some leverage now, otherwise she ride roughshod over your son later, Rosalie's aunt added. Exactly, daughter-in-law better marry equal status. Perspective, upbringing match our threshold. Other madams heard this nodded agreement. Current society divorce rate so high, maybe to divorce someday. Words spoken so clearly. Everyone watched Vivian's final reaction. After all, she the mother-in-law. Saw Vivian point towards Meredith's table. Meredith, teased by Adrian Lead, proactively kissed Ethan. Two wore white couple t-shirts, not expensive brand, printed famous cartoon couple pattern. Looked like ordinary young couple dating. Vivian smiled. Couple shirts look really nice. Banquet ended afternoon. Ethan, Meredith saw guests off, returned villa stay. Entire noon, surrounded group ladies teaching handle daughter-in-law experiences. Vivian also tired. Arthur accompanied Vivian upstairs rest. You too, tired just excuse self come rest. Endured listening them talk so much? Vivian felt backache, lay prone let Arthur massage waist. Casually recounted today's talk husband. Told you long ago, those so-called ladies, full stomachs nothing better do than meddle others' affairs. Own sons like gold treasures, fear daughter-in-law get slightest benefit. Interfere younger generation marriage, cause chaos every family. Arthur disliked such gossip. Now Vivian repeated, Arthur couldn't help lecturing her. Originally fine young couple, stirred by them into chaos. Still think themselves capable, saw through daughter-in-law's true face. Young people free love, who marries aiming divorce? Lived decades, feudal mindset, poisonous heart. Arthur saw that group old women annoyed. They themselves live badly now, dare provoke others' new daughter-in-law at banquet. Happy only when provoke all juniors divorce like their families. Speaking divorce, Vivian alerted. Say, these two children end up like that too, see that Meredith hard heart. Feel uneasy, no bottom line. You just worry needlessly. Entered my family door, divorce up her decide. Girl family nobody left. As long as we don't bully her, she won't think divorce. Arthur knew inside story Ethan marriage, assured, you start acting mother-in-law role today. Treat girl better, see that girl won't easily divorce. Meredith valued relationships. As long as one person this family treated her sincerely well, she wouldn't easily divorce Ethan. Today receiving bracelets, Meredith almost cried. But Vivian, unhappy, retorted, you mean I treated her badly before? Who said you bad? Said don't listen those village gossips, believe everything here. Don't hold prejudice against Meredith. Let two children live own lives, let them go, Arthur explained. Women just love overthinking. We both getting old. Want you stop managing younger generation affairs, stop worrying so much. Still accompany me live rest life, not accompany son daughter-in-law. Later they still need travel world together, complete latter half-life. She couldn't leave him first. Every time Arthur ostensibly business trip actually took Vivian travel. Arthur worked, Vivian played. Company matters still Arthur decided, Vivian just held title. Before you followed me suffered much hardship, later accompany me travel everywhere. Children's matters have own fate. Decades married couple. Vivian understood meaning. Turned over lay flat, rest assured. Her things I prepared long ago. As long as this daughter-in-law manage Ethan satisfy me, her share I won't keep one extra day. Arthur smiled. Still my wife reasonable. Better than those women unknown how much. Old already, still talk nonsense, Vivian chided him. Nonsense? Show you act nonsense. Chapter 99. Tenderness. Meredith used the ledger book to record the red envelopes, finally understanding what Evelyn meant. Besides regular cash, the envelopes contained numerous gift cards covering clothing, food, housing, transportation, comprehensive aspects. Amounts mostly small, around 100 each. But some were custom private membership cards. The 100 was just nominal, the card's value itself significant. Included were even addresses for 2 apartments and contact info for the handling agent. Additionally, 2 cars. This gift very valuable, also quite strange. Meredith didn't expect even stranger things. 1 red paper envelope, gold-embossed characters, harmonious union lasting 100 years, contained no cash, only a business card. Samuel Knight, Vice President, Seapport City High People's Court. Phone. XXXXXX. The phone number section crossed out with red pen. Another number handwritten above, elegant script, clearly writer well educated. Meredith hadn't navigated these circles, unsure the meaning. But flipping through the red ledger book, found no record Samuel Knight's gift money. Meant this envelope slipped in unnoticed. Crossed out number likely his private one. Meredith recalled meeting him during day, Samuel Knight shaking her hand. Palm seemed lightly scratched few times. Thought illusion then, now seemed real. This business card, clearly ulterior motive. Samuel Knight before his fiancée seduced her. Husband right beside her. Bold indeed. Slipping private number into red envelope, not afraid Ethan see? Bathroom water sound stopped. Ethan's call echoed nearby, interrupting Meredith's thoughts. Meredith, come help me scrub my back. Meredith put card back envelope, mixed into pile opened red envelope skins, stood up entered bathroom. Just entered, Ethan embraced her fully, smiled. Wife, today worth commemorating. Bathtub water splashed. Shower head turned on too, steamy haze. Soon Meredith preoccupied Ethan, forgot Samuel Knight's strange card. Latter half night, Ethan wrapped Meredith thin quilt, held her tightly through quilt. To enhance atmosphere, even deliberately turned on AC cool down. Claimed return night they confirmed feelings. Their confirmation happened wee hours morning, process hardly romantic. Back then Meredith still worked night shift convenience store. Ethan, recovered from injury, came accompany her every night. Ethan let Meredith sleep. Meredith rested against counter. He saw her asleep, secretly held her palm, used finger as pen, wrote like you her palm. Didn't know if she noticed. Hoped she noticed. Heart swelled sour throbbing. Momentarily wanted pour out everything unreservedly. Let her know liked her. Morning shift ended, walked that deserted path. Hesitantly gently held her hand. Realized palm hot, sweaty, she must know wasn't asleep. This realization excited Ethan. Boldly stopped her, rambled nonsense, finally circuitously reached life-saving grace unrepayable. Eventually managed, I like you, 4 words. Back then both innocent. First kiss happened, his arms hung sides, didn't even dare hug her. Several years passed. Now she his arms held tightly, occasionally thought, if she refused back then, wouldn't pester. Directly tell her gold bracelet matter, part ways amicably, mutually clear debts. But she liked him too. Could then walk through so many unforgettable times. Accumulated feelings made her naturally gentle towards him now. Future days must be together until life's end. Meredith, his Meredith. Ethan contentedly savored moment. Only now heart truly settled. Before always uneasy, feared she back out last minute. Perhaps national common ailment? Wedding banquet public announcement more reassuring than registration certificate. Meredith, Ethan whispered near ear, kissed her dark long hair. AC temperature bit low, Meredith cold, curled up tighter quilt. Just like this, watch sunrise together, okay? Ethan asked. Meredith opened eyes, turned look Ethan behind her. Middle night, what craziness possessed him now? Ethan smiled. Day we got together, also watched sunrise together. His abrupt suggestion, vague words Meredith instantly understood meaning. Perhaps truly compatible. Besides money, family background, always synchronized, understood each other. Ethan added with peculiar shyness, you from savior became friend, friend became girlfriend, now become my wife. Very satisfied. Not satisfied registering marriage few days ago, just engagement today yet satisfied. Childish, Meredith laughed him childish. Day registered, legally protected relationship, seemed not overly excited. Today just made relationship public, yet became sentimental. Meredith recalled past 3 years. Time together, besides busy studies, treated her well too. Showed her much Seaport city scenery. Money matters excluded. Loved each other, naturally good moments. Because his goodness diluted much financial hardship suffering. Could then maintain relationship emotionally, could be together so long. This relationship originated Ethan's deception, process also his mistakes. Meredith withdrew early. Fault his also thanks him could reach fruition today. Perhaps married, he truly settled down. She also have someone rely on. Meredith turned embrace him, pulled him into thin quilt too. Meredith laughed him, back then purer than now, only new tremble. That year, both young, lips pressed together, breath already chaotic, kissed 10 minutes straight. He refused leave, she didn't know could push away. Ethan laughed, knew how, just didn't dare. Experienced complete adolescence. High school friends all boys, hormones nowhere vent, sports temporary fix. Also dreamed female celebrities. With his conditions, wake up next day could have that celebrity accompany him play. Yet woke up daytime felt meaningless. Towards Meredith, dared not attack rashly. Meredith, Ethan called. Meredith, Meredith. Back forth. Meredith too lazy respond him, turned over faced window again. Meredith, Marcus's matter, I apologize, regarding prejudice against her, regarding forcing her stay beside him. Let's watch sunrise together, start fresh later okay. Never broke up, never hurt her. Sunrise, he pursue her again. Let this marriage begin like dream. Meredith kept eyes open. Outside window still pitch black, 4 more hours until sunrise. Okay, she said, like fairy tale prince married beloved wife. Close this book, open another, start writing from page 1. Write story about marriage, everything before turn page. Chapter 100. Point of no return in fairy tales, after midnight, everything reverts to its original form. Meredith's husband spent the night peacefully beside her, but magic, ultimately, is magic, seemingly unable to withstand the rising sun. Ethan spoke intermittently, scattered words. Meredith, exhausted from the long day, couldn't hold on, eventually stopped responding, drifting off to sleep. Sleep. I'll wake you at sunrise, were his last words beside her ear. Meredith thought, they're starting a new relationship, shouldn't bring negative emotions into the marriage. Her life has been hard enough, don't make herself and Ethan unhappy too. Tomorrow would surely be sunny. New status, fresh start. A faint rustle nearby. Ethan's phone on the nightstand suddenly lit up, vibrating silently, buzzing against the surface. Ethan got up, picked up the phone, deliberately went into the bathroom to answer, fearing disturbing Meredith. He just left. Meredith opened her eyes. Outside the window, still pitch black. After they got together, his work phone was always silenced at night, basically unreachable. Unless the call now came from his private number, and few people had that number at this hour. Hello, Liam? Meredith caught the useful information. Closing her eyes, felt amused. Tonight, such an important night, Liam Stone had to interfere. That couple truly lingered like ghosts. Meredith guessed it related to hitting Wendy Stone. She wanted to see how Ethan would handle Liam telling him about it. Just Liam's timing was rather late, wasn't it? In novels, the husband gets called away right after entering the bridal chamber. Now, everything that should happen happened. Bathroom conversation continued. Meredith didn't want to listen further, forced herself back to sleep, avoid overthinking. Naturally light sleeper, waking midnight meant staying awake until dawn. After a while, Ethan emerged from the bathroom, didn't return to bed. Went to the walk-in closet instead. Ray emerged dressed in outdoor clothes. Meredith, something came up, need step out briefly, back before dawn. Sleep first, don't worry. Ethan sat beside Meredith, whispered instructions. Feared speaking loudly wake her, feared she wake later find him gone. Meredith rolled over, didn't open eyes. Asked, "What's so important requires you leave now?" "This." Ethan hesitated. Not saying, feared she misunderstand. Said, "Wendy Stone had accident today at hospital. Going check on her." Wendy Stone. Meredith turned over, sat up abruptly, questioned, "Liam's wife in hospital, why you go see her?" "Wendy, miscarried." "What's that got to do with you?" Meredith retorted, eyes fixed on him, facial muscles tense. Asked, "Wendy Stone miscarried, Liam Stone there care for her. Calling my husband over late night, what's the meaning? Lacking nurse or money, or something requires your signature, needs you go now. Normal person wouldn't disturb others this hour." Liam called him. "Ethan actually going?" Ethan didn't answer, sighed deeply. "Rest first, back soon." Finished speaking, stood up, left. Meredith didn't stop him. Car starting sound faded into distance from window, headlights disappeared. Meredith hugged knees, sat against headboard. Faced window, only saw pitch blackness. Few lonely streetlights couldn't illuminate entire road. Soft knock sounded outside door. Emily's weak voice came through, "Sister, what happened?" Parents lived upstairs, siblings opposite each other. Ethan leaving, movements quiet, still alerted Emily across hall. Tomorrow holiday, today got large red envelope from Meredith, too excited sleep. Chatting Scarlett about tomorrow's plans, heard opposite door open, someone left. Worried, came ask. Meredith got up, put on robe, opened door, smiled. "Nothing, just hungry night, your brother went by snacks." Emily saw Meredith's expression normal, accidentally noticed marks on neck, understood smilingly. "Right, eat full, sleep well. Sister, you two continue, won't disturb." "Don't tell Dad, Mom," Meredith reminded. Emily made okay gesture, happily walked back. Covered face wanted scream. Brother, sister-in-law exactly like domineering CEO. Little pampered young wife. So late brother still so vigorous, used up supplies, not enough if not her brother. Definitely discuss Scarlett. Meredith didn't care if Emily misunderstood. Returned lay bed, eyes open, saw sunrise peek through tree shadows. Meredith picked up phone, wanted capture moment photo. This would be last sunrise her life see. Ethan, forever benefactor, not husband. Opened phone, unfamiliar text message. Phone number very familiar, like handwritten number Samuel Knight gave her on card yesterday. Wendy Stone fell down hotel stairs yesterday, miscarried. Woke up tonight insisting you pushed her. Sunrise became blindingly bright. Sky fully lit. Meredith felt ridiculous. Law-abiding society still had such things, said she pushed means she pushed, what surveillance cameras for, never even went near stairs. Message sent 10 p.m. last night. Back then already inside bathroom. Meredith deleted message. Opened messaging app, wanted ask Ethan when returning. Outside door gradually heard people moving. Maid started cleaning. Meredith couldn't hide room, not go out. But going out alone, parents definitely ask where Ethan went. Opened app, sent Ethan message. Come back early. Don't let Dad, Mom suspect. Meredith didn't wait reply. Didn't ask Wendy's condition either. Samuel Knight's message if seen timely, perhaps discuss Ethan. Now saw, felt no emotional fluctuation at all. Friend's wife miscarried. He abandoned own wife wedding night, rush see her. This statement even fool would misunderstand. Never considered, rumor spread, how Meredith face others later. Liam Stone, Wendy Stone. She submitted, admitted defeat, but didn't care compete favors, act cute, nor throw tantrums before Ethan. Such tactics couldn't hurt her. Too low. Messaging app had friend request. Meredith opened. Profile picture, name identical hers. Glanced looked like computer to phone self-chat box. Clicked account Samuel Knight's phone number. Meredith swiped away, didn't add, waited while, Ethan still no reply. Meredith got up, changed clothes. Rare applied light makeup, make self look better complexioned, hide sleepless night haggardness. Consider priceless jade necklaces sake, couldn't let others this family know. Without Ethan, still had wealth covet.